Chapter 166. Martial Path Mountain was really busy today. Not only did the rich families of Jianghu City come, but many commoners also surged up. They didn't come to congratulate Martial Path Mountain for opening. They just wanted to see whether or not Martial Path Mountain recruited disciples. They missed the Martial Path Mountain in the past. They recruited numerous disciples and gave them money each month. They didn't care much about them. Apart from notifying them, they didn't have anything else to do. They were carefree and could earn money. Who didn't want to join Martial Path Mountain? However, this time their thoughts were going to fail. How would Lin Fan recruit disciples? He wanted to find experts like Feng Poliu who were easy to talk to and communicate with. However, it was tough to meet such experts. Qin Xingyao appeared on Martial Path Mountain like he was really familiar with it. Although he didn't greet those merchants, he would still nod his head to express his welcome. Many of them were confused. Was Qin Xingyao's brain shot? They got news from the small channels that Qin Xingyao and Martial Path Mountain didn't have a good relationship and had many conflicts. However, looking at the situation, he didn't look like someone with conflicts. How would Qin Xingyao go against Martial Path Mountain? He was about to be frightened to death. He had to rely on the Martial Path Mountain sect leader to live. Don't tell him that this was a trap set up by Martial Path Mountain. As long as he heard people say that, he would be furious. Did they all want him to die? Did they think that he couldn't tell whether or not it was a trap? Old Master Huang, please enter. Not far away, Huang Boran welcomed him. Haha, young Master Huang is too polite. The merchants who came didn't give face to Martial Path Mountain but to Huang family and Qin family. The two aristocratic families of Jianghu City came, so how could they not come? They thought that since old Master Qin died, they could work together to split up Qin family. Who knew that Qin family actually had a backup plan? The support of the commoners made many merchants feel unlucky. Huang Boran looked at Qin Xingyao. He didn't expect this fellow to actually come to Martial Path Mountain to help. But that was good. Huang family invested in Martial Path Mountain, so it was great that Qin family could help. Zhang Tianshan smiled. Today was the happiest day for him. Felt really good. Although he became the deputy sect leader, Martial Path Mountain's opening ceremony was much grander than that time. Back courtyard. Young master, it is about time. Go. Z helped Lin Fan adjust his clothes. Alright, let's go then. Lin Fan said. He felt that he was young and promising. If there were any uncles and aunties who knew of this, they would definitely give him a thumbs up and praise him for being able to become a sect master at such a young age. His future achievements would be immeasurable. When they left, Feng Poliu and Lu Gang were still there. Feng Poliu smiled. Not bad. When your father was young, he wasn't as amazing as you. It's alright. Just average. It's nothing much. Lin Fan replied. Feng Poliu didn't want to talk to Lin Fan. When this fellow bragged, his expression didn't change like it was a normal thing. Who was Lin Wani? Some people might not know. But everyone knew that Lin Wani was not someone to be trifled with. When Yu City found out that he gave the wrong technique, he could have snatched it, but he didn't. That was because he knew who this kid's father was. Robbing? Something happens. Who the hell is going to cover for me? At that moment, Martial Path Mountain Main Hall. Zhang Tianshan coughed. Thank you all for coming to watch the Martial Path Mountain opening ceremony. Please welcome the sect leader Lin Fan. Papa. The applause wasn't loud, only Qin Xingyao and Huang Boran were clapping. When the merchants saw the two of them clapping, they could only clap crazily. Slowly the applause got louder and louder and the scene became more and more lively. Lin Fan walked onto the stage and waved his hands. A simple opening ceremony, it wasn't that complicated. It just let the Jianghu City commoners and merchants know who the Martial Path Mountain sect leader was. He didn't care much about these ceremonies. Once it ended, he would head to the 3-story building to enjoy himself. This was the first time the Jianghu City merchants and commoners saw Lin Fan. When they learned that the Martial Path Mountain sect leader was so young, they were shocked. So young, could he manage Martial Path Mountain well? Of course. Some commoners felt that it was good that he was young, he was easy to bluff. Maybe he would just casually say something and he would agree to let them join Martial Path Mountain. The ceremony was simple, they just did what they needed to do. Next was to announce the positions within Martial Path Mountain. Martial Path Mountain is formed today. The deputy sect leader will be Zhang Tianshan. The moment Lin Fan said that, Zhang Tianshan couldn't help but smile and wave his hands. This deputy sect leader was not bad and he was satisfied. He continued to announce. Martial Path Mountain Grand Disciple Liang Yongqi and Yuan Tianchu. Lin Fan said. Liang Yongqi knew that he was going to be chosen as the Grand Disciple, so he was in a good mood. Especially after Zhang Tianshan's teachings, his attitude had changed. Liang Yongqi walked forwards and knelt on one knee. "Thank you, sect leader." When Yuan Tianchu saw those scenes, he was shocked. What was going on? He had to kneel down to this fellow. Impossible, that was definitely impossible. At that moment, Yuan Tianchu walked forwards and cupped his fists. "Sect leader, I am mediocre, not as good as Liang Yongqi, I can't be the grand disciple." What he meant was obvious. I can't kneel as easily as Liang Yongqi. Of course, he thought that his words were obvious, but no one could tell what he meant. Liang Yongqi turned his head and nodded his head. "You do know your place." Yuan Tianchu was so angry that he almost lost his mind. "Can't you have some fucking shame? Don't you have any idea what I'm talking about? What a fucking self-awareness. In the future, I will absolutely not care about you. You can live or die on your own and be toyed with by them. And that's good, then you will be the second disciple." Lin Fan said. Damn. Yuan Tianchu wanted to spit blood at Lin Fan's face. But very quickly he understood. He even felt terrified when he thought about it. To actually target him in such a situation, digging a hole for him to jump in, how vicious. He didn't think that Lin Fan didn't understand what he meant. He didn't want to be the grand disciple, nor did he want to be the second disciple. He just wanted to be a spectator and look at the changes. All of their schemes weren't a secret in his eyes. Who knew that Lin Fan would plot against him while fighting Zhang Tianshan? As expected, he was amazing. He rejected the grand disciple position because he wanted to break away from the battle. So what if there were two grand disciples? He knew that Liang Yongqi and Zhang Tianshan were together, so he wanted someone to help him deal with Liang Yongqi? As the saying goes, one mountain can't have two tigers. Liang Yongqi and I both became grand disciples, so we would definitely have conflicts. Thus, you didn't waste a single soldier to push Liang Yongqi away from Zhang Tianshan as expected. As for the second disciple, he wasn't simple either. However, he didn't know what his goal was at this step. However, he understood that if the ceremony didn't go smoothly, he would find a chance to deal with him. Forget it. Thank you, sect leader. Yuan Tianchu knelt down unwillingly. Who knew that Lin Fan was more skilled, blocking all his retreat paths. In the end, he was still tied to Martial Path Mountain. Lin Fan didn't mention Feng Poliu. Many people knew his name. Even if no one in Jianghu City knew, it wouldn't be good if it spread out, so it was better for him to be invisible. Recently, he had been thinking about something. They had 3 experts. Were they confident in finding the Yin demons? Feng Poliu stood in the darkness and looked at the ceremony. He started to suspect whether or not this was a joke. How could there be a sect with only these few people? He couldn't understand, he really couldn't understand. The Martial Path Mountain opening ceremony officially ended. Huang Boren heaved a sigh of relief. He was finally on the right track. He prayed that Martial Path Mountain would rise up. He was waiting for rewards. Zhang Tianshan was surrounded by commoners. In the past, Zhang Tianshan recruited disciples from the commoners. Now that Martial Path Mountain was opening, he had to snatch a spot. Zhang Tianshan naturally wanted Martial Path Mountain to have more disciples. When he saw these commoners, he wanted to get them over. If he got them all over, then Martial Path Mountain would have a huge reputation. However, when he thought about how he wasn't in charge of Martial Path Mountain, he felt helpless. He could only tell the commoners not to be anxious. He didn't have any plans to recruit disciples, and he would talk about it in the future. If Lin Fan knew what Zhang Tianshan was thinking about, he would have smashed his head. Don't think about it. Don't ever think about it. Are you looking for a disciple? You are looking for a father. Even a father is easy, but you are looking for an ancestor. You provide food and accommodation, you even give a monthly allowance. How much money do you have? Lin Fan called Zhang Tianshan and the others over. From now on, we are on the same side. Sect leader, we have always been on the same side. Zhang Tianshan said. Liang Yongqi nodded his head and followed behind Zhang Tianshan. Yuan Tianchu was in deep thought. He had been thinking about something. As for what he said now, it was just nonsense. Buying people's hearts? Really low-level methods. Despicable. Vicious. Cunning. Lin Fan patted their shoulders. He was serious. Since Martial Path Mountain was established, it was different from before. They were on the same side and he wouldn't be stingy to his own people. That night, within the room, Liang Yongqi was packing things. He was going to move to a new room. He was really emotional. He was finally going to leave Yuan Tianchu, that terrifying fellow who knew how to think. Zhang Tianshan pushed the door and entered. His expression was a little weird, like he hadn't reacted to something. Little Liang, this is for you. Zhang Tianshan took out a 100 silver bill and passed it over. Liang Yongqi shuddered. Deputy Sect Leader, I don't need money. Zhang Tianshan was stunned. Sect Leader gave it to you to add furniture and buy things. In the future you will have 50 silver a month. Liang Yongqi was stunned. What did he say? Did he hear it wrongly? Sect Leader gave it to him? Lin Fan actually gave him money. The sun had already set and there was no place for him to brag. What he said was just unbelievable. Yuan Tianchu was expressionless, but when he heard that Lin Fan gave him silver, his brows shook. Zhang Tianshan walked in front of Yuan Tianchu. This is for you. Damn. Yuan Tianchu raised his head. What was going on? The danger signal was raised. Chapter 167. Is he trying to buy their hearts? Yuan Tianchu didn't take the money and was thinking about why he did that. It wasn't much, but it gave off a bad signal. Kiki. You want to bribe me with just a few taels of silver? You're looking down on me, the second young master of the Yuan clan. Why are you stunned? Sect Leader gave it to you, so just take it. Zhang Tianxian rushed. He was stunned. His kid took out money for no reason and told him to give it to Liang Yongqi and Yuan Tianchu. He was stunned. What was he doing? In the past he didn't give a single cent, but now he actually took out money. He even gave Liang Yongqi 50 silver a month. If he didn't personally witness it, he wouldn't dare believe it. Yuan Tianchu didn't have many emotions, he just held the bills in his hand calmly. Zhang Tianshan didn't say much. He had to go back and think about it. What was wrong with the kid? Did he start to be generous? Stop scaring him. Really, he was scared to death. Within the room, Liang Yongqi looked at the bills in his hand and thought back to those words. 50 silver a month. What was going on? He didn't know what to do. How much did he give you? Liang Yongqi asked. Yuan Tianchu didn't hide it. 50 silver. Liang Yongqi looked at Yuan Tianchu and then at the bills in his hand. You only 50 silver, Sect Leader gave me 100. When he heard that, Yuan Tianchu's eyes jumped. He was actually a little unhappy. Instantly he exclaimed in his heart that it wasn't good. He nearly fell for it. He came to his senses. Such a simple and violent plan was actually the most hurtful. Killing one's heart, how vicious. Giving Liang Yongqi 100 silver and him 50, was he using money to compare the importance of the two of them? This caused him to be jealous, which caused him to fight with Liang Yongqi. As expected, he was a dangerous fellow. One plan didn't work, but there was another plan. It was continuous, there was a plan within a plan. From the start, he was planning to make Liang Yongqi and him the grand disciple together. Unfortunately, the plan was too simple. He saw through it right away and rejected it, not participating in it. Who knew that he would become the second disciple? At that time he was thinking that what was the use, second disciple, then he wouldn't fight for it, so who would be jealous of him? Only now did he understand. So the real plan was still at the back. Give Liang Yongji 100 taels of silver and give me 50 taels of silver. Liang Yongji's monthly salary is 50 taels of silver, while I only get 20 taels of silver. Was he using the difference in silver to make me unhappy and feel that I was being discriminated against so that he could fight with Liang Yongqi for the position of top disciple? Yuan Tianchu sneered again and again. No matter how many schemes you have up your sleeves, I, Yuan Tianchu, will not fight or snatch. My mind is not on your fights. Let's see how you can use me now. Lin Fan, Lin Fan. You still underestimate me, Yuan Tianchu. Did he really think that he was still the Yuan Tianchu from U City? Also, he could swear to the heavens that Zhang Tianshan's monthly salary was 100 silver, the same as Feng Poliu. As the vice sect master, his monthly salary was actually the same as that of a consecrated person. No matter who it was, they would not feel good about it. So Lin Fan made Feng Poliu a helper to borrow someone else's knife to kill him, to let Zhang Tianshan and Feng Poliu fight. Amazing. It was truly amazing. The more he understood Lin Fan, the more he realized that Lin Fan was really shrewd. Even his brain couldn't compare to Lin Fan's. That was because he was slow to react and didn't think of all the plans right away. Liang Yongqi looked at Yuan Tianchu's cold smile and felt a chill down his spine. He quickly packed his bag. When he passed Yuan Tianchu, he patted his shoulder and said, "Brother Yuan, I will leave first. Don't be angry, there should be some differences between top disciple and second disciple. I will leave first." The moment he said that, he directly left this place. He didn't dare to stay, he really didn't dare to stay, it was too terrifying. Dumb. Yuan Tianchu looked at Liang Yongqi's back view and shook his head helplessly. Although a naive person would live happily when it came to life, his death would be worse than anyone else's. With my current ability, maybe I can fight with Lin Fan. Why not pretend to fall for his trap? The moment Yuan Tianchu had such a thought, He shook his head. No, definitely not. He couldn't take the risk, otherwise he would step into the abyss and be unable to turn back. It was better to be safe. Back courtyard. Lin Fan took out the bills and spread them on the bed. His heart ached a lot. He really spent a lot today. However, he had no choice. Martial Path Mountain was established and they were all on the same side, so he couldn't be stingy with them. Zhang Qianxian's monthly allowance was 100 silver, Feng Poliu's was also 100. The two of them added up would be 2,400 silver a year. Liang Yongqi's 50 silver, 600 silver a year. Luckily Yuan Tianqi was a good fellow. He didn't want to be a grand disciple, 20 silver a month, saving a few hundred a year. As for Go Zi and cousin, they didn't need money. They were already family. If anything happened and they needed money, then the money in front of them wouldn't belong to him anymore. The monthly allowance along with Martial Path Mountain's daily expenses would be 20 to 30 silver a day, that would be 10,000 a year. That wasn't a small sum. He didn't even want to count it, it made his heart ache. As for Zhang Tianxian wanting to recruit disciples, what a joke. How much wealth did he have? The current situation was already perfect. He slowly kept the bills on the bed and then carefully placed them under the bed. In the future he had to develop Martial Path Mountain. He wanted to make Martial Path Mountain into his ideal paradise. Fuzhou. On the giant ship on the river. Head Su stood there, one hand grabbing the iron railing of the giant ship. He looked at the calm, bright moon hanging on the surface of the river. A light breeze blew past. His heart wasn't calm. So many days passed and there was no news at all. That meant that the mission failed again. This wasn't something that anyone could take his rage and calm him down. He wanted to kill someone. They couldn't even do a small thing. Trash, all of them were trash. Head Su, standing here alone and looking at the night scenery isn't like your style. A female voice spread out. The voice was really gentle and lazy. Head Su didn't turn his head and didn't say anything. In the darkness, no one knew how ugly his expression was. The woman slowly walked over. She was tall, and the most eye-catching part of her was her long and slender legs. Her snow-white skin shimmered under the moonlight. The girl didn't mind that Head Su didn't say anything and smiled. Gang leader gave you half a month to find the treasure. Now it is more than half. If you still can't find it, it will be hard for you to answer. Su-ing, you better not bother about my matters. Head Su said with an annoyed tone. He cursed out in his heart. That girl. Su-ing placed her thin fingers by her lips and giggled. I don't want to bother about your matters. Gang leader told me to remind you to find it quickly. Oh right, gang leader also said that if you can't find 9 demon, then you will jump into the river like your nephew. Head Su's face was terrifyingly dark and sunken. Bitch, a real bitch. Kachi. Kachi. As he was too furious, the giant iron railing deformed from his grip. How would he expect that gang leader's concubine Yang Fei would steal 9 demon and even let his brother's son die? If he didn't vent his anger, the rage in his heart wouldn't be extinguished. Su-ing left with a smile, as if she really wanted to see the other party's angry and helpless expression. That feeling made her feel really good. Head Su was in deep thought. It was too late to rely on others, so he could only do it personally. Jianghu City? What ability did that broken place have to actually fail time and time again? A bunch of trash. If they didn't die, he really wanted to toss them into the river. The next day, morning. Zhang Tianshan sat in front of the table and rubbed his eyes like he didn't believe what he was seeing and thought that he was blind. What was the porridge in front of him made of? It wasn't plain porridge but bird's nest porridge. What the fuck was going on? He sneaked a look at Lin Fan. What did this kid want to do? The change was a little quick. He couldn't take it. Yuan Tianchu sat there and didn't dare to move his chopsticks. He was terrified. Did that surnamed Lin person want to poison them to death? Was this rich breakfast a way to send them off? Eat, why aren't any of you moving your chopsticks? Or are you all used to plain porridge and are not used to it? Lin Fan saw that none of them moved and asked. Was it because they were used to it and now that they ate more they couldn't change? No, I am just thinking about something. Zhang Tianshan didn't care so much and drank a huge mouthful. Hot, but one had to say that this porridge was much better than normal plain porridge. A look of enjoyment appeared on his face. After so many years, this breakfast was the best. Last night, Lin Fan said that he spent a lot a day. Ever since breakfast, he had known that the money would not stop flowing. Why are all of you eating so well and only I am eating plain porridge? Feng Poliu objected. Even if they were trying to push him away, he shouldn't be so violent and simple. He directly started from breakfast, that was just too much. Lin Fan said, only internal members can enjoy this treatment. You are a helper and not a disciple of Martial Path Mountain. Just eat some plain porridge. Why do you need such high conditions? If you really can't do it, then join Martial Path Mountain and get the same treatment. Feng Polia looked at Lin Fan. What a good plan. He swore in his life that he wouldn't join any sect. This was the promise he made to his dead master. Feng Polia didn't say any nonsense, picking up the porridge and taking a mouthful. This sect was really stingy. In the past, he had never met such a stingy person. He learned something new. Yuan Tianchu slowly couldn't understand what Lin Fan was doing. What was going on? Giving them bird's nest porridge, and the change was huge. Was he trying to buy their hearts? If things were abnormal, then there would definitely be a reason. If a person was abnormal, then there would definitely be a blade. He should be hiding a blade. Liang Yongqi and Zhang Tianshan ate happily. However, he wouldn't be easily fooled. He had to be wary and be careful. Lin Fan ate while saying, "Our Martial Path Mountain has been formed, so we can't be as idle as usual. After we finish eating, I will give you a mission to find the Yin Demon base." Zhang Tianshan raised his head. Liang Yongqi, Yuan Tianchu, yesterday the sect was just formed and today he gave them such a tough mission? What was wrong with him? Chapter 168. It wasn't that they couldn't find the Yin Demon base, but what were they going to do after finding it? Sect leader, the Yin Demon base isn't hard to find, we even know the exact location. But why do we need to find them? Zhang Tianshan asked. He didn't think that the Yin demons were pushovers and could be easily bullied. Lin Fan smiled, just finding something. Since we know the exact location, let's head over together. He then looked towards Feng Poliu. Feng Poliu was thinking about what his gaze meant. Lin Fan knew what Feng Poliu's goal for staying here was. Silver was secondary, he wanted to know whether or not he cultivated the bug controlling technique. To investigate in the dark, why not spend some money to keep him on Martial Path Mountain? He could even be a helper, that was a good idea. 100 silver wasn't so easy to earn. Wolf Brigade Dark Forest. You said that the Yin demons are hiding here? Under Zhang Tianshan's lead, they came here. Looking at the dark forest, Lin Fan asked. Without needing Zhang Tianshan to say more, he felt that it was true. This atmosphere, this visual impact, if one said that there were no ghosts in the forest, he wouldn't believe it. And last time little Liang came here, the Yin demons came out from here. Zhang Tianshan said. Even in the day, one could feel the cold energy in the forest. Standing outside, they could see the black mist floating in the air. You have some courage. Lin Fan looked towards Liang Yongqi. This kid was really courageous, daring to come here in the middle of the night. Liang Yongqi lowered his head and felt embarrassed. He was so frightened that he peed his pants. Young Master Lin, I don't suggest you offend the Yin demons. Feng Poliu said. The Yin demon territory was so huge, which meant that there was a king Yin demon here, one that wasn't easy to deal with. Moreover, there were definitely many Yin demons. If there was a conflict, the few of them wouldn't even be enough. When Lin Fan left U City, he entered such a forest. However, he was perfectly fine. Now that he thought about it, Father was protecting him in the dark, suppressing the Yin demons such that they didn't dare to come out. He didn't think that he was a scum. It was something that his father could do. If he worked hard, it shouldn't be a problem. Lin Fan came in front of a boulder that was as tall as 3 people. His fingers dug deep into the boulder and with a low roar, he lifted the boulder up. With an angry roar, he exerted strength in his arms and threw the boulder high up into the air. Then it quickly fell into the forest. A dull roar could be heard from far away. What are you doing? Zhang Tianshan asked. Just throw it casually and see how it goes. Lin Fan said. He threw a stone in to test the waters. In the forest, when the giant stone landed, it crippled a few sleeping Yin demons and woke up many of them. They surrounded the giant stone. Where did it come from? A stone fell from the sky, how terrifying. When a man lies in a pit, disaster comes from heaven. Very soon. A low growl came from the forest. Vaguely, there seemed to be ruby-like things flashing in the forest. Those were the eyes of the Yin demons. Many Yin demons noticed the humans outside. They really wanted to rush out and eat the humans, but they didn't have the guts to do so in broad daylight. Despicable humans, come at night if you dare. Let's go back. Lin Fan turned around and left. Zhang Tianshan and the others were stunned. What did he mean? He came here and just threw a stone before going back. That was so pointless. Didn't he do anything else? Feng Poliu looked at Lin Fan. He didn't expect young Master Lin to be so strong. Not to mention internal strength, just the strength to lift up the stone was something normal experts couldn't do. Moreover, there were no internal strength fluctuations at all. He relied on his own strength. What level did he cultivate external cultivation to? He really hadn't seen many people cultivate external cultivation to such a high level. After all, it was too tiring and torturous. Normal people couldn't take it at all. Lin Fan was prepared to use the Yin demons. For some reason recently, he felt that something wasn't right, like there would be trouble. A man's intuition was really accurate, much better than a woman's. The next day, early in the morning, Zhang Tianshan shouted, "Zhou Zhongmao, what were you doing last night? So loud, can't you let me sleep?" Zhou Zhongmao carried many sharpened trees on his shoulder and looked at him. "Quick, my cousin is waiting for you at the foot of the mountain, don't waste time." "I haven't eaten breakfast yet," Zhang Tianshan shouted. He couldn't let him not eat breakfast, right? Moreover, it was so early in the morning, so what was he doing? "I didn't prepare breakfast this morning, let's eat after we are done." "Quick, my cousin is getting impatient." Zhou Zhongmao rushed. He didn't sleep last night, plucking trees in the back mountain. He didn't pluck many, just a few dozen. Wolf Brigade Forest. Pace? Yuan Tianchu was speechless. Why did they come here so early in the morning? At least let them eat breakfast. The sect was just formed, and they had to use cruel methods to exploit them. Feng Polia looked at the sharpened trees and then at the fire pile. He was a little unsure. There is no need to do that, right? There is a need. My Martial Path Mountain is formed, so we have to lower the threat within 100 miles to the lowest. The existence of Yin demons isn't good. Lin Fan had no choice. Within 100 miles, only Yin demons existed. He couldn't go and offend all the rich merchants in Jianghu City, right? Before he formed Martial Path Mountain, he could. Now that Martial Path Mountain was formed, he needed large amounts of funds. To cut off his own money-making path was a dumb move. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and attack. Lin Fan grabbed a tree and placed the other end of the tip on the fire pile. Very quickly the branch started to burn. It burned brighter and brighter, and the tip was covered in thick smoke. Let's burn with flames. Lin Fan's body slanted. He swung his arm forwards. Shio, the burning tree broke through the air. A long flame dragon was dragged out from its tail. He wanted to use flames to burn the forest. Since they had conflicts, then he couldn't wait for the Yin demons to attack. Fighting was like that. If you didn't move, others would, so why not attack first? The tree fell into the forest, its tip stabbing into the ground. The flames on its tail caused the surrounding trees to burn, and the sky was instantly covered in smoke. Zhou Zhongmao picked up 2 trees and lit them up. He swung his arms, and the 2 trees landed in the forest. The flames burned a large patch of trees. Feng Poliu was helpless, but he felt that it felt good. In the forest, many Yin demons were sleeping, but suddenly they felt heat. The smell that entered their noses was a little irritating. When they opened their eyes and saw the situation above, they were so shocked that their limbs fell to the ground. Damn. What was going on? Why did it suddenly catch on fire? The Yin demons in the forest shook. There was a fire, quickly extinguish it. Some of the Yin demons were covered in flames, rolling on the ground. The sudden fire stunned many Yin demons. What was going on? What happened? Damn it, it was really damn it. Instantly, a Yin demon raised his head. The tree that fell from the sky pierced his body, pinning him to the ground. Of course, these couldn't cause any damage to the Yin demons. The Yin demon that was pierced turned into black smoke, leaving the tree. It then formed into a physical form, raising its head and roaring. It told all the Yin demons that the flames came from the sky. Outside, Lin Fan looked at the burning ocean of flames. If we burn all the trees here, what will happen to the Yin demons? Zhang Tianshan turned his head and looked at Lin Fan. Sect leader, you are joking. This forest stretches far, one can't see the end. If we burn it all, the smoke would cover the sky. At that time, whether or not there is a forest would be the same to the Yin demons. To Feng Poliu, young Master Lin's methods were really overbearing. He had never seen anyone burn the Yin demon's nest. Suddenly, in the burning forest, a shrill roar suddenly came from it. Puchi. Ripples spread out from the forest. When the ripples covered the burning trees, they instantly extinguished the flames, leaving only the charred branches. Lin Fan frowned as he looked at those scenes. There were actually such strong Yin demons that directly extinguished the flames. He had underestimated them. Those big Yin demons didn't have the ability to use sound to extinguish the flames. Human, you are bullies. The voice reverberated, it spread out from the forest like an ocean, a series of furious roars. At the edge of the forest, many ruby-like red lights appeared. Those were the eyes of the Yin demons. Liang Yongqi hid in fear. The Yin demons had left a deep shadow in his heart, making him terrified. "You aren't humans, so you aren't bullying me," Lin Fan shouted. "Right, I forgot to introduce myself. I am the sect leader of the nearby Martial Path Mountain. I am free, so I want to get to know all of you." He walked forwards. Zhou Zhongmao followed behind worriedly. To the Yin demons, their way of getting to know each other was to burn their homes? Kiki. Despicable humans. Rage points plus 66. Rage points plus 66. Rage points plus 88. Maybe because he didn't place the sin on them, which was why he had less rage points. However, it was not bad. When he was free, he could play with them. At this moment, the Yin demons in the darkness retreated and opened up a path. The female Yin demon walked over slowly. One couldn't see her body as she was suppressed by the shadows. However, she stared at Lin Fan in rage. Only the Yin demons would take the initiative to mess with others. No one dared to mess with them. Rage points plus 222. He provided a wave of rage points as a form of greeting. Lin Fan stood there with a smile on his face. "Today ends here. I will find you every day and play with you." The moment he said that, he turned around and left. Zhang Tianxian was confused. "Kid, what did you mean by that? You had nothing to do, so you came to piss off the Yin demons?" No matter what, anyways, that was the feeling he gave him. There were no benefits to making the Yin demons furious. In life, it was better to be safe. Being too intense would cause a negative effect. After returning, he had to have a good chat with the kid. He couldn't play like that. Didn't he see that the Yin demons were angry? Chapter 169. That night. What happened in the day infuriated the Yin demons. They were bullies. They didn't care about the Yin demons at all. They surrounded Martial Path Mountain, but the eye-piercing light made them uncomfortable. The Yin demons roared. They didn't sleep in the middle of the night and just roared to disturb the people. Luckily, Martial Path Mountain was tall enough. It was useless even if the Yin demons roared loudly. They couldn't hear it clearly and it was basically useless. The female Yin demon personally led the Yin demon army to Martial Path Mountain to teach them an unforgettable lesson. Regretfully, the light that spread out at night made all the Yin demons uncomfortable. Even she hated the eye-piercing light. It would make her feel powerless and lose the ability to fight back. "They know how to counter us," the female Yin demon said coldly. It was the same for Jianghu City in the distance. It was covered by a giant light, blocking the Yin demons outside. The next day, the Yin demons fell into a deep sleep. Last night's operation didn't bring any problems to Martial Path Mountain, but their determination wouldn't change. They had to let the despicable humans know how terrifying they were. Some Yin demons dug up the dirt and laid within to sleep. Suddenly, a giant black shadow landed from the sky. As the trees blocked it, there weren't any changes. However, when the giant stone landed, it gave off a loud whistle that woke many Yin demons up. They were confused. Where did that sound come from? They didn't notice that there were humans around. Instantly, the tree branches were crushed and a giant stone landed. With a loud explosion, it smashed into the ground and formed a giant hole. The few Yin demons that laid there were covered. The sunlight shone in and lit up the area. Instantly, the Yin demons were restless once more. Damn, the humans invaded. Those despicable humans harassed them in the day. Many Yin demons were furious. When the sunlight shone on them, white smoke rose up from their bodies. They felt powerless and rolled into the darkness before they slowly recovered. Xiao xiao. Just at that moment, flames slid down from the sky. Burning trees landed in the forest, causing large patches of trees to burn. Fuck your mother. The rage of the Yin demons would only be used on some special matters, but now they were really angered. Who was so bold to actually treat them like that? Did they really want to die? It was just that, the current sunlight was really disgusting. Outside, Lin Fan, Zhou Zhongmao, and Feng Poliu tossed burning trees into the forest. Zhang Tianshan didn't dare to imagine how furious the Yin demons would be. But he knew that from now on, Martial Path Mountain and the Yin demons would be enemies to the death. Either you die or I die. Make it burn more vigorously. Lin Fan looked up. This was the first time he had set fire to a forest. The feeling was indescribable. If this was on Earth, his hands would have been cuffed and he would be squatting in jail. Come, let's go back. It was his habit to come here every day and set fire to it. It wasn't suitable to talk to the Yin demons now. Zhang Tianshan didn't understand what he was doing. There was really no need. Yuan Tianchu couldn't predict what Lin Fan was doing. Was he attracting enemies for Martial Path Mountain and causing some problems for Martial Path Mountain? When they left, a furious voice spread out from the forest. The female Yin demon was furious. She woke up from her slumber and extinguished the flames to search for the despicable human. When he arrived at the edge of the forest, he saw the backs of those people leaving. She hollered in rage. "Despicable human, I will pluck off your head." Rage points plus 333. The female Yin demon hollered in rage, which showed how furious her heart was. The light on Martial Path Mountain suppressed the Yin demons. If not for that, they would have eaten up all the living beings on Martial Path Mountain. "King, these humans are so despicable, I want to fight them to the death." The big Yin demon knelt on the ground and said unwillingly. They were sleeping well in the day and the humans came to cause trouble. That was just too much. What was worse was that they had no idea and didn't know what to do. "I will think of a way." A cold glow flashed in the female Yin demon's eyes. She totally hated Martial Path Mountain. Damn Martial Path Mountain. She didn't think of a way, but as the Yin demon king, even if she didn't have a way, she had to treat it as though she had a way to appease all the Yin demons. "Sect leader, it isn't of much use if we do that every day. The Yin demon territory is huge and we can't burn it all," Zhang Tianshan said. He wanted to persuade Lin Fan not to do such useless things. It was a waste of time, and it also increased the hatred between him and the Yin demons. "You don't understand," Lin Fan replied. Zhang Tianshan was helpless. Wasn't that nonsense? He definitely didn't understand, but if he told him about the situation, then wouldn't he understand? But if he didn't say it, then who would understand? Of all the people present, no one would be able to understand. Lin Fan returned to the room and looked at his gains from the small support system. Rage points, 18668. Slowly accumulating was a good start. Close to 20,000 rage points. Although it wasn't a lot, the feeling of increasing every day made him feel really good. He gave himself a good plan. Jianghu City was considered a backup fund. As long as the merchants didn't offend him, then he wouldn't offend them. After all, going against money wasn't a wise choice. At the current stage, he just needed to play with the Yin demons. He didn't understand why the Yin demons made their base so close to Martial Path Mountain. However, it was daytime, and the despicable human knew that the sunlight countered them, so they acted arrogantly outside the forest. They could step out of the forest, and in just a blink of an eye, they would be able to capture the despicable human outside. However, it was all for nothing. Such a short distance was like crossing a mountain for them. The female Yin demon woke up from her sleep, her face was dark and terrifying. The surrounding Yin demons retreated and followed at the sides. "Human, what do you want?" The female Yin demon appeared at the edge of the forest and said in rage. She felt that this human was sick. To disturb the Yin demons in the day, he really had the ability. When she asked this question, she was greeted by a burning branch of a tree. The tree was really quick, the sharp end locked onto her. When the tree got close to the female Yin demon, there was a ripple in front of her and the tree exploded. "Human, don't test my patience. If you have balls, then come in and fight." The female Yin demon raged. Rage points plus 444. Her rage towards this human had reached a certain level. It had been like this for several days. Even if they were Yin demons, they couldn't take such provocation. It was just that she could even say such shameless words. It meant that the Yin demons weren't dumb. The small Yin demons crawled and stared at Lin Fan aggressively. They also provided him with rage points. Their king's words made sense. "Human, if you have balls, then come in and see how we will teach you a lesson." "Idiot," Lin Fan replied. He opened his fingers, and the tree beside him floated in the air. He waved his arm and with a shio, the tree broke through the air. Puchi. The tree scattered and pierced through many Yin demons, pinning them to the tree. His actions caused many Yin demons to be furious. "You dared to attack us in front of our king. You really are sick of living." Rage points, you. The female Yin demon was so furious that her chest moved up and down. "Damn. Despicable human. I really wish I could end your little life with my own hands." Zhang Tianxian sighed. Why was there a need? Was the current situation a war of words? If that was the case, then please continue. Chapter 170. Lin Fan couldn't step into the forest. The Yin demons didn't dare to come out. However, they could toss things into the forest. Move the stones and smash them. Lin Fan sat there and instructed Cousin and Feng Poliu to toss things in. He noticed that rage points were increasing. The Yin demons were furious, that feeling was great. On average, each Yin demon gave more rage points than the previous few times. Maybe it was because of the many times that the Yin demons were totally furious. If Lin Fan entered the forest, he didn't even need to say a word and the Yin demons would pounce over and rip him into pieces. Zhou Zhongmao was very obedient and did whatever his cousin said. Feng Poliu was helpless. Was this the outcome of taking 100 silver a month? Doing hard labor for nothing. This money was so hard to take. Apart from Lin Fan himself, no one else knew the reason for his actions. To them, wasn't he sick in the head? What damage could he do to the Yin demons? If it wasn't a special element, one wouldn't be able to hurt them at all. If someone asked him, he would tell them that he needed to hurt their hearts. Ah! Save me. I am being smashed flat. Many Yin demons were smashed by the stones. Although the attacks had no effect on them, they still had to shout. They were the little brothers. If they didn't shout in a more tragic manner, how would the king feel heartache for them? Zhou Zhongmao and the others moved the stones quickly. The surrounding stones were all moved away, leaving many holes in the ground. Human, you are a bully. The female Yin demon's body shook. She waved her arms and the stones in the forest floated up and struck outwards. Zhou Zhongmao and Feng Poliu fought back, blocking the stones and tossing them back. Those small Yin demons were about to cry. They were in a tragic state, their shit was about to be smashed out. The stone that smashed them was lifted by the king. Not long later, the stones outside flew in and smashed them onto the ground. To and fro. They just tossed stones at one another. Lin Fan stood with his arms behind his back, looking calmly at everything that happened. He wasn't strong enough. If he was strong, he would have directly entered the forest and naturally such a thing wouldn't have happened. He noticed that the Yin demon was a female, her body was not bad, it was like she was wearing black leather pants. Looking at it with an abnormal gaze, this female Yin demon's face was not bad. But from a normal perspective, it was difficult to obtain. Oh, how could he have such thoughts? It was simply too disgusting. The current situation was like everyone was spitting at the same time. You spit here, I spit there. This was a battle of words. The rage points slowly increased. Yin demon, if you want to fight, then come out and fight one-on-one. Or I can fight all of you alone. I think I will be gentle to all of you. Lin Fan said. He was just that domineering. In broad daylight, he challenged the Yin demons alone and he wouldn't go back on his words. The female Yin demon's chest moved up and down, she stared at Lin Fan with a devilish gaze. Why don't you come in? Kiki, what a waste, I'm allergic to the forest. I heard that you Yin demons were really strong, but it seems like that. I will stand here and wait for you to challenge me or prove to me how strong you Yin demons are. What? Don't you have the guts? Lin Fan crossed his arms in front of his chest and said calmly. All of this was bullshit. And allergic to the forest. Truthfully speaking. He was afraid, but the Yin demons weren't any better. If they had the balls, then come out. But if they didn't, they were afraid of being beaten up by him. Nonsense. The female Yin demon said fiercely. She didn't expect that there was actually a human who could be so shameless. His shamelessness had exceeded the heavens. Zhang Tianshan agreed with those words. Kid Lin was indeed spouting nonsense. He pitied the Yin demons. To actually face such a person, it was tough on them. Yuan Tianchu witnessed everything and knew that apart from Lin Fan being shrewd, he was also a despicable person. At that moment, the female Yin demon raised her hand and told them to retreat into the depths of the forest. Her eyes stared right at Lin Fan, like she wanted to remember Lin Fan in her heart. Human, wait and see. I have already remembered you. You will be chased by us endlessly. If you have the ability, then don't leave Martial Path Mountain. If not, it will be your death anniversary. The female Yin demon's voice was really dark and sunken. She was totally infuriated by Lin Fan's actions. She wouldn't stop until one of them died. After which, the Yin demons retreated like a wave and slowly hid into the darkness. Don't go. Seeing the Yin demons retreat, Lin Fan couldn't sit still and ran towards the forest. It wasn't time yet, and it was such a waste to leave just like that. He stepped to the edge of the forest. I am here. Where are all of you? Lin Fan said. The female Yin demon looked at Lin Fan. Even if he stepped to the edge of the forest, she didn't want to do anything useless. However, she couldn't just let it go like that. Instantly, the female Yin demon stepped forwards and left a deep footprint on the ground. Then, a mound rose up like there was something hidden in it and swiftly struck towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan wasn't prepared to fight the female Yin demon in the forest. That would be asking to die. He took a step back. Out of the forest. At that moment, the mound broke and dissipated. Human, I understand how despicable you are. I hope that when you face me at night, you can still maintain your calmness. Kiki. The female Yin demon laughed coldly and slowly hid into the darkness. So boring. Lin Fan shook his head and felt really regretful. Demons were a good existence, as for offending them, that didn't exist. Even if he didn't. In the future, if he faced them at night, they would become food for the demons. His gains today were decent. However, with so many demons, the rage points increase was a little too little. However, he had no choice. There were too few demons that could see him at the edge of the forest. Many of them hid behind and didn't remember what he looked like. What a waste. If there wasn't a forest and the demons were exposed to the sunlight, then he would beat up all of them. That rage points would be great. What a waste. Some things were good to think about, but there was still a long way to go. Let's go back. Lin Fan waved his hands and brought all of Martial Path Mountain's combat strength to leave this place. The demons would return. Martial Path Mountain. Lin Fan looked at the small support system. Rage points, 51912. Not bad. Lin Fan smiled. To be able to slowly raise his strength while enjoying it, that was the happiest time in his life. He went to Cousin to ask for the Big Dipper Silence Palm Cultivation technique. He had seen Cousin use it before. This palm technique was really strong and its effects were really eye-catching. After he used it, the effects were really shocking. Blade technique, palm technique, finger technique, but he lacked fist and leg techniques. If he had a chance, he would try it out. It was really fragrant. When he just came to this world, he didn't want to do anything, just eat, drink, poop, and shake his arms. Now there was a slight change. Apart from enjoying, he also cultivated some cultivation techniques to raise his strength. People who knew how to enjoy and fight were perverted and couldn't be offended. Within the room. Adding points, improving. Physique slowly jumped from 300. He wasn't in a rush to raise it to Martial Path grade 11. He wanted to see whether or not any accidents would happen during the process. CSI. At that moment, white steam spread out from his body. At the start there wasn't any, but suddenly it exploded out. This scene scared Lin Fan a little. But shortly after, he heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't feel any pain different from the last time. Puchi. A low sound rang out. He looked into his body. The meridians in his body were shaking, and there was a mysterious power flowing about. That power was like lightning, stimulating each meridian in his body and also his flesh and blood. As his physique continued to increase, the changes became more and more obvious. A swelling feeling. What a filling feeling. He felt like his body was about to become bigger. That feeling of being stuffed to the brim, one couldn't even imagine it. Martial Path grade 12. But the changes in his body made him feel like grade 12 wasn't the limit. He thought back to his father's introverted feeling. He was definitely ahead of many people. Thinking about it, it made sense. If not, he definitely wouldn't have been able to develop such an expert like Cousin. For Cousin to reach Martial Path grade 9 at such an age, he was already a genius amongst geniuses. That was just 10 years of time. Instantly. When physique rose to 330, his physique cultivation reached Martial Path grade 11. Each pore on his body opened up and spat out white steam. The steam was really hot and thick, not dissipating for a long time. Amazing. I feel like my body is filled with power, and there is also a mysterious feeling. Raising 1 point now required 500 rage points. It was increasing steadily. Increasing internal strength. Problems slowly appeared in his body. Heart cultivation realm wasn't high enough. Raise Purple Sun 4 Saint Scripture. Raise heart cultivation. Now, Purple Sun 4 Saint Scripture had reached grade 14, and each increase required 2000 rage points. Purple Sun 4 Saint Scripture, grade 15. Purple Sun 4 Saint Scripture, grade 25, internal strength, 330, Martial Path grade 11, the internal strength in his body quickly spun. This was the main internal strength, not the special internal strength cultivated by cultivation techniques. This main internal strength concerned the strength of one's moves. Lin Fan was shocked. What I am cultivating now is considered the Martial Path. Who knows what it will be like when I raise it? He was really curious. He felt that the mysteriousness of this path was even more attractive than the mysteriousness of the demons. He was seriously cultivating now. It wasn't easy and it was worth praising. Oh. He took out a deep breath and a purple energy was spat out from his mouth. This was the shocking change in internal strength after raising Purple Sun 4 Saint Scripture to grade 25. With the small support system, raising Martial Path realm was indeed really quick. However, for some reason he felt that it was so quick that it terrified him. That night. Jianghu City Gate. Horse hooves sounded in the distance. Very quickly, a bunch of people arrived at Jianghu City. The male at the head raised his head, his face was cold and sunken. Jianghu City. Chapter 171. The next morning. Before Lin Fan woke up, the door was pushed open. Go Zi hurried in with a panicked expression. Not good, young master, there is a serious murder case in Jianghu City and many people died. The commoners are all at Martial Path Mountain and hope that young master can take a look. Why did people die again? Lin Fan was helpless. What was going on? Was he a jinx that would cause people to die wherever he went? That was impossible, he was a lucky star. A while ago, many people died because of the Yin Demon incident. Now that more people died, that didn't make sense. Gozi shook his head. I don't know. They didn't say the exact situation, but looking at their expressions, it seems serious. Lin Fan hurriedly put on his clothes, washed up and walked out immediately. Martial Path Mountain entrance. Many commoners surrounded there. When they saw Lin Fan, they all cried out in fear. Sect leader Lin, go take a look. Something huge happened in the city. That's right, it is tragic, really tragic. Why they died so tragically? The commoners' emotions fluctuated like they were so shocked by such a scene that they didn't know what to say. Lin Fan didn't ask them about the exact situation. With the current situation, even if he asked, he wouldn't be able to get anything out of them. It was best if he personally took a look. More people died? That was a little problematic. Yin demons couldn't enter the city, so how could they kill commoners? As for 9 Bug Gang, it was impossible. Those people came to find things and weren't killing maniacs. Unless they were perverted and killed innocent people, there was no reason for them to do so. Jianghu City. When he stepped into the city, he felt that the atmosphere was a little suppressed. It felt like dirty water was stuck to his heart, making it hard to breathe and disgusting. He didn't have such a feeling in the past. Now that he had such a feeling, was it because his cultivation had risen to a certain level, which was why he had such a feeling towards disaster? Under the lead of the commoners, he arrived at the location. Qin Xingyao stood there with a solemn expression. Even if he wasn't willing to participate in these things that had nothing to do with him, but when he saw the corpses in each room, he felt like they were done by humans. Sect leader Lin. When Qin Xingyao saw Lin Fan, he ran over and said, "These people are too vicious. I feel like there are demons living in seclusion in Jianghu City. Was this done by humans? Even I wouldn't be able to do that." The first shop. The deceased was a waiter. He had died a horrible death. His face was black, his chest was split open, and his organs were crushed. It was as if he had suffered some kind of torture, and his organs were slowly crushed before he died. Lin Fan looked at it for a while. He didn't see any details, but he came to the conclusion that it was indeed very cruel. After that, he walked into the second shop. The strong smell of blood wafted over. More people had died, a family of 3. The man hung from the beam of the roof with a rope around his neck. His eyes were wide open, and his expression was one of anger. It looked like he was slowly losing his breath in anger. Under normal circumstances, if someone was strangled to death, they would not have such an expression. Instead, it would be more of a struggle. When he saw what happened next, he understood why the man was so angry even though he was being strangled to death. There were 2 naked female corpses lying on the ground. One of the corpses seemed to be only 11 or 12 years old, still a child. And before they died, they suffered inhuman torture, lying on the chairs. There were 5 bloody holes on each side of their shoulders like someone was pressing down on them, fingers piercing into their shoulders. At the same time, there were many deep wounds on their backs like they were scratched by sharp claws. Lin Fan had never seen such a scene before. This was a huge blow to his heart. "Beast. You dog, I will definitely pull you out." Lin Fan's expression became solemn and serious. He didn't have the mindset of watching a show like before. Killing people wouldn't make one angry. He came to this world and understood that if you didn't kill me, then I would kill you. But what he was angry about was that they didn't even let off a child and even did that to her. Damn it. Liang Yongqi couldn't help but vomit. Damn it. He saw such a scene in the morning, and his heart suffered 10,000 damage. Which bastard was so sick in the head? If he had balls, then step out, he would smash his head. Zhou Zhongmao had killed many bandits and was used to such scenes. Feng Poliu frowned. This sick method, this disgusting killing method, it was a little familiar. Do you know who it is? Lin Fan saw Feng Poliu frown like he was in deep thought and asked. Feng Poliu said, "I have some idea, but I am not sure who it is. However, it has something to do with 9 Bug Gang." Lin Fan didn't continue to ask, heading to the other shops to take a look. Basically, they all died badly. Those who were hung on the roof suffered the least physical injuries, but their souls were in more pain than anyone else. This place has become dangerous. Yuan Tianchu felt that things were a little complicated. Too many things happened in Jianghu City recently. When he was in Yu City, such a situation had never happened before. Now that he left Yu City and came to Jianghu City, these people died one after another. It was just too weird. Someone definitely attracted them over. He looked towards Lin Fan. Naturally, he was the one who attracted them over. City tea house. There was only one table on the second floor. The other tables had unfinished tea, but there was no one there. Head, those people are really stubborn, they actually didn't say anything. The person who spoke was from 9 Bug Gang. He looked really fierce. Along with Head Su, there were 6 of them. They were all top experts in 9 Bug Gang. It isn't that they don't want to say, but they don't know anything. Head Su held the teacup and looked coldly at Jianghu City. When the gang members heard this, they shuddered. Head Su was really vicious. Since he knew, he still killed them one by one. Head Su said coldly, I am in a bad mood, so I can't stop killing. I can only continue to kill. If I can't find it, then I will continue. Even if I kill everyone in Jianghu City, I will find it. Head Su is right. The gang members sucked up to him. Head Su was too murderous. Of course, compared to the head, they were no weaker. They killed those who needed to be killed, tortured those who needed to be tortured, and stripped those who needed to be naked. 9 Bug Gang was their backing. When they were outside, they didn't need to be afraid of anyone. Crime scene. Lin Fan saw the tragic situation in all the shops. He didn't want to say anything more. It was really tragic. These people shouldn't have died, they were just normal civilians. Young Master Qin, come over. Lin Fan waved his hands. Qin Xingyao was called a hero by the commoners. He really couldn't take it anymore. Although he killed people before, he wasn't so sick in the head. Sect leader Lin, do you have any instructions? Qin Xingyao asked. In the current Jianghu City, he dared to offend anyone but Lin Fan. His life was in his hands, and whether or not he could live depended on his medicine. Lin Fan said softly, don't tell others that I said it. Find some people to spread the news. Just say that Martial Path Mountain has bugs. Just that? Qin Xingyao thought that it was something serious and was prepared to risk his life. Who knew that it was so simple? Too simple. Lin Fan nodded his head. Qin Xingyao patted his chest and guaranteed, don't worry, leave it to me. When Zhang Tianshan heard Lin Fan say all that, he was stunned. Was the kid so smart? He was actually able to think of such a lousy idea. Wasn't that just telling others that 9 Bug Gang stuff was on Martial Path Mountain? Head Su led the gang members to lead their horses and walk around the city. They weren't strolling around but searching for clues. Suddenly, his ears twitched and a voice spread out. Do you know? There are bugs on Martial Path Mountain, they are really weird. I have never seen one in my life. Is that true? Of course, I personally saw it. How can there be such weird bugs in the world? How would I know? Maybe they mutated. A few commoners talked about the gossip they heard. Wherever there were many people, there would be people talking about this matter. Casting a wide net to search for people, what a good method. Qin Xingyao was really quick at doing things. Not long after Lin Fan instructed him, he told Manager Yu to spread the news. When Head Su heard that, he stopped and was in deep thought. Martial Path Mountain? Bugs? This was what he was looking for. Head Su walked towards the commoners who were chatting. Where is Martial Path Mountain? You are not from here, right? The commoners looked at Head Su and asked. What? Is there a problem? Head Su asked. In his heart he was a little unhappy. He asked where they were, so why did they speak so much nonsense? The commoners shook their heads. No, Martial Path Mountain is on that mountain not far from the city. The main reason is that Martial Path Mountain was just formed, and there are only 6 people including the sect leader. I thought that you all came to join Martial Path Mountain. Head Su smiled and nodded his head like he knew some unspeakable secrets. Thank you. When he learned that the bugs were in the hands of a sect, he was thinking about whether or not they had enough manpower. Who knew that it was a newly formed sect? 6 people? Kiki. Such a simple mission, and those few pieces of trash could even fail. They were just trash. Of course. He thought about that, so naturally he asked how old the Martial Path Mountain sect leader was. He found out that he was a young man, just over 20. Then what did he have to worry about? Even if he was a genius, how strong could he be at such a young age? Even if he was Martial Path grade 8 or grade 9, so what? He was just trash. Head, where are we going now? The gang members asked. Head Su said, let's go, follow me to Martial Path Mountain to find the thing and then return to the gang. The loss of the gang treasure had nothing to do with him. But the person guarding it was his friend's son and he was a nephew. Because of that he was the scapegoat. Head Su brought the 5 gang members and left the city. Of course. Naturally he wasn't arrogant, but the reality was right there. No matter how he thought about it, he was unable to imagine how strong a young man could be. But truthfully, the young man that he looked down on became stronger recently. He came late. Chapter 172. 6 horses left Jianghu City and galloped towards Martial Path Mountain. Head Su was eager to complete the mission and pass the treasure to the gang leader. 9 Bug Gang's internal system was really strict. He might be ahead, but if he made a mistake, the punishment he would face would be really terrifying. Such an environment caused the hearts of the 9 Bug Gang members to change greatly. They slowly became perverted. Very quickly, a mountain peak appeared in his sight. Head Martial Path Mountain is in front. I didn't expect that there would be a sect around this small Jianghu city. Why isn't there a record of this sect in our gang's power distribution? A member asked. Do you even need to think about it? It is definitely a weak sect, it doesn't matter. Head Su said calmly, Martial Path Mountain was just formed and only 6 people, so how would it be recorded? Haha, a sect with 6 people, what a joke. Such a small sect dares to offend our 9 Bug Gang, they really don't know their place. Let's go, let's teach them a lesson. Hualulu. Just at that moment, the 9 Bug Gang members pulled the ropes and someone appeared in front of them. Lin Fan placed his hands on the handle, the sheath pressed against the ground. He looked forwards and stood at the entrance of Martial Path Mountain. I have waited for you for a long time, Lin Fan said. Head Su pointed at Lin Fan and said fiercely, Who are you? Lin Fan said, Martial Path Mountain sect leader. Ah. When he said that he was the Martial Path Mountain sect leader, everyone laughed. To them they had never seen such a young sect leader. The 6 of them got off their horses and walked towards Lin Fan. Instantly a fierce aura spread out from their bodies and pounced towards Lin Fan. Head Su sized up Lin Fan and didn't see anything special about him. He was just a normal young man who was confident and arrogant enough. Just you alone? Where are the others from Martial Path Mountain? Head Su asked. Instantly, Zhou Zhongmao and the others walked out from the side. Cousin, let me do it, Zhou Zhongmao said. He looked solemnly at Head Su. Out of the 6 of them, the one in front of him gave him the most danger. He could deal with the others. No need, I'll do it today, Lin Fan replied. In his heart he wasn't very happy. There was a lump of anger stuck in his chest. If he didn't vent it out, he wouldn't be able to calm down. These bastards were so ruthless. They didn't even let off such a cute little sister. That was against the law and they would have to spend the rest of their lives in jail. If the law could not uphold justice in his mind, then he would use his own hands to end their evil. It really is them. Feng Poliu squinted. When he saw Head Su he recalled. Even if he had left Insect Valley for a long time, he still understood Insect Valley's subsidiary power, 9 Bug Gang. They were the only ones who could be so ruthless. It really shouldn't be like this. It had changed. It had changed too much. Lin Fan raised his saber and walked towards the 6 of them. As he walked he said, You guys attacked ordinary citizens. Have you never thought that one day you would also suffer extremely cruel torture? The 9 Bug Gang members were stunned and then they laughed out loud. One of the gang members, who was wearing a pair of metal claw gloves, walked out while laughing wildly. You're really arrogant, brat. How dare you talk to us like that? What? You want to be a hero? Let me tell you, it really felt good last night. The Jianghu City women are so cute, especially that brat, that feeling. Damn, I don't know, I really don't know. Let me deal with this kid. Look carefully, I will rip off his flesh piece by piece and turn it into bacon. Kid, remember the one who killed you is 9 Bug Gang's Wang Tailong. The moment he said that, Wang Tailong's claws rubbed, sparks flew, and there was an ear-piercing sound. Thick internal strength waves spread out from his body, and with a pung he disappeared from the spot. He was an expert. He was indeed an expert. Be it speed or internal strength, he had reached the level of an expert. Instantly, a person appeared beside Lin Fan. He raised his claws and was about to grab him. However, just as he was about to touch him, he disappeared, leaving behind a speck of dust. Each time he moved there would be a low explosion. Lin Fan stood there calmly, not moving at all. He didn't even blink. Shwa. Wang Tailong appeared with a teasing smile on his face. Kid, I wanted to deal with you right away, but I realized that it was too easy. Did you feel like you were on the verge of death? Lin Fan didn't say anything. What nonsense was he saying? He just wanted to kill these people. He wanted to kill them when they were at their most excited. Are you so frightened that you can't speak? What a pitiful kid, ha. Wang Tailong laughed like a pervert. His expression was vicious and disgusting. Especially those eyes that looked like they were about to pop out, it made one feel uncomfortable. Suddenly, Wang Tailong retracted his smile and said solemnly, "It is time to end this." Suddenly he disappeared again. This time he was going to dig out the other party's heart soundlessly and let him see what it looked like with his own eyes. Other people might not be able to do such a thing, but he could. That was because his glove was sharp enough. Kidai. Wang Tailong appeared in front of Lin Fan, his sharp claws clawing towards Lin Fan's chest. Seeing that the kid didn't react at all, he knew that he was terrified. The sharp claws stabbed into Lin Fan's skin, but there wasn't a scene of blood splattering. There was also no sound of flesh tearing. Instead, there was an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing. What? Wang Qielong's expression changed and his pupils constricted. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Pada. Lin Fan raised his hand and grabbed the sharp claws, looking at him coldly. You killed that family of 3, right? Lin Fan asked. Kachi. Kachi. Lin Fan exerted strength in his palm, and the sound of something breaking could be heard. The metal glove was deformed, and the 5 fingers inside the glove were crushed. Ah! Wang Tailong screamed. Pain, it was really painful. Let go, you let go. Lin Fan smiled and used even more strength. There was a poochie sound. The iron claw shattered, and the shrapnel fell along with flesh and blood. One of Wang Qielong's hands deformed. It was a bloody mess and one couldn't tell that it was a hand anymore. Lin Fan raised his hand and smacked towards his head. His palm was really quick. When it smashed into his head, an energy wave spread out. Wang Qielong's head tilted to the left. Lin Fan raised his left hand and smacked down. The strong impact caused the internal structure of his brain to shift. Poochie. Wang Tailong spat out fresh blood. Blood flowed out from his nose and eyes. Cousin, smash his bones. I want all his bones to shatter one by one. At the same time, I want him to live. Can you do that? Lin Fan grabbed Wang Tailong and tossed him in front of Cousin. Yes. Zhou Zhongmao nodded his head. He noticed that Cousin was really angry and didn't want to say much to others. He just needed to complete Cousin's instructions. Papa. Zhou Zhongmao raised his hand and hit a few acupoints on Wang Qielong's body. He started from his toes and pinched them one by one. Kachi. Kachi. That was the sound of bones breaking. Cousin said that each bone made 206 bones. Wang Tailong, who was half dead, cried out. He was tortured by broken bones. You. Hetsu looked at Lin Fan in shock. He didn't expect Wang Tailong to actually lose. Rage points plus 555. Rage points plus 444. Lin Fan didn't care about these rage points. The rage points of these people made him feel disgusted. I didn't expect you to have some ability. Hetsu's face was cold. He had underestimated him. Lin Fan pulled out his blade and looked at him coldly. I am lazy to play with all of you. I will just chop all of you to death. Don't speak such useless nonsense to me. He then tossed the blade sheath to the side. These fellows were just too despicable. He couldn't take it. People who were weaker than Yin demons didn't have the right to get his recognition. The moment he said that. At that moment, Hetsu brought the remaining 4 gang members and charged towards Lin Fan. Cousin. Zhou Zhongmao raised his head. He was a little nervous. Nothing could happen to him. However, he believed that Cousin wouldn't do something he had no confidence in. Hetsu was very strong, but the other 4 sect members were not weak either. Kid, you are really confident, but in the end you won't be able to escape death. Hetsu hollered. His right arm was covered in a layer of black bugs as he slapped out. Long. He swung the back of his saber horizontally, blocking these bugs. However, following that, 4 gang members charged over with swift and fierce attacks. Today is the anniversary of your death. These people were all vicious people. Most of the cultivation techniques they cultivated were really terrifying. Not long later, Lin Fan retreated and stared coldly at the 5 of them. He was slowly falling into a disadvantage. Kid, I have to admit that you are strong, but you don't have the ability to survive from our hands. Hetsu said. Hee hee. Lin Fan smiled and then raised his head. Is that so? I thought that I could suppress all of you with my internal strength cultivation, but it seems like I thought too much. Then I hope that you can hold on longer. The moment he said that, Lin Fan's aura changed. Hetsu was shocked. He noticed that this kid was different from before. Or rather, there was a huge difference. Physique rose to martial path grade 11. Did his strength increase? If that was the case, then he was just trash. Pucci. At that moment, he felt that all his pores opened up and a boiling white mist spat out. Lin Fan hollered. His entire body seemed to have grown taller. His muscles swelled. It wasn't a sudden increase, but each piece of muscle became tighter. They contained shocking strength and a fierce aura surged out. It was really shocking and actually made one feel afraid. This wasn't the end. Internal strength boiled and passed through his skin. It gave off an endless amount of mist like the mist was being burned. The blade in his hand was slowly covered by a layer of purple internal strength. Internal and external cultivation going all out. My hands have never been stained with life, but for all of you, I will break that rule. Chapter 173. This aura, for some reason Hetsu took a step back and he was filled with terror. He sensed it. His strength was much more terrifying than before. Lin Fan's lips curled up. With a pang, he disappeared from the spot and appeared in front of a gang member. He charged over with a gust of wind, causing the hair of the gang member to flutter. The gang member held an iron chain and raised his head in terror. He looked at the kid who was taller than him. For some reason he panicked a little. Lin Fan raised the blade in his hand, internal strength injected in, and an eye-catching glow exploded out. What? The gang member holding the iron chain raised his weapon to block. But everything was a dream. When the saber fell, he felt an unbearable force coming at him. Pucci. His face flushed red and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. No one saw whether or not Lin Fan landed. At that moment, Lin Fan turned around and looked at the stunned gang members. As for the person behind him, he was already dead. The gang member holding the iron chain was filled with questions. Why didn't the blade land? Is it because he is afraid of 9-bug gang? But when he had such a thought, he felt a slight pain in his head as if something was splashing out. Pucci. The gang member's corpse was split into two. When it fell to the ground, he actually saw two halves of himself. They just stared at one another, and slowly his mind disappeared as he fell into endless darkness. When the power of dual cultivation exploded out, the aura that it gave off wasn't something that normal people could block. His blade was really quick. It was so quick that one could see two halves of themselves. It could even allow the brains that were sliced open to think about problems. Damn. Hetsu hollered in rage. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. This kid was acting like a pig to eat a tiger. This was a sign that he had achieved great success in both external and internal martial arts. How was that possible? How old was he? How did he cultivate that? Lin Fan looked at them calmly. He slowly raised his blade and pointed it at Hetsu. Apart from you, the few of them won't live for more than 3 seconds. What? The moment he said that, Lin Fan disappeared from the spot. Internal strength and stamina wouldn't be consumed, and each strike would give off a terrifying aura. Pucci. 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 Hetsu could see Lin Fan's figure clearly, but to the other three, it was extremely difficult. They only felt that there was something terrifying moving around them. At this moment, Lin Fan appeared in front of Hetsu. Now only the two of us are left. Headmaster Su was stunned. What did these words mean? But soon he knew what it meant. The bodies of the other three were separated, and large amounts of blood sprayed out. Even at the moment of their deaths, they did not understand what had happened. Amazing, truly amazing. Now I finally understand why you were so calm. It turns out that you were hiding something. Indeed, to have such strength at such a young age, it's natural for you to be arrogant. However, you've provoked someone you shouldn't have. Hetsu took a few steps back and pulled apart the distance between them. If you think you can deal with me with such strength, then you don't respect me, the hall head of 9-bug gang. Ah. Hetsu hollered, his expression became really vicious. Green veins appeared like there were many bugs crawling within. Insect Valley's technique, sucking bugs into the body to replace the blood, allowing one to explode with shocking potential. To dare cultivate such a technique with huge repercussions, you really are bold. As the most outstanding disciple of Insect Valley, Feng Poliu knew about their internal techniques like the back of his hand. The people of Insect Valley normally wouldn't cultivate this kind of technique. Only those who fought on the front lines for Insect Valley and could lose their lives at any moment would cultivate it without caring about the consequences. But don't say that. Even if there were repercussions, such a technique could still explode with shocking strength. Kid, you deserve to die. Hetsu hollered. He felt a power that he had never had in his body boiling. His blood was already boiling. He stepped forwards and the ground cracked. Numerous small bugs flew out from his body, forming a black bug blade that slashed towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan raised his hand to counter. Two blades clashed, thick internal strength clashed with one another, causing an energy wave to spread out. Hetsu hollered in rage, his aura became stronger. Each blade was about to take Lin Fan's life. His speed also became really quick. Lin Fan blocked. Basic blade technique Vengeful Tiger blade technique was raised to the returning to true level. His understanding of the blade was much better than anyone else. Not to mention he also raised Lightning Blade 4 strokes to the highest realm. To Lin Fan this was the first time he had fought a true battle. He couldn't feel any fatigue at all. He also couldn't feel his internal strength drying up. From start to now there was no change at all. Lin Fan hollered. There were just too few people who cultivated internal and external to such a level. When the blade slashed down, it actually caused the air to shake and there was a loud explosion. Hetsu was really mad, but at that moment he raised his hand to block. He knelt on one knee and the ground split open. A green vein on his face exploded. What flowed out wasn't blood but bugs, and they were still alive. What a heavy blade. Lin Fan's eyes were filled with coldness, a coldness without any emotions. It was like he was immersed in the joy of battle. Hetsu wanted to get up and fight back in rage. But all of a sudden the saber, which was so fast that it could no longer be seen, fell again. Lin Fan looked down from above, waving his arms. There weren't any beautiful blade techniques, but internal strength caused the blade glow to become more eye-catching. External cultivation and internal cultivation combined. The strength that exploded out was shockingly terrifying. Hetsu took the blade head-on and the ground cracked once more. It was a finger deeper than before. He couldn't stand up. Lin Fan didn't use any complicated blade techniques. It was just a simple blade that landed. However, this simple slash contained all of Lin Fan's strength. This kid. Feng Poliu underestimated Lin Fan. He thought that this kid's strength was just SOSO, but it was obvious that he underestimated him. The power in each blade didn't change. His control was just too strong. He didn't dare to imagine that each of Lin Fan's blades would be his strongest. Physique and internal strength supported him such that he didn't feel any consumption at all. Gotcha. When that blade landed, the bug blade in Hetsu's hand started to crack, showing signs of collapsing. Stop. Stop right now. Hetsu couldn't support such crazy attacks. Damn, how thick was your internal strength and stamina? Each time you slashed out such a heavy blade, didn't you feel tired? Damn. He still slashed. The bug blade totally shattered, turning into numerous bugs that fell to the ground. Kid, enough, don't go overboard. Hetsu saw that another blade was about to land, and he hollered in rage. Puchi. The saber slashed down, chopping down on his shoulder. Originally it was going to chop off his arm, but his reaction was very fast. His 5 fingers grabbed the back of the saber, but even so, the saber still cut in and a large amount of blood spurted out from the wound. Hetsu panted, his face was ashen white. He lost in such a random and violent way. I am 9 Bug Gang's head, killing me won't do you any good. Even if you don't think for yourself, you have to think for the Jianghu city people behind you. Hetsu spat out blood and said. His tone was filled with threat. Lin Fan released the blade. Hetsu's face was filled with joy. He thought that Lin Fan wouldn't let go, but he really frightened him. However, what happened next filled him with disbelief. Lin Fan opened his fingers, grabbing Hetsu's face and lifting him up. I don't like to fight and I don't have a goal. I just want to enjoy my life. But now because of your words I have a goal. The moment he said that, Lin Fan hollered, pressing the ground with one palm. With a pang, his head smashed into the ground, giving out a low explosion. He slowly released his hand, his back facing him. What? Hetsu's face was covered in blood, his eyes were filled with rage. He climbed up slowly, shaking his body. You, pang. Lin Fan spun around and punched the other party's face. The strong impact sent the other party's head flying. Long. Hetsu's body fell. He failed. He lost in a total mess, even losing his life to Lin Fan. Who? Lin Fan heaved a sigh of relief, his furious heart slowly calmed down. Feels good, it really feels good. I can finally vent out my pent-up anger. His mentality recovered once more. These people were just too much. If they simply killed people, then forget it. Although they would still kill them, they wouldn't let them die so quickly. If they wanted to kill, then so be it. They even tortured an innocent little girl like that. Right. He felt unjust for the little girl. To be able to do that to such a little girl, he was just sick in the head. Lin Fan walked beside his cousin, looking at the helper who was screaming helplessly, "You haven't crushed his bones?" "No, if I crush too quickly he might not be able to take it," Zhou Zhongmao said. "It was this guy who hurt the little girl and her mother." "Spare me." The helper opened his mouth and said weakly. Lin Fan looked at him in disdain. "There is no need to crush." Then he raised his leg and stomped down, directly crushing his opponent's head. Decisive without hesitation. This allowed Yuan Tianchu to see a different Lin Fan, giving him a deep lesson. So, this surnamed Lin person wasn't so friendly. Not only was he strong but he was also really cruel. He felt a chill down his spine. Looking at Lin Fan crush his head, he actually felt a chill down his neck. Zhou Zhongmao wanted to attack, but he didn't let him. Instead he wanted to attack himself. The information revealed within was worth thinking about. The more he thought about it, the more he felt. It was a little dangerous, like he was reminding some people who didn't know their place. "Like me?" Feng Poliu said softly. "Young Master Lin, killing feels good for a moment, but what happens next will be a little complicated." Lin Fan smiled. "Complicated? It isn't complicated. Killing feels good for a moment, I will continue to kill. 9 bug gang is enough for me to kill." Chapter 174. Feng Poliu looked at Lin Fan. This kid was a little arrogant. He actually said such words. He was still too young. He hadn't learned his lesson. "Cousin, clean up the scene. These corpses are quite terrifying to leave here, it is a little scary." Feng Poliu head to Jianghu City to tell the people that the killer has been killed and there is no need to be afraid. After Lin Fan instructed, he didn't have much to do. Such a terrifying scene wasn't done by others. "You were the one who did it." Lin Fan was totally at odds with 9 bug gang now. What was that saying? Either you die or I die. We wouldn't sit down to drink tea and talk about friendship, we would just have the urge to fight when we met. He wanted to be a happy rich family young master, who knew that things would turn out like this. Broken vows, he really broke them. His hands had never been stained with blood before. Now that he was too angry, he killed these people. But one had to say that it felt really good when he slashed people. That feeling was something that one couldn't feel without personally doing it. Feng Poliu headed to Jianghu City to tell the people that they were safe, that the killer had been killed, and that such a thing wouldn't happen again. When the people learned that the matter was solved, they were delighted. However, so many people died and they felt a little sad. Too tragic. It was really tragic. They didn't expect such a cruel thing to happen in the world. When Qin Xingyao learned that the matter was over, he heaved a sigh of relief. He was nearly frightened to death. He was still the hero in the hearts of the people. When he faced things he couldn't solve, the people would find him. This was obviously pushing him to the heart of the storm. With his weak body, he wasn't even enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. These people were really despicable. He suspected whether or not they were doing this on purpose. If not, why would they let him charge forwards? Huang Boren was in a good mood. He saw the potential of Martial Path Mountain and the hope of them rising up. Of course, if he knew that Martial Path Mountain was at odds with 9 bug gang, he wouldn't be able to sit still. However, that shouldn't be possible. He didn't know what 9 bug gang was and couldn't sense how terrifying they were. As Zhu Xiang followed Lu Xian to King Wutong's territory to display his talents beside King Wutong. But unfortunately, Lu Xian didn't give him a chance at all, directly throwing him into the mines to dig for stones. After digging for many days, the opportunity finally came. He was selected by the army and left the stone mines. To Zhu Xiang. He had to leave the stone quarry. Otherwise, no matter how talented he was, he would never be able to make a name for himself. He was very lucky. During this period of time, he relied on his intelligence, talent, and eloquence to become the head of 100 people. But this wasn't his end. He wanted to climb higher, to climb to King Wutong's side and become a trusted aide. He wanted to become someone above everyone else. Even if this road was not easy to walk, even if his head was bleeding, he would never retreat. After leaving Yu City, he didn't think about turning back. At this moment, Zhu Xiang was training the soldiers in his hands when he saw a bunch of soldiers return. Their faces were filled with exhaustion and they were in a mess. Their bodies were covered in blood. He knew that these soldiers were going to exterminate bandits. These bandits often intercepted supplies, so they had to get rid of them. But looking at the current situation, it seemed like the suppression of the bandits had failed, and many people had died. My chance is here. He knew whether or not he could attract more attention. He had to do something that others couldn't, but he could. Continue training. Zhu Xiang turned around and walked towards the general. He was going to volunteer. Although some people would gossip about him, he didn't care. They were just jealous. If they had the balls, they would volunteer too. If they only knew how to talk and not do, then they would never get what they wanted. His goal was the same and wouldn't change. You city. Lin Wani would occasionally come to the border to check on the situation. Something had already happened and the surrounding environment was slowly changing. Compared to before, the change wasn't too huge. But the slow change was enough to show that everything was going to be quick. Old master, I can handle this. Old Wu followed behind and said. Lin Wani smiled, it is okay. I just came out to take a look in case anything happens. Then he thought about Lin Fan and sighed. That brat left home and didn't even send a letter to talk about the recent situation. He really left home and didn't send any letters. Old Wu smiled, old master, young master is definitely having a good time outside. He is having so much fun that he has forgotten about us. Moreover, with Zhongmao by his side, he won't be bullied outside. He knew that Zhongmao was trained by old master to protect young master. Old master had such a thought since decades ago. Maybe he expected young master to leave U City. After all, if a war broke out, it would be too dangerous for young master to stay in U City. Hey, I made a mistake. Zhongmao listens to his cousin too much and doesn't have his own thoughts at all. If that kid causes trouble outside and Zhongmao cleans up for him, if he faces someone he can't offend, then they will be in trouble. Luckily, I gave Zhongmao a protective talisman that he can use in times of need. This protective talisman was really simple. It was for Zhongmao to say that his uncle was Lin Wani. Although he would still be beaten up, there was a high chance that he could survive. Lin Wani was really tired. Couldn't that kid work harder? More than 10 years of time had been wasted. Once gone, even if he worked hard, time wouldn't return. If he had the heart to work hard, during these decades he wouldn't be able to become a heaven-defying expert. At the very least, reaching grade 12 wouldn't be a problem. Don't think that he was bragging. Although it was a little difficult, it wasn't a big problem. You just had to pile all the good things on him. He just worked hard in the end. It was a little too late. He didn't have much time and energy. Suddenly, Lin Wani said towards the air, so what if you come? Why hide? How old are you? Do you still like to hide and seek? Old Wu found it weird. He didn't sense anyone around. That could only mean that the person was much stronger than him. The person who came was an expert. Lin Wani, I still hate you so much. A voice came from afar. Then a white-haired old man walked over. At first glance, there was nothing shocking about him. In fact, he even seemed to be trembling, as if he could collapse to the ground at any time, unable to move his hands and feet. Zhou City Su family old ancestor. Old Wu recognized him right away. Indeed, only such a person could make it so that he couldn't sense him. Old ancestor Su squinted his eyes and looked at old Wu. I didn't expect little friend Wu to become old. With your cultivation, it shouldn't be a problem for you to keep your looks. Why do you think that you look exactly the same as me? Old Wu smiled and didn't say a word. He felt really annoyed deep down. This old fellow's words easily offended people and made him feel really annoyed. So what if he wanted to act old? What did that have to do with him? Lin Wani said calmly, okay, stop talking nonsense. Why did you come to U City? He didn't have a good impression of old ancestor Su. After all, he was beaten up when he was young. Until now, he remembered it in his heart. Old ancestor Su touched his beard and smiled. I didn't come here for anything important. I just came to take a look. Also, my granddaughter came to U City and I heard that your son beat her up. When I heard that, I felt really embarrassed. Little Lin, did you tell your son to beat my granddaughter because you couldn't beat me? Nonsense. Lin Wani didn't give him a good expression. I can't beat you? Why don't you take a look at yourself? How old are you? You were at your peak in the past, but now you are past it. I'm only at my peak now. If you are unhappy, let's fight. It has been a long time since I learned the Su family's techniques. Old Wu didn't have a good impression of the Su family. Old master, forget it, forget it. How old is he? If we hurt him, the Su family will ask us for medical fees. Old Wu was the one who stopped the fight. He wouldn't let old master lose face and insult old ancestor Su a little. He had done such things for decades. He was familiar with it. Old ancestor Su looked at the barrier and said, soon, it really is soon. Another 20 years have passed. Who knows what will happen this time? Will it be as easy as before? I don't know if it will be easy or not, but your Su family has a high position in the imperial dynasty, so why didn't you care about King Wutong's rebellion? Lin Wani said. What kind of nonsense was that? The timing of King Wutong's rebellion wasn't right. Old Ancestor Su stroked his beard and smiled. Don't worry about this. Can a small conflict between brothers be considered a rebellion? That's just a little problem in the relationship between brothers. The current one has nothing better to do, so he hopes to play chess with his younger brother and make up. Lin Wani shook his head. Forget it, I don't want to care. I have nothing to do, so I just do such things. Aren't they afraid that this small problem will become a huge problem? Old Ancestor Su thought about something and smiled. Right, that person said that once the barrier is solved, he is prepared to marry a princess to your son. Don't you think that the emperor is generous? To marry a princess to your son means that he really values you. Lin Wani squinted his eyes and stared at Old Ancestor Su. Are you serious? Old Ancestor Su smiled. I don't know whether or not they will come, but that person has already decided. Consider it as giving you an answer and also giving you a way out to ensure that your Lin family won't end. Lin Wani stared at Old Ancestor Su and then nodded his head. I understand, I know what to do. Old Ancestor Su walked to Lin Wani's side and patted his shoulder. You aren't cultured and you look just like that. I didn't expect you to be so popular. You really harmed my daughter. I really valued you and nearly became your father. Unfortunately, we weren't fated. Lu Li. That person appeared in Lin Wani's mind. He then tossed it aside. How could he think about such things? It was all in the past. Old Ancestor Su smiled. Forget it. Even if you want to, I don't want to become your father and have to clean up your mess. Old man, do you want to talk nicely? Or do you want to fight with me today? If you want, I will accompany you to the end. I want to see how much you have improved after so many years. Lin Wani was furious. This old man was still so despicable. He was no different from before. Father? Damn. Ah. Old Ancestor Su smiled. Okay, I won't tease you anymore, it's not interesting at all. But remember, we can't lose you, city. I will leave and head to Jianghu City to see your son. Who knows if he will recognize me as his grandfather? The moment he said that, Old Ancestor Su disappeared from the spot. Lin Wani nearly smacked him in rage. If that unfilial kid dared to recognize him, then he wouldn't land to an inch, he really cultivated it. Lin Wani muttered. This wasn't within the range of martial arts but a true technique. Old Wu opened his mouth. Old master, why do I feel like this isn't simple? Lin Wani thought about it. Martial Path Mountain. A long period of time had passed since the 9-bug gang matter. Every day was really peaceful and blissful. Martial Path Mountain opened and many commoners would come to ask when they would recruit disciples. They were strong. They were as strong as cows. Wait. Talents that he hadn't seen before all popped up. They saw that Martial Path Mountain disciples could have a fixed salary and food and lodging were provided. Where else could they find such a life? Zhang Tianshan's heart hurt. From his point of view, these were all outstanding disciples to prepare. Look at that brother, his chest muscles were so developed. Look at that person, he did dozens of somersaults and didn't stop at all. That was true martial arts. If he was recruited to Martial Path Mountain, it would be a good thing. But he had no choice. He was only the deputy sect leader. Even if he wanted to do some things, he had to ask the sect leader for permission. His head hurt. His head hurt too much. Zhang Tianshan found Lin Fan. Sect leader, open your eyes and take a look. They are all top talents. If we bring them into Martial Path Mountain, we will be able to bring glory to the sect. Why not take them in as disciples? I have no money, Lin Fan said. Zhang Tianshan held his breath. He was lying, he actually said that he had no money? Huang Boren invested a lot. Where did the money go? He had no choice. He rejected him just like that. He didn't know what to say. What a waste. It was such a waste. They were all good seedlings. Zhang Tianshan looked at Lin Fan and shook his head before leaving. He could only apologize to those people that their Martial Path Mountain didn't accept disciples. Lin Fan looked at Zhang Tianshan's back view. He actually wanted to recruit disciples. Did he feel like he had too much money to spend? The 9-headed bug in his arms felt really comfortable. Although Feng Poliu said that the bug was called 9 Demon, he still liked to call it 9-headed bug. Simple, clear. Feng Poliu couldn't stay in Martial Path Mountain anymore and would head to the city. Who knew what he was doing? When he wasn't there, Lin Fan would refresh points and feed the 9-headed bug some bug-controlling technique internal strength. He noticed that when he fed it internal strength, this fellow grew really quickly. It would also give out sounds that made one not want to communicate with it. Young master, someone is looking for you. Go Z came to inform. Lin Fan said, who? I don't know, but he said that he is a talent that every sect needs. He said that our Martial Path Mountain needs his help and wants to meet young master. Go, Z didn't understand why he was here. Anyway, he said so much, but he didn't understand much. Lin Fan thought about it. Since he had nothing to do now, he might as well take a look. Martial Path Mountain entrance. Ji Xiaojun sized up the newly formed sect. His overall evaluation was that it was average, devoid of people, dead energy, and didn't have the aura of a large sect. He had been in the pugilistic world for decades. One look and he could see whether or not this sect had a future. But regretfully, when he first laid eyes on this sect, he was certain that this sect had no future. At this moment he saw a young man walk over from the distance. He was definitely the sect leader of this sect. He ran over and said, "Hello sect leader Lin, I am Ji Xiaojun. I heard that Martial Path Mountain was formed, so I came from hundreds of miles away." "You are?" Lin Fan looked at him. He was a middle-aged man. His smile gave him a feeling that he had something to promote to Martial Path Mountain. Ji Xiaojun smiled, "Sect leader Lin, I specialize in promoting sections. Just one look and I know that Martial Path Mountain isn't an ordinary sect. As long as we promote it well, in less than a year, we will be able to squeeze into a mid-tier sect. In 3 we will be able to enter a large sect. In 5 we will become a super sect. Good timing, good location and good people. Standing at the peak of the mountains we will have many achievements. But even good wine is afraid of deep alleys. If I promote it, I guarantee that numerous disciples will surge over from all directions to strengthen Martial Path Mountain." That was a little too much. What peak of the mountains? Apart from this mountain, go find another one for me to see. No need. Lin Fan replied. So, he was just promoting it? He didn't want Martial Path Mountain to be known by everyone. Every day there would be many people joining the sect. That wasn't what he wanted. After all, he was just too amazing. If other people knew that the Martial Path Mountain sect leader was so amazing, they would crazily try to squeeze in. "Sect leader Lin, I don't think you should reject. This is a huge benefit to any sect. Sect leader Lin, please believe my professional eyes. Martial Path Mountain will definitely become the top choice for many people. I will use my brush and stories to promote Martial Path Mountain. At least within these thousands of miles, I will let people remember Martial Path Mountain." Ji Xiaojun said confidently. He took out a book from his bag. "Sect leader Lin, take a look at these cases. I did all of them. In a short 8 years, I helped 50 newly formed sects rise to mid-tier sections. You can take a look." To him, this was sect leader Lin doubting his professionalism. He thought that he was a liar. If he really thought that way, then he was wrong. Ji Xiaojun wasn't a normal person. He was a really talented person. "I'm not interested, send him off." Lin Fan waved his hands. This was the opposite of what he wanted. How could he let him promote Martial Path Mountain? It was too popular. Every day people would come up and want to enter the sect. Wouldn't that be a huge headache? Ji Xiaojun wanted to say something, but seeing that sect leader Lin left, he was helpless. Why didn't he trust him? On the way down, Ji Xiaojun didn't give up. This was how it was. How could one succeed on the first try? During these few years he could only find those newly formed sections. Not to mention those large sects, not to mention meeting the sect leader, he couldn't even enter the gate. Wait. Just at that moment, Zhang Tianshan chased towards Ji Xiaojun. "You are?" Ji Xiaojun asked. Zhang Tianshan said, "I am Martial Path Mountain Deputy Sect Leader Zhang Tianshan. I heard that you can promote the sect, right?" "Right, Martial Path Mountain has just been formed and needs fresh blood. But if we don't promote it, how would people know? My existence is to help you solve these problems," Ji Xiaojun said. He wasn't lying and wasn't bragging. He was really in that line of work. Zhang Tianshan was tempted. He really wanted Martial Path Mountain to be famous. This was his life's hope. "How much silver does it cost?" Zhang Tianshan asked. If it was too expensive, he wouldn't be able to take out the silver. Ji Xiaojun said, "I have a few choices here. One is the basic publicity. The cheapest is only 50 taels. The second is the intermediate publicity. This is a little expensive. It needs 200 taels. As for the advanced publicity, it needs 1,000 taels." So expensive? Zhang Tianshan's eyes opened wide. This was like robbing money. Ji Xiaojun said, "These aren't expensive. If you know my promotion method, you will know that it is worth it." "What method?" Zhang Tianshan asked. Needless to say, he could only choose basic promotion. Even choosing it made his heart hurt. It was really too expensive. But he cared more about Martial Path Mountain than anything else. It was just silver. As long as Martial Path Mountain could become famous, it was enough. I can't say that. If I said it, then wouldn't you be able to do it? Ji Xiaojun said. The profits in this line of work were huge. People referred to starting a business as opening a shop. Starting a business here was starting a sect. If they succeeded, they would earn a lot of money. If they failed, they would even lose their underwear. Deputy sect leader, what do you think? If you are worried, you can pay half first. In the future, if it is effective, you can pass the rest to me or continue to work together. Ji Xiaojun said. Zhang Tianshan was convinced. How do I believe that you won't lie to me? Haha, Deputy Sect Leader Zhang, as the Deputy Sect Leader of Martial Path Mountain, naturally you are a courageous person. If I really lie to you, at least it means that I have the courage to come to Martial Path Mountain to cheat. I think that you have the courage to believe me, right? Ji Xiaojun said. Zhang Tianshan thought about it. Why did he feel like this fellow's words made sense? He hesitated for a long while. I believe you. Zhang Tianshan chose to believe her. He had no choice. To spread the name of Martial Path Mountain, he had to pay some money, although he was poor. But there were some things that he had to do even if he was poor. Ji Xiaojun received the silver and cupped his fists. Deputy Sect Leader Zhang, don't worry, leave this to me. Just wait for my good news. In less than a month, everyone within 1,000 miles will know about Martial Path Mountain, and there will be many people coming to visit. Zhang Tianshan looked at Ji Xiaojun leave. For some reason he was filled with anticipation. Hayes, Martial Path Mountain's flag needs me as the deputy sect leader to carry it. He felt that it wasn't easy for him. It wasn't easy at all. Just talking about those people. All of them were doing nothing and he was the only one who could do anything. Chapter 175. Hallmaster Su personally went out to look for the valuables that were stolen from the gang. But so many days had passed. There was no news at all. This made the 9-Bug gang people curious. They didn't think that something had happened to Head Su. That was impossible. They knew Head Su's strength and he was really strong. Especially since he knew the special technique that Insect Valley passed down. When it exploded, the strength was really shocking. On the giant boat on the Fuzhou River, many of the gang members didn't dare to make any noise. The gang leader was angry and many people had died. They could only blame themselves for being unlucky. When the gang leader was angry, they offended him. To them, gang leader was sick in the head. Could he blame them for stealing things? Your concubine stole it. She let you have fun and then she stole your things. That was your responsibility, how could you blame them? After all, your concubine didn't let them have fun. They were all innocent. Giant boat hall. Gang leader, Head Su definitely got the treasure and took it for himself. Right, there is a high possibility. The people who didn't like Head Su started to say bad things about him. He didn't return after so many days. He definitely fled. As for being killed? That wasn't realistic. They didn't like Head Su, but they had to admit that this fellow was really strong. He had many tricks up his sleeves, so how could he die? The choice between the treasure and the gang. If they could, maybe they would choose the treasure. That was a chance for them to rise up. Su Ying leaned against the pillar, her arms crossed. She hid in the shadows, not bothering about what these people said at all. It was impossible for him to leave 9-Bug gang because of the treasure. He understood that person, he didn't have the courage. There was only one possibility, he was dead. 9-Bug gang leader was fat, sitting there he was like a meatball. In his arms laid a devilish girl. She was really thin and weak, lying in his arms was like lying in a pile of meat. How disgusting. But the girl showed an expression of enjoyment. Another shallow girl who was immersed in power and wealth. What a waste. The people gathered here were all 9-Bug gang higher-ups. They were the hall heads of the various halls. They would look at the girl in his arms. She wore so little and was really tempting. He could be coquettish. But they couldn't stare at her all the time. If the gang leader found out that they were looking at the concubine in his arms, they might lose their lives. All of you shut up. 9-Bug gang leader raged. His voice rumbled like a drum. Everyone shut their mouths and the cabin was very quiet. No one dared to speak. Head Su didn't come back, so all of you say that he stole the treasure and betrayed us. Remember, whoever dares to say bad things about our brother behind his back, don't blame me for being impolite. Gang leader looked at everyone and said fiercely. Yes, gang leader, we didn't mean that either. They were all very afraid of the gang leader. Although the gang leader was as fat as a ball, that was all an illusion. The gang leader's true strength was very terrifying. If he really got angry, they wouldn't even know how they died. The chief said solemnly, Su Ying. Su Ying walked out from the darkness. Her perfectly straight legs made the other hall masters stare blankly. She was truly a woman filled with temptation. He really wanted to press this woman to the ground and rub her. Of course, these were just wishful thinking. How would they dare to have such thoughts? This woman was really terrifying and they hadn't lived long enough. Gang leader. Su Ying stood there. She knew why the gang leader called her out. 9 Bug Gang's gang leader's eyes were filled with greed. Only a guy like him was worthy of such a woman. Although he was the gang leader, he didn't dare to force himself on her. Su Ying was the hall head of 9 Bug Gang, but she was also the little miss of the Su family. That Su family in Zwa City. Go take a look at the situation. If Head Su really dies, take revenge for him and get the treasure back. Gang leader said. I know. Su Ying replied. She knew that this was the mission. Of course. One had to say. She was also very curious in her heart. Just who had the ability to kill Hallmaster Su? It was really curious. After which Su Ying left. She didn't stay here. She didn't like the smell here, it was the stench of a man. Everyone was looking at Su Ying. They were looking at her openly. They all had a thought in their hearts. Which was that Su Ying was badly injured and unconscious. They were beside her when that happened. All of them knew. I'll get you one day. 9 Bug Gang leader swore that no woman he liked could escape from his hands. Since Zhang Tianxian gave the silver to the person who convinced him, he was filled with anticipation and also nervous. Brother, I am a bold person. But you can't be someone who came to Martial Path Mountain to cheat. Ji Xiaojun was a person with principles. He really wasn't a liar. He took the silver from the deputy sect leader, so he had to do things. He started to promote Martial Path Mountain's glorious deeds in the neighboring cities. Don't talk about whether or not it happened. If you wanted to be serious, then you really were a contrarian. Zhang Tianxian told him that Martial Path Mountain didn't want to take in disciples, but they wanted to spread their name. So to Ji Xiaojun it was easy to do. Did he know how to brag? No. Then what was he doing? This industry wasn't suitable for him. If he didn't know how to brag, then he wouldn't be able to eat no matter where he went. Ji Xiaojun knew how to brag and he made up many stories. The Martial Path Mountain sect leader saved the people single-handedly, killing so many bandits that they were terrified. The loyal sect leader Lin. The knowledgeable deputy sect leader Zhang. These stories were edited by Ji Xiaojun, and it instantly became real. He spent some money, not even a single silver. He let some storytellers tell the stories to the customers in the tea house. Out of 50 taels of silver, he had earned 30 taels of silver. This was a business that was guaranteed to be profitable. The effects were not bad. It spread really quickly, and many people believed that Martial Path Mountain was a really strong sect. Especially that silver spear riding horse sect leader Lin who led the people to kill a path of blood. He was really heroic. Martial Path Mountain, foot of the mountain. This is Martial Path Mountain? Those storytellers really boasted about this Martial Path Mountain. 3 men rode horses over. They were the founders of Wandering Dragon sect. Even though they looked big and burly, they were all meticulous people. Just from hearing the name of the sect, if one closed their eyes, would one think that the Wandering Dragon sect leader was a handsome male who looked really scholarly? One would definitely think that way. The sect's name was given by a fortune teller that they spent a few silver to come up with. He said that it was a good name. In the future, the sect would definitely prosper. Sect leader, I don't believe what those storytellers said. They have never heard of Martial Path Mountain, who knows where they came from. They actually snatched our disciples. A short, round-faced male said angrily. He was an elder of Wandering Dragon sect and grew up with the sect leader. They were recruiting disciples, but who knew that when the name of Martial Path Mountain spread out, many of their hearts wavered. They actually didn't want to join their Wandering Dragon sect. They wanted to wait for Martial Path Mountain to recruit disciples before heading over. How could they accept such a situation? Snatching one's disciple was like killing one's parents. They couldn't take it and directly charged towards Martial Path Mountain. They wanted to negotiate with Martial Path Mountain. If some mid-tier and above sects saw such scenes, they would laugh to death. The so-called little sect actually wanted to negotiate for the sake of competing for disciples. It was really laughable. Those large sects didn't recruit just because they wanted to. They had to go through a strict selection, and if they didn't meet the requirements they could only scram. Even if they met the requirements, they would become service disciples. Moreover, they had to complete their monthly missions. If they couldn't, then they would have to pack up and leave. On the mountain. Young master, someone is causing trouble. Goth Z ran over to report. Lin Fan found it weird. Did they see that he was too free recently so they purposely caused trouble? Causing trouble? He didn't step out of his door and didn't offend anyone, so why would someone come knocking on his door? Let's go take a look. Lin Fan was helpless. Anything could come. He wanted to see who had such balls. A while ago he killed people from 9 Bug Gang. Moreover, they died in such a tragic manner. Didn't they know what was going on? Mountain entrance. The 3 men were making a big fuss. Where is the Martial Path Mountain sect leader? Come out. Wandering Dragon sect leader hollered in rage. He wore very little clothes and his chest was bare. His chest hair gave one a feeling like he was a valiant man. Zhou Zhongmao wanted to toss the 3 of them out, but Zhang Tianshan stopped him. After Martial Path Mountain opened, they couldn't be rash. Fighting couldn't happen as it would damage the sect's image. What is going on? Lin Fan walked over and asked. He looked at the 3 foreign males in front of him. Don't be rash, this is our Martial Path Mountain sect leader. Zhang Tianshan said. You are the Silver Spear riding sect leader Lin, the sect leader who led the people to kill a path of blood? You look really young, you must be lying. Wandering Dragon sect leader said. Lin Fan was stunned. What was he talking about? Silver Spear riding sect leader Lin? When did he have such a nickname? The Wandering Dragon sect leader didn't care about how weird Lin Fan's expression was. He stepped forwards and said. Listen up, I am Wandering Dragon sect leader Wang Yushu. The male's chest was bare and his chest hair was thick. He raised his head and looked right at Lin Fan. I am Wandering Dragon sect deputy sect leader Wang Linfeng. This burly man didn't give in at all. He still had his chest exposed. Although he didn't have any chest hair, the cross-shaped scar on his chest was extremely hideous. It was so exposed that anyone who saw this scar would know that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. I am Wandering Dragon sect elder Wang Xiaosa. This male was slightly weaker. He was a little short and had a round face. Compared to the other 2 there was a huge gap. Lin Fan shook his head. Oh damn, where did these fellows come from? Their names were not bad, but they could be sect leaders and elders just like that? The requirements to enter the sect were just too low. The 3 of them were surnamed Wang, but this name was given to them by a fortune teller when the sect was named. Lin Fan sighed. What do you want? Kiki, what? Do I have to ask you? Your Martial Path Mountain is spreading fake news and snatching my Wandering Dragon sect disciples. You actually have the face to ask us why we are here. Don't you know what you are doing? Wang Yushu hollered in rage. Zhang Tianshan thought about it. Did that fellow really start to spread news? There were no sects within 100 miles, so this Wandering Dragon sect was definitely 100 miles away. Amazing. As expected from a professional. Just how long had passed and people 100 miles away knew about Martial Path Mountain's existence. This money was worth it. Chapter 176. These people, Yuan Tianchu's evaluation of the 3 of them was really low. They seemed fierce, but actually they were just acting. A truly dangerous man was just like Zhou Zhongmao. He looked really honest, like he was an idiot, but the truth was that they were all cheated. The 3 most terrifying people in Martial Path Mountain, apart from Lin Fan and Zhang Tianshan, Zhou Zhongmao was the most terrifying. He looked honest, but his methods weren't simple. Have you seen him shatter bones with his bare hands? He shattered the bones of the human body piece by piece. Even the finger bones were not spared. That was really terrifying. You haven't seen it, but I have. The others were screaming miserably, but his expression was indifferent, as if he was doing something very normal. Lin Fan raised his head and said, Are you all wrong? When did my Martial Path Mountain snatch disciples from others? Leave quickly. He was lazy to talk nonsense with the 3 of them. They didn't know what to say. Rage points plus 55. Rage points plus 66. Rage points plus 55. Lin Fan couldn't take it anymore. 2-digit rage points, that was just too embarrassing. Silver Spear riding horse sect leader Lin, do you think we are fools? Within 100 miles, only your Martial Path Mountain is here. You have so many people, but you just had to snatch them from us. You have to give us an explanation, otherwise this matter won't end. Wang Yushu raged. Lin Fan said helplessly, You want an explanation? Cousin, don't kill him. The moment he said that, Lin Fan walked towards the backyard. This was just a small incident that didn't hurt or itch. It was just a small incident that didn't matter. Not long later, screams spread out. Fuck. The 3 higher-ups of Wandering Dragon sect were violently treated. They were so muscular and didn't attack, but they actually attacked first. Are you still fucking human? Zhang Tianshan couldn't hold them back. Kid Lin, what are you doing? Why did you hit them? If you have something to say, then say it nicely. They were all sect leaders, so getting close to them and building relationships was the best way to develop a sect. One couldn't offend them. The names of the three of them had a sense of elegance, 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 and elegance. The fortune teller was really something. Rage points plus 99, rage points plus 99, rage points plus 99. They were furious to such an extent, but they still couldn't break through 3 digits. They were really unwilling, but they had already tried their best. This was their limit and they couldn't break through it all. Martial Path Mountain. They were thrown out of the mountain by Zhou Zhongmao. Each of them covered their faces. Their eyes were either black or swollen. Don't worry, my sect leader doesn't have any bad intentions. This is just his way of communicating. You said that you are Wandering Dragon sect leader, deputy sect leader, elder, then we can get to know each other. I am Martial Path Mountain's deputy sect leader, Zhang Tianshan. Zhang Tianshan consoled the three of them. Both of them were respectable people, so how could they just attack each other like this? Furthermore, they had even beaten the other party up to such a state. It was a loss of face. This was a little too much. Especially when he was the sect leader. Wang Yushu was very unwilling, but when he heard the other party's self-introduction, he raised his head and said, "You're the knowledgeable vice sect leader Zhang." Zhang Tianshan was stunned and then he was delighted. He even had a name outside. Knowledgeable? This was not bad at all. The 50 silver was worth it. Although it was expensive, one had to say that he was really efficient. Right, that is me. However, this is just a title and can't be taken seriously. Although I do know everything, I am still far from it. Zhang Tianshan said humbly. This was a huge compliment, but he was really happy. Wang Yushu said with a wronged expression, I think you are not bad, but how can your sect leader do that to actually beat us up? We are in the right. There are so many people within 100 miles, so how can you take them all in? You even snatched people from our side, don't you think that's too much? Right, it is indeed a little too much. What I am thinking is that our Martial Path Mountain can have a good relationship with your Wandering Dragon sect and help one another. Alright, how many people does your Wandering Dragon sect have? Zhang Tianshan asked. They were all people who opened up sects, so naturally they were close friends. Although the three of them weren't much. But with their status and identity, it would be good to communicate with them. Not many, apart from the three of us, there are only 6 disciples. Wang Yushu said. He was a little proud. He took a close look and Martial Path Mountain didn't have many people. In terms of numbers, they were much less than them. Not bad, a few more than us. How is your income? Zhang Tianshan asked. One had to admit that they did have more people than them. What income? Wang Yushu asked. His face still hurt a little. That fellow beat them up so badly that the three of them actually couldn't fight back at all. That was obviously impossible. A sect leader, a vice sect leader, and an elder couldn't even defeat a nameless blockhead. If one said that out, it would be a little embarrassing. Of course. Zhang Tianshan's question about income made it tough for them. That question was really a good one. What income? Sometimes they didn't even have enough to eat. Zhang Tianshan wanted to learn from other sects and see how other sects earned money so that he could learn from them. However, the expressions of the three of them revealed a poor aura. Maybe he shouldn't have asked. Deputy sect leader Zhang, we were beaten up for no reason. Let's not talk about other things, at least pay some medicine fees. Wang Yushu said. This. Zhang Tianshan was really helpless. Medicine fees? Actually, he didn't have much money. Guys, I don't have much money on me, 1 silver is fine. Zhang Tianshan shook his head. For Martial Path Mountain, he had emptied out all his money. Why did he have to beat them up? What matter couldn't be solved by talking it out? Why did he have to beat them up and even have to pay them medicine fees? Wang Yushu said, forget it, 1 silver is better than nothing. Deputy sect leader Zhang, you are a smart person. In the future you should talk to your sect leader. Why are you so rash? Even if our Wandering Dragon sect can't do it, we can't just randomly beat them up. Zhang Tianshan nodded his head. Right, you are right. I will talk to him. If I have a chance, I will head to Wandering Dragon sect to visit. You are a smart person. Wandering Dragon sect welcomes you. If there is nothing else, then we won't disturb you. Goodbye. The 3 from Wandering Dragon sect got up and left. They had a bad start this time. But it wasn't like they didn't gain anything. At least 1 silver entered their accounts. Zhang Tianshan waved his hands to send them off. He finally understood that sometimes he couldn't just look at the surface. Establishing a sect sounded very impressive, but there were still too many sects at the bottom. Too many. As for the three of them asking him to persuade Lin Fan not to be rash, let's not talk about that. He might be the deputy sect leader, but his position in the sect wasn't that high. Jianghu City, the three from Wandering Dragon sect didn't leave. They entered the city to take a look. Since they were here, they should buy some things back as gifts for those smart kids. They looked around and entered a clothing store. Kid clothes were really expensive, even more expensive than adult clothes. However, they still bore the pain and bought 6 sets. Big brother, you should buy some clothes too. You haven't changed your clothes for a year, it smells. Wang Linfeng said. When no one was around, they called each other brothers. Wang Yushu wasn't happy. What smell? I'm pretty good. What's wrong? Are you jealous of your big brother's chest hair? After he said that, he stroked his chest hair. His manly aura exploded out. Big brother, then let's not buy. We still have a lot of money left. Let's buy some pastries and bring them back. We haven't given them good food in a long time. Wang Linfeng said. To be honest, including the 3 of them, there were a total of 9 people in Wandering Dragon sect. However, the remaining 6 were all kids. The oldest was only 11 and the youngest was only 2. They were all orphans. They were either picked up on the side of the road or they met people on the verge of death. The 3 of them didn't want to start a sect. There were only 3 uncouth men wandering around all day long. But when they adopted the 3rd kid, they realized that the situation wasn't right. Why did they keep meeting kids? It wasn't that they didn't have love. But if they were to raise their children like this, how could they let their children idle around all day like them? This was why the 3 of them agreed to form a sect. In the future, when the kids spread out, their statuses would be different too. I am the grand disciple of Wandering Dragon sect. My master is the sect leader. I am the 2nd disciple of Wandering Dragon sect. My master is the deputy sect leader. Just hearing this, one knew that it was really cool. No matter if the sect was strong or not, they just had to brag and shock the other party. The 3 of them pulled their horses. Suddenly, Wang Xiaosa's eyes opened wide like he was stunned. After a while, he reacted, Big brother, 2nd brother, look at a fairy. Those words attracted their attention. Not far away, a girl pulled a horse and walked on the streets. Her tall and sexy body not only charmed Wang Xiaosa and the others. Even the commoners in the surroundings were dumbfounded. Beauties were so welcomed everywhere. Beautiful, so beautiful. The girl didn't care about the surrounding gazes like she was used to it. Wang Yushu came back to his senses and said leisurely, I didn't expect Jianghu City to have such a beauty, why don't we have one? Big brother, it has nothing to do with us. Wang Linfeng said. With how they were, they basically wouldn't be able to see beauties for the rest of their lives. It is okay to take a look. Wang Yushu said. Su Ying left Fuzhou and came to Jianghu City. She wasn't in a rush and just rode the horse. Even after entering Jianghu City, she didn't immediately search for the gang's treasure. Actually, it wasn't important to her whether or not it was important. Even if she couldn't find it, it didn't matter. The 9-bug gang leader wouldn't dare to do anything to her. She came to the inn and got the best room. Take care of my horse. She tossed the silver and walked up. The gazes of the people around weren't surprised at all. This was the first time the waiter saw such a beautiful girl. Just one look and his face turned red. When a person was beautiful to a certain extent, the aura that they brought with them was really not ordinary. Jianghu City? Who had the ability to kill Hall Master Su? She didn't know anything yet. But to her, she would find it soon. Chapter 177. I say, what's going on? Lin Fan looked at the crowd and asked. These 3 people from Wandering Dragon sect really came out of nowhere. When did Martial Path Mountain snatch disciples from others? Even if they wanted to frame someone, they wouldn't do such a thing. Yuan Qianchu's expression was indifferent, as if it had nothing to do with him. Indeed, it had nothing to do with him, unless he had nothing better to do and was looking for something to do. Where did Feng Poliu go? There was no shadow. He suddenly felt that letting Feng Poliu be a helper was a wrong decision. There wasn't anything important on Martial Path Mountain. Usually he was so bored that he would get flustered. What a headache. Wasting 100 silver for nothing. It seemed like he had to fire Feng Poliu after a period of time. Then he locked his eyes on Zhang Tianshan. To do such a thing, maybe he was the only one. Why are you looking at me like that? Zhang Tianshan looked at Lin Fan, his gaze made me panic. Besides, I didn't do anything wrong. It was a good thing to promote Martial Path Mountain. He was the one who paid for it himself. If it were you, you would definitely be reluctant. Did you do it? Lin Fan asked. Without needing to ask, apart from him, who else could it be? There was no sect within 100 miles. This Wandering Dragon sect was a small sect, maybe even weaker than Martial Path Mountain. If not, the sect leader, deputy sect leader, and elder wouldn't all come out. Was there no one to command them, or did they place enough importance on Martial Path Mountain? His guess was right. Wandering Dragon sect didn't have a base like Martial Path Mountain, which had a mountain with many buildings. Apart from having fewer people, it was like heaven and earth. Wandering Dragon sect's building was a house that the three of them chopped down trees and pieced together. The wooden sign outside had the words Wandering Dragon sect written on it. This meant that the sect was established. Sect leader, I didn't. Zhang Tianshan thought about it and decided not to tell him. Even if he told him, there was no benefit, so why not act like he didn't know? He was looking forward to what Ji Xiaojuan's actions would bring to Martial Path Mountain. It was always so exciting. Just thinking about it made him happy. Like hell, I'll believe you. Lin Fan didn't believe what Zhang Tianshan said. However, if Zhang Tianshan didn't say it, then he had no choice. Within Jianghu City. Bang. A figure was directly thrown out by the staff of the casino, falling in the form of a parabola in the air, then lying heavily on the ground, motionless. Despair. Utter despair. If you dare to cause trouble again, I'll beat you to death. The staff of the gambling house scolded angrily. After that, he patted his butt and entered the gambling house. They often saw people like this. He was a gambler. Being polite to this kind of gambler was just asking for trouble. What he wanted was for him to be violent and directly throw him out of the casino. To the casino, if you had money, you were the boss. If you didn't have money, then hurry up and scram. Don't get in their way. Feng Polia laid on the ground and looked at the blue sky. He did not have a single penny on him. As a consecrated elder, he received his first month's salary and threw himself into the gambling den. He fought for a day and a night before it finally ended. At this moment, a face appeared in his line of sight. Her face was beautiful, truly beautiful. She possessed a peerless beauty that would be unforgettable at first glance. Feng Polio. Su Ying opened her mouth slowly, directly calling out Feng Polio's name. Feng Polio smelled the fragrance and saw the person. He got up and acted like he didn't know him. You recognized the wrong person. The moment he said this, he was about to turn around and leave. Huge waves rose up in his heart. What was going on? Why did Su Ying appear in Jianghu City? You can act like I recognized the wrong person, but I think that if Insect Valley people know that you are in Jianghu City, everyone here will die because of you. Su Ying said slowly. Her voice was really alluring, but when she said it, it sent a chill down one's spine. Like she was talking about a terrifying matter. Feng Polio stopped and turned his head to look at Su Ying. Naturally, he recognized this breathtakingly beautiful girl. Why did you come to Jianghu City? I am not hiding in Jianghu City. I am about to leave soon. I have nothing to do with the people here. Su Ying smiled. I am a hall head of 9 Bug Gang and received orders to come to Jianghu City to search for 9 Demon. Do you know where 9 Demon is? If you do, then tell me. After completing the mission, I can return earlier. Feng Polio smiled. Little Miss Su, stop joking. As the Su family, Little Miss, how can you willingly work for 9 Bug Gang? Are you searching for something? Actually, you can tell me. With your Su family's ability, we can help you find it. Why would I need you to personally enter 9 Bug Gang? He couldn't understand the thoughts of these big family children. It gave one a feeling that they weren't sincere. Felt weird. People with money and power could do things that others didn't want to do. He was so bored. Su Ying couldn't stop him, but he didn't care. Of course. If people from Insect Valley appeared around, then they would definitely leave. After all, those people wouldn't speak so much nonsense to him. Su Ying smiled. I am not searching for something, I am just proving something. The commoners around looked at the two of them with a weird expression. One was a gambler who was tossed out of the gambling den. The other was an unbelievably beautiful woman. The two of them, whose identities didn't match, spoke to one another, which was a little weird. When the people in the gambling den saw that the gambler who was tossed out was actually talking to such a beautiful woman, they had some thoughts. Oh, you don't have money? No problem, I will give it to you. As long as you send her to our gambling den, how much? Pah. Feng Polio instantly attacked, slapping the perverted person to the side. Normally he wouldn't attack normal people. But sometimes one couldn't ask to die. Although it hurt a little when he slapped him, if Su Ying attacked, then his life would end. Little Miss Su, if there is nothing else, then I will take my leave. Feng Poliu cupped his fists and didn't continue talking to Su Ying. 9 Bug Gang had to get 9 Demon. That kid raising 9 Demon on Martial Path Mountain wasn't a smart move. Someone would die. Su Ying didn't block Feng Poliu and was in deep thought about something. Why would Feng Poliu appear in Jianghu City? Jianghu City was such a small place, so there shouldn't be any experts. Feng Poliu was in Jianghu City and 9 Bug Gang lost 9 Demon here. Thinking about it, there was a connection. If Feng Poliu knew what Su Ying was thinking about, he would definitely yell, "Please stop your impossible conjecture. What the fuck are you talking about?" Feng Poliu was just passing by Jianghu City and participated in gambling. Then he unintentionally became a helper of Martial Path Mountain and stayed here. It wasn't as complicated as he thought. Martial Path Mountain. Young Master Lin, I think you should send 9 Demon out. To you or the entire Martial Path Mountain, 9 Demon isn't a good thing. Feng Poliu stood beside Lin Fan and said. Lin Fan laid on the chair and rubbed 9 Demon. He closed his eyes and enjoyed the peace of life. 9 Demon seemed to understand human words. Its 9 heads faced Feng Poliu and opened its mouth, revealing rows of sharp teeth. Like it was saying that if he dared to let his master abandon him, he would bite him to death. Lin Fan said calmly, "It doesn't matter whether or not it is a good thing, but don't you feel that the 9-headed bug is useful? My palms were sore in the past, but after rubbing its head, I felt that the symptoms were much better." How could he not understand what Feng Poliu meant? Didn't he say that 9 Demon was a problem? It would attract unnecessary problems. But the meaning behind those words was that Lin Fan couldn't offend those people, so it was best if he let it go. Feng Poliu was helpless. What nonsense. 9 Demons' 9 heads were for him to rub? He really didn't know what to say. Should he say that young Master Lin was ignorant or that he was thinking too much? 9 Bug Gang was a terrifying existence to others. Normally they wouldn't stop until they reached their goal. As long as they confirmed that 9 Demon was on Martial Path Mountain. Then, Martial Path Mountain could basically be disbanded. If not, the mountain would be wiped out. Suddenly, a voice spread over. As expected, it is here. Feng Poliu, I was thinking, why would you appear in Jianghu City? So, you were the one who took 9 Demon. A person floated over from the sky and then slowly landed on the ground. Feng Poliu was stunned. Damn. Where did this girl come from? How could she be so cunning to actually follow him all the way to Martial Path Mountain? Lin Fan was still rubbing 9 Demon's head. He looked at the person and nodded his head. A decent girl, she was really beautiful. Her body was also really good, giving one a primal urge. However, he was a self-disciplined person and suppressed that urge. Su Ying ignored Lin Fan, her eyes locking onto Feng Poliu. Occasionally, she would look at 9 Demon who was being rubbed. Feng Poliu, pass 9 Demon to me and I will act like I didn't see you. Su Ying said. She knew that Feng Poliu wasn't someone to be offended, but at the same time she also understood that Feng Poliu didn't dare to offend her. Zhou City Su family was a really strong family to any side. No one was willing to go against them. Feng Poliu was helpless. Little Miss Su, didn't you see that 9 Demon was in someone's arms? This was their territory and he was just a helper. Even if she wanted 9 Demon, no matter what, she had to understand the situation, right? Feng Poliu and Su Ying casually argued. Oi, I say, you really don't understand the situation at all, do you? Are you blind or is there something wrong with you? The 9-headed bug is mine. What's the point of telling him so much? Lin Fan said. His tone wasn't good. It didn't feel good to be ignored by someone. Was it that he wasn't handsome enough, or was it that he looked so helpless that she totally ignored his existence? Su Ying's eyes flashed coldly as she locked onto Lin Fan. She felt that he was a little arrogant. Who are you? Lin Fan replied, Martial Path Mountain Sect Leader. As for your 9 Demon, it is in my hands. However, I like to call it 9-headed bug. If you want it, I can't give it to you. You should just leave and stop talking so much. Su Ying didn't expect that some sect leaders would be so arrogant. The person in front of her. She really didn't see anything shocking about him. Rage points plus 111. Lin Fan was pumped up. This girl wasn't normal. Breaking 100 in the first wave, she had a lot of potential and needed to be excavated. Chapter 178. Su Ying had seen many people before. For example, arrogant, confident, etc. However, these people usually didn't end up well. Or rather, tragic. This person who called himself the Martial Path Mountain Sect Leader might be that kind of person. Your gaze is a little off, is there a problem? Lin Fan asked. Martial Path Mountain was really peaceful, and nothing huge happened every day. But sometimes, it wasn't that you wanted something to happen, but it was that things came to you and wanted to have some magical contact with you. Now this beautiful girl appeared on Martial Path Mountain and came to take the 9-headed bug. Maybe if a normal guy saw such a girl, not to mention the bug in his hand, even the bug in his body would be given to her without hesitation. But Lin Fan wasn't such a normal person. If you wanted to take something from my hands, you had to have some ability. Feng Polia looked at Lin Fan and shook his head, telling him to stop talking and to communicate properly. The families of these two young juniors were not simple. If they were to really fight, it was really hard to say who would win and who would lose. Rage points plus 123. Su Ying could see from Feng Polia's expression that he acknowledged that 9 demon was in his hands. Whether or not she could take it back wasn't up to him, but whether or not he was willing to give it to her. You killed 9 bug gangs One-Eyed and Yang Fei, right? She asked slowly. Their deaths had nothing to do with her, and she wouldn't shout about taking revenge. She had to think things through. No. Lin Fan said. He was lying. Although it had something to do with him, he could ensure that he didn't kill them on purpose. Cousin did it and it had nothing to do with him. How would Su Ying believe what Lin Fan said? If you didn't kill them, then where did 9 demon come from? Su Ying asked. Lin Fan said calmly, I picked it up. Feng Poliu was helpless. Young Master Lin, couldn't you say the truth? You are making things difficult for me. In the future, I won't dare to believe anything you say. Su Ying smiled. Her smile was like he was treating her like a fool. However, she didn't have a conflict with Lin Fan right away, continuing to ask, 9 bug gangs head Su disappeared after coming to Jianghu City, does that have anything to do with you? All Master Su? Lin Fan was confused. I don't know him. I don't know him at all. Are you mistaken? Alright, if you come to Jianghu City to search for missing people, maybe I can give you a clue. There is a wolf brigade near Jianghu City, and there are Yin demons in that forest. I think that when he came to Jianghu City, he didn't know that there were Yin demons there and entered by mistake. Perhaps the dead head Su really wanted to climb out of the coffin and bring Lin Fan along with him. He pushed everything to the Yin demons, and if the Yin demons found out, they would cry for their parents. Are you still fucking human? He could even say these words. Yin demons and Martial Path Mountain were enemies. To Yin demons, one day they would wipe out Martial Path Mountain. He had never seen someone who bullied Yin demons like that. Yin demon? How can there be Yin demons around Jianghu City? Do you think I'm an idiot? Su Ying said. The distribution of the Yin demons was fixed, and experts chased them to the borders a long time ago. Jianghu City was thousands of miles away from the border, so how could there be Yin demons? Rage points plus 123. Feng Polia couldn't take it anymore. Little Miss Su, there really are Yin demons around Jianghu City, he didn't lie to you. Maybe Head Su really met them at night. Pa 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 pa. This slap to the face was too quick. Su Ying's expression turned ugly. Did he just say that he treated her as an idiot? Now it seemed like she was thinking too much. Su Ying was a little confused. There were really Yin demons around Jianghu City? Did Head Su and the others meet Yin demons by chance? Instantly. Su Ying couldn't understand the truth. It was obviously different from what she thought. Lin Fan looked at her. She really believed it? Although the Yin demons existed, she was just too good at pushing the blame to others. I don't care how they died. Are you sure you won't pass 9 demon to me? Su Ying stared at Lin Fan. Her main goal was to find 9 demon. Lin Fan looked at Su Ying and the two of them exchanged glances, and I won't give it to you. His reply was really direct, without any hesitation. He was just so decisive and quick. Rage points plus 222. Lin Fan was in a good mood. The rage points that this girl provided were not bad. He got the 9-headed bug in his arms, so he didn't think about returning it to others. He swore in his heart. He was going to fight 9 bug gang to the death. However, seeing that Feng Polia knew this girl, he didn't attack. They exchanged glances with one another. Okay, this is your choice, I won't snatch it. Naturally, I will take back what belongs to 9 bug gang. I hope that you don't regret it. Su Ying didn't say anything more, turning around and leaving. She looked towards Feng Poliu. Don't worry, I won't tell Insect Valley that you are in Jianghu City. Feng Polia blinked. Did you want me to thank you for your words? Young Master Lin, like I said, you should return 9 demon. Feng Poliu said. He didn't think that with young Master Lin's strength, he could fight 9 bug gang. Even if young Master Lin was strong and exceeded his imagination, it wasn't enough to deal with such a huge monster like 9 bug gang. Who is she? Lin Fan asked. He didn't care about 9 bug gang. When he saw this girl, he noticed that she looked similar to a person. Vaguely. Not especially similar, but there were some areas that were similar. Feng Poliu said, she is the hall head of 9-Bug Gang. Of course, compared to her real identity, the difference is huge. She is the Su family young Miss, Zhua City's Su family. No wonder. He thought back to Su Gang who he beat up in U City. That was the 7th Miss of Su family. However, he didn't beat her up. Cousin beat her up and it had nothing to do with him. Lin Fan nodded his head and understood her background. Zhua City Su family. He was a little far from these big cities and families, so he didn't think about heading over. The main reason was that his strength didn't allow him to. Say, if I had attacked her just now, would you have stopped me? Feng Poliu smiled, no. Lin Fan was satisfied. It seemed like the 100 silver was worth it. However, what he said next made Lin Fan feel uncomfortable. You aren't as strong as her. If you want to stop me, I have to stop Suing. Damn. Those words were a form of humiliation. He was already so strong, but someone actually said that he couldn't beat a woman. Lin Fan looked at Feng Poliu. Brother, is what you said true? Feng Poliu said, young Master Lin, you know the current situation. Suing might not do anything to you, but she will definitely tell 9-Bug Gang where 9-Demon is. When that happens, what you have to face will be a little complicated. I think you should just send 9-Demon back. Why do you have to hold on to this? Ah. Suddenly, before Feng Poliu finished, he screamed out. 9-Demon had left Lin Fan's embrace and bit Feng Poliu's butt. Its 9 heads bit down heavily, and one could see many weird colors appearing in its 9 heads. Young Master Lin, make him let go, he is poisonous. Pooh. In a short moment, Feng Poliu's face turned green like he was poisoned. 9-Demon let go and looked at Feng Poliu viciously. Its eyes were filled with fierceness, like it was saying that if he dared to speak any more nonsense, it would bite him to death. Feng Poliu sat on the ground and closed his eyes to heal. 9-Demon's poison was really strong. Even if it was weak now, its poison wasn't a joke. Lin Fan looked at the 9-headed bug with a weird expression. This little thing was actually so amazing. Although he didn't know how strong Feng Poliu was, he definitely wasn't weak. Such a strong person was poisoned by the 9-headed bug. That was enough to show that the 9-headed bug wasn't ordinary. Not long later, Feng Poliu opened his eyes. His expression returned to normal as he stared at 9-Demon in rage. If 9-Demon was fully grown, he would lose half of his life with that one bite. How do you feel? Lin Fan asked. He wanted to know how Feng Poliu felt when he was bitten. Only by knowing 9-Demon's specific traits could he use it well in the future. Pain. Feng Poliu glanced at Lin Fan and didn't want to say anything more. Forget it, forget it, forget it. He felt like there was no point in saying anything more. That night, Suing left Jianghu City and came to Wolf Brigade. Although she believed what he said in the day, she wasn't too sure. How could there be demons around Jianghu City? She had never heard of such a thing. A cold wind blew over. Suing exhaled. It was a little cold. The temperature at the edge of the forest was really low, much lower than before. She stood there and looked at the forest. It was really dark and she couldn't see anything at all. Why would there be demons here? Suing stood on the spot and didn't dare to move. Although she didn't believe it, she was still hesitant. Little Miss Su, I think you should choose to believe. Just at that moment, Feng Poliu walked out from the darkness. He knew that Suing would come to Wolf Brigade to take a look. Suing was really strong, but if she entered the forest and was surrounded by demons, she didn't have much confidence in retreating. Feng Poliu, tell me the truth. Are you staying on Martial Path Mountain because of 9-Demon? Suing asked. Feng Poliu smiled, of course not. Although 9-Demon is good, to develop him, even 10 of me might not succeed. Also, I think you should act like you didn't see 9-Demon. Don't tell 9-Bug Gang about this. It will benefit both your Su family and yourself. Kiki. Suing laughed in disdain. I didn't expect that you would be threatened. What? What is his background, to actually let you find me in the middle of the night just to tell me that? Feng Poliu said, his father is Lin Wani. Suing? That is why I came to tell you not to tell 9-Bug Gang. It won't benefit you at all. If you tell 9-Bug Gang and experts come, causing him to die, then Lin Wani will really target you. Even if you are the Su family big miss, you won't have a good life. Don't be stubborn, reality is like that. Feng Poliu told Suing the truth. As long as one wasn't stupid, one would know what they could and couldn't do. Chapter 179. Feng Polia said all this in hope that Suing wouldn't cause trouble. Although Yu City Lin family wasn't a strong family, she couldn't handle Lin Wanni's strength. He was really rash. If he knew that she indirectly killed his son, he would definitely go all out against her. Even if the Su family had many experts, they wouldn't be able to keep her alive. Lin Wanni, that heartless person. Su Ying's face was cold, the rage that shouldn't have existed burned once more. What heartless person? Feng Polia turned into a gossipy man like he had heard a huge secret. He didn't understand. Did Su Ying and Lin Wanni have some unspeakable secret? But that was impossible. Lin Wanni was already that old and Su Ying was so young, the two of them definitely wouldn't have crossed paths. It was definitely something else. Su Ying didn't say much. Her aunt used to have a relationship with Lin Wanni, but Lin Wanni abandoned her aunt, causing her aunt to be alone until now. Su Ying took a look at Feng Poliu before walking into the distance. "Oi, little Miss Su, think about it, don't do stupid things," Feng Poliu shouted. Instantly, a low roar spread out from the dark forest. Feng Poliu was so frightened that he retreated right away. He didn't have the time to compete with the Yin demons. These things were all crazy, and once they caught someone they wouldn't stop until one of them died. However, he was really curious. What was the heartless person that Su Ying mentioned? Since he had already revealed a little, then why not reveal more? Anyway, he definitely wouldn't reveal it. Martial Path Mountain. Little bug, can you understand what I say? If you can, then nod your head. Lin Fan placed the 9-headed bug on the table. One human and one bug looked at one another and chatted. The 9-headed bug's 9 heads stared at Lin Fan and really nodded. "Little bug, tell me, with your current poison you can't poison me to death?" Lin Fan asked. He really wanted to know what the 9-headed bug's 9 heads were for. Since it was a treasure of 9 bug gang, it definitely wasn't ordinary. The key was that he didn't know what the poison was like. After seeing that Feng Poliu was fine, his heart started to get restless. The 9-headed bug shook its head. It didn't understand why Master asked that question. Refresh. He raised the bug controlling technique to the max realm. "Come, bite with one head." Lin Fan stretched out his finger and placed it in front of 9 demon. He really wanted to see what it felt like. It was the first time and he was so nervous that he even went to wash his hands. He was afraid that it would be dirty and cause a bacterial infection. Of course. He also rinsed the 9-headed bug's mouth to prevent it from having bad breath, but at least for now, the 9-headed bug was still very clean and had no smell. Bite. Following Lin Fan's command, the 9-headed bug bit down. There wasn't much of a feeling. It was as if the skin of his finger had been bitten by something very small. Very soon. 9 demon let go and just looked at its master in a daze. "Is he sucking my venom?" Lin Fan looked at his finger and realized that the color of the skin on his finger was gradually changing. It had turned black and red. Although it was just a small piece, he could clearly feel it. Sizzle. The blood on the tip of his finger was boiling as if there was a flame burning. Fire poison? The poison was very weak. Perhaps it was because the 9-headed bug was very weak, or perhaps it had not injected too much venom so it did not feel uncomfortable. He could use internal strength to force it out of his body. However, he tried to use the bug controlling technique's gray internal strength. Very quickly, the gray internal strength swallowed the poison, leaving nothing at all. He then told 9 demon to use its other heads to bite his finger. Each poison was different, and each head represented a different poison. Blood coagulated. Nerve numbing. Illusion poison. His skin was covered in frost. Wait. 9 special poisons proved that the 9-headed bug was different. In the future, when he really developed it, it would make him feel really good. After feeding it a mouthful of bug controlling technique internal strength, he waved his hands and told it to sleep in his doghouse. Martial Path Mountain in the night. Yuan Tianchu stood outside Liang Yongqi's room and knocked on the door. He asked, "Are you asleep?" Liang Yongqi wasn't asleep, and when he heard the knocking he wanted to open the door. However, when he heard the owner of the voice he was shocked. He hid on the bed and pretended to be asleep. Damn. Why did this fellow come to find him at night? He didn't understand. This was why he didn't open the door to keep a distance from Yuan Tianchu. He really felt that Yuan Tianchu had a problem with his brain, and it was really serious. Thinking about it, when did this start? When he was in Yu City, he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with Yuan Tianchu. Only when he left Yu City and came to Jianghu City did he realize that there was something wrong with Yuan Tianchu's brain. That kind of thinking wasn't something that normal people could have. He hid in his bed for a long time and he listened to the movement outside. There was no sound and that person should have left. Oh, how terrifying. Liang Yongqi exclaimed. When he looked at Yuan Tianchu, his heart felt cold. Outside the door, Yuan Tianchu knew that Liang Yongqi wasn't asleep, and he was avoiding him. Towards that he expressed his regret. There were just too few people who could understand him. Yuan Tianchu didn't want to tell anyone, but for some reason he felt like he didn't want to say it out. During the day someone found Martial Path Mountain. He had been peeking and noticed that things slowly became complicated. However, that girl was really beautiful. Under normal circumstances, if 9 bug gang people followed someone, they definitely wouldn't let the person notice them. However, she noticed Qinyu. That could only mean one reason. Actually, there was someone else. He purposely let her notice him to send a message to her. Suing left the window. Not long later, she stood in front of the window and looked at where she noticed Qinyu. How regretful. She didn't see anyone. That night, outside the walls of Jianghu City, a few people sneakily stood at the corner of the city walls. One of them was Qinyu. I didn't expect to follow her to Jianghu City. There are actually Yin demons around here. The male who spoke was a hall head of 9 bug gang. His face had several scars, they were like centipedes, looking really vicious and terrifying. Gang leader didn't trust Su Ying at all, so he sent them over. As expected, as the gang leader said, there was something wrong with Su Ying. They all saw how Su Ying went up the mountain. When she met the people on the mountain they saw it too. As expected, there was something wrong with her. Qinyu, come over. The male said. The people around kept silent and didn't show any weird expressions. Qinyu walked in front of the male. Just as he was about to speak, his eyes opened wide. Fresh blood seeped out from his throat as he looked at him in disbelief. You, the male laughed coldly, you purposely exposed yourself to let Su Ying know that we were following you, right? But you are still too young. Don't forget that there are so many of us, how can we not notice your problem? The moment he said that, he pulled back his finger, large amounts of fresh blood flowed out. He fell to the ground, not breathing at all. For Yin demons to not come and eat a city, apart from having experts, there are other reasons. He searched. Very quickly he found the reason. In the darkness, a red light shone at the corner of the walls. If one didn't pay attention, one wouldn't be able to notice it. Chapter 180. Hall head, what are these things? The people following didn't react to Qinyu's death. Like the one who died in front of them wasn't a human but a dog. This is a very ancient method. I don't know the specifics, but the gang leader once said that if there is a red light outside a city, we can dig up the soil and dig out the things inside. There will be a surprise, hee. His laughter was dark and sunken. He knew what the surprise was, but he just said it to others. He dug out the dirt, and as expected there was a stone inside. He took it out. Jianghu City didn't change at all. But to the Yin demons they could see the changes happening. Go, let's go. The male spoke, swiftly fleeing into the distance. That direction wasn't where the Yin demons were, nor towards the city. It wouldn't be long before a shocking scene occurred. When they saw the hall head run so quickly they were really curious. What would happen? They didn't enter the city and instead left this place. Was something dangerous going to happen? In the distance, Wolf Brigade Forest. The Yin demons retreated to the center of the forest. The small Yin demons moved like spiders, landing on the ground on all fours. One could say that they used both their hands and feet, moving really quickly. To the Yin demons it was okay even if they didn't eat or drink for years. But the taste of flesh and blood was just too delicious. If they could eat it forever and never get sick of it. Suddenly, a Yin demon landed from the giant tree. Just now he climbed onto the tree and looked at Jianghu City. That was their paradise, but the light that covered it was too eye-piercing. He wasn't used to it. Suddenly the eye-piercing light disappeared. The Yin demon that landed roared, sending some sort of message to the surrounding Yin demons. Many Yin demons raised their heads, climbing the giant tree to the highest point and looking into the distance. The red gem-like eyes of the Yin demons gave off an eye-catching glow, getting brighter and brighter like they saw something that made them really excited. They raised their heads and roared, spreading the joy in their hearts. The place that they treated as food didn't have the eye-piercing light anymore. Without the light covering the city, it will be our hunting ground. Many big Yin demons woke up from their slumber. They bore with it for too long and finally received good news. Humans, a big Yin demon roared out in rage. He was tortured by humans before and his heart was twisted. King, the human city isn't protected by the blinding light. We can enter and swallow all the humans. The big Yin demon said. There was no movement from the empty stone throne. Then a black mist appeared on the stone throne, slowly forming a Yin demon on the throne. That female Yin demon appeared. "Alright, eat all the humans." The female Yin demon's voice was ice cold and didn't have any emotions at all. If it was in the past, she definitely wouldn't let the Yin demons enter the city to eat all the humans. That was because if they ate them all, there would be nothing left to eat in the future. But now it was different. Those humans on Martial Path Mountain did such a thing to the Yin demons, and they remembered this hatred in their hearts. In an instant, all the Yin demons moved out. They surged out of the forest and charged towards Jianghu City, which wasn't covered by the light. The Yin demons were really quick. It was much faster than before, as if they were about to take revenge. They were very excited. Martial Path Mountain. Rumble. Long. Zhang Tianshan was woken up. He felt the ground shake like there was an earthquake. He was a little unhappy. Who wasn't sleeping in the middle of the night? Which bastard was hammering things outside? However, when he pushed open the door, he didn't see anyone. However, the rumbling became clearer and clearer. He raised his head and noticed that there were many red dots in the distance. They were densely packed like a red net. What is that? When he was woken up, he was definitely annoyed. However, when Zhang Tianshan looked towards Jianghu City, his expression changed. Not good. He didn't think much, running right away. He wanted to knock on Lin Fan's door. The light that blocked the Yin demons disappeared. Who did it? How could he do such a thing? This would cause many people to die. No, not to kill a lot of people, but to kill everyone in River Town? Pa. Zhang Tianshan looked at Lin Fan's door and hollered in panic, "Wake up, wake up, something huge has happened." He was shouting a lot. Zhou Zhongmao had woken up long ago. Feng Poliu was the same. Such a huge commotion made it tough for him to sleep. "What are you doing?" Lin Fan opened the door. Zhang Tianshan's hand landed and was grabbed by Lin Fan. "Zhang Tianshan, why aren't you sleeping? What do you want to do?" Zhang Tianshan panicked. "Something happened, Jianghu City is in trouble. Someone broke the formation we set up and Yin demons have moved out. Looking at the situation, if we don't stop them, no one in Jianghu City will be able to live in a night." "What?" Lin Fan pushed Zhang Tianshan aside and looked at the red light. There were definitely many of them. If they all surged into Jianghu City, no one would be able to survive. Who was sick in the head to break the formation for no reason? If one didn't want to live, then don't harm others. Looking at the situation, in at most 20 minutes the Yin demons would enter. At that time, even if he wanted to stop them, he wouldn't be able to. Lin Fan frowned, his palms were sweaty. "Grab my weapons, head to Jianghu City." He thought about it for a moment. Before even blinking, he decided to head to Jianghu City. "You are crazy, you will die if you go. I can't let you go." Zhang Tianshan stopped Lin Fan. He panicked because he knew what was going to happen, but he didn't expect the kid to actually want to go. "Your father entrusted you to me, so I can't let you die." Even if everyone in this city died, he would complete what Lin Wani asked him to do. "I took his money, so I have to protect him. Jianghu City gave me protection money, so I have to protect him. I'm not a person who goes back on his word. If you don't have the ability, then don't take the money. Cousin Feng Poliu, follow me. As for the rest, stay on Martial Path Mountain. Don't head out to die, I don't have the time to protect all of you." Lin Fan said. Yuan Tianchu was really afraid. Was that surnamed Lin guy finally going to kill them? But when he heard those words, he was shocked. What was wrong? He didn't want us to go? Or was he thinking too much? No. Zhang Tianshan stopped Lin Fan. He was really firm and didn't want Lin Fan to go. Although the protection money made him confused, now wasn't the time to think about such things. He definitely wouldn't let Lin Fan go to die. But Lin Fan directly knocked Zhang Tianshan out. How annoying. Gozi, help him down. Gozi held up Zhang Tianshan and said worriedly, "Young master, I will follow you. Okay, just stay on Martial Path Mountain and don't run anywhere. If I die, then go back and tell my father to wipe out the Yin demons and 9-bug gang." Lin Fan said. To Lin Fan, this money was tough to earn. But since he took it, what else could he do? No matter whether or not it worked, he had to take it. Feng Poliu looked at Lin Fan. He only took 100 silver a month and had to face such a difficult matter. That was a huge loss. Actually, even if Lin Fan didn't let him go, he would still go. So many people in the city died to the Yin demons, he couldn't take it. It was okay if he didn't know, but now that he knew, he couldn't do such a thing. "Let's go." Lin Fan waved his hands and the three of them swiftly went down the mountain. They were really quick and didn't hide at all. It was a race against time. If they were late and the Yin demons entered the city, then it would be useless. Young master. Gozi wanted to chase, but Liang Yongqi pulled him back. Don't be rash. They're not weak and they're confident. If you go, you'll just be holding them back. Listen to me, the chief disciple, and stay here. Also, hurry up and wake up the vice sect leader. Maybe he can think of a way. Liang Yongqi had never seen such a scene before. Didn't he see the red light floating in the distance? Too many, there were just too many. The ground was shaking. As the red light got closer, the tremors got stronger and stronger. It was like a huge army was attacking. At the same time, there were some shocking sounds. Just listening to these sounds was enough to make one shudder. He knew that something huge had happened. However, Lin Fan's actions made him look at him differently. He didn't stay out of this and even welcomed it. He was asking to die. Jianghu City. I am a little nervous. Lin Fan's hands were covered in sweat. This was the first time he faced so many Yin demons, and he didn't know whether or not he could hold on. Zhou Zhongmao's expression was solemn. He wasn't afraid at all. His only thought was that if he couldn't hold on, he would send cousin away. The people in the city weren't important to him. They weren't even worth a single strand of his cousin's hair. He followed cousin over because he listened to cousin. Whatever cousin wanted to do, he would unconditionally be the first to do. If there was danger, he would send cousin away before he died. Young Master Lin, if the Yin Demon King appears, I will deal with it. At that time, I might not be able to take care of you. Feng Poliu said. He sensed that there was an extremely powerful aura among the Yin demons that were attacking him. It was obvious that the Yin Demon King had attacked. I don't need you to take care of me, I can do it. Don't underestimate me. Lin Fan said. Feng Poliu smiled. Young Master Lin, I don't understand why you came. In such a situation, the three of us are still too weak. It is hard to say whether or not we can survive. Didn't I say it before? I took their money to help them. The Jianghu City people gave me silver to let Martial Path Mountain protect them. Since I took the money, then I have to do it. Lin Fan said casually. Ha ha ha. Feng Poliu laughed out loud. I didn't expect that to be the reason. Young Master Lin, I really respect you. Before the Yin demons arrived, Lin Fan observed the surrounding situation. Fuck your mother. Which damned bastard was the one who did all this for no reason? Now he was nowhere to be seen. What the fuck were you doing earlier? If he found out who it was, he would definitely smash his head. Chapter 181. A loud explosion spread into their ears. The ground shook. Jianghu City faced its most dangerous moment since it was built. Destruction and new life were fighting. The balance of new life was tilting and destruction was about to arrive. The houses of the people in the city lit up. Many people were woken up. Was an earthquake coming? The animals were restless and uneasy. A terrified atmosphere covered the sky. Yin demons are here, Yin demons are here. When the guards resting on the city walls saw the movement, their faces turned ashen white. They ran out and shouted on the streets. He looked for a long while, he definitely wasn't wrong. Those floating red lights were the eyes of the Yin demons. Outside the city, Lin Fan, Zhou Zhongmao, and Feng Poliu stood in a row. Some things can't be taken back. Lin Fan pulled out his blade, the tip landed on the ground. He placed his palm on the handle and looked into the distance. His gaze became sharp, internal qi surged out of his body. The blade was covered in a layer of purple light, it was eye-catching and eye-catching. At that moment, the aura on their bodies slowly changed. A strong wind surged out from their legs and then wrapped around their bodies. Young Master Lin, don't be soft, otherwise we will be the unlucky ones. Feng Poliu smiled. Facing numerous Yin demons, he was still able to smile calmly. Not many people in the world could do that. Lin Fan and the others didn't know much about Feng Poliu. They only knew that he loved to gamble and often entered the gambling dens. In the end, he would be tossed out. Now Lin Fan felt helpless. Why did he take money? If he didn't, then he could stay out of this. Throwing his life away wasn't his style. Unfortunately, there was no regret. He took the money and promised them, so he had to do it. That was honesty, that was his principle. The Yin demons were really quick, like a huge army galloping. The female Yin demon walked over slowly and was protected by the Yin demons in the middle. Those purple devilish eyes gave off a terrifying glow. Jianghu City was already in their pocket, and the living creatures inside were their food. The Yin demons that covered the land and sky gave out sharp roars. There was also a weird smell. Feng Poliu covered his nose and acted like he couldn't take it. This smell covers the entire area, I really can't take it. Even if we can't take it, we have to take it. We can only fight them to the death. There are still a few hours to daybreak, so we can only hold on. Lin Fan didn't think that the three of them could wipe out the Yin demons. That was just a dream. Even if he reached Martial Path Grade 12, it would be impossible. However, it was still possible for him to hold on. Rumble. The Yin demons stopped in front of Lin Fan. The distance between the two of them was just 100 meters. Get out of my way. A big Yin demon pushed the small Yin demons aside. His giant body was like a small mountain as he roared, "Humans, you are hitting a rock with an egg. Later on we will rip you apart, drink your blood and swallow your flesh and blood. Young Master Lin, it would be good if we can delay for a while. Why not have a good chat with the Yin demons?" Feng Poliu said. If they really couldn't communicate, then it wouldn't be too late. However, looking at the situation, the Yin demons had things to say, so why not give them a chance to chat? Who knows, maybe the sky would turn bright as they talked. At that time, everything would be fine. That is what I was thinking. Lin Fan agreed with Feng Poliu's words. He wasn't a person who liked to fight. Especially with so many Yin demons, if they really fought, it would be tiring. I have something to say. Lin Fan stepped forwards and said towards the Yin demons, "There is a misunderstanding between us. A while ago, a big Yin demon came to Martial Path Mountain. I didn't know and did some unfriendly things to him. I want to say sorry to that big Yin demon. In the future, such things won't happen, definitely not." Rage points plus 222. Rage points plus 111. Many rage points surged over. It was as if he had said something wrong, or perhaps he had touched their sore spot. He felt like he didn't say anything wrong and that everything was normal. Feng Poliu was expressionless, but huge waves rose up in his heart. "My dear young Master Lin, couldn't we say something more reliable? Why did we have to say all that? It was so hurtful." Human. Instantly, a big Yin demon flipped several small Yin demons and walked out from the darkness. His red eyes gave off a cruel glow. He would never forget what happened during that period of time. What happened during that period of time caused huge damage to his heart. Lin Fan looked at the familiar big Yin demon and smiled. "So, you are here too. I am so sorry that your body and soul suffered heavy injuries. Looking at you, you should have recovered. If there is a chance, Martial Path Mountain welcomes you. You are really mysterious to me and I want to understand you more. Of course, if you can let your king, that female Yin demon, come to Martial Path Mountain to let me check her body, I think it will deepen the relationship between humans and Yin demons." His words were loud and many of the Yin demons heard it clearly. What did he say? What was this human saying? Was he insulting their king? Rage points plus 333. Rage points plus 444. Rage points plus 66. Rage points plus 88. The numbers fluctuated greatly. The current situation was really rare. He had to fight and there was no room for retreat. Since that was the case, then what was the point of saying nice things? Provoking them was the best choice. The increase in rage points was the only way for him to become stronger. If he could make the Yin demons leave just by saying nice things, he could give up on this chance. But if saying nice things to the Yin demons was useful, then not so many people would have died. The Yin demons wouldn't have been suppressed by the experts at the borders. Feng Poliu looked at Lin Fan with a weird expression. "Big brother, I told you to communicate with the Yin demons to get closer to each other so that both sides wouldn't be rash. But you said all that to the Yin demons and even teased their king. Were you going to fight to the death?" 100 silver was a huge loss. Of course. He knew that no matter what he said, the outcome would be the same. Yin demons wouldn't let him off just because he said nice things. Instead, they would enjoy the delicacy in front of them. The Yin demon's roars became more and more chaotic. The big Yin demon who was being tortured roared out, "Eat them for me." He roared out crazily and was already in a frenzied state. The Yin demons roared out, venting the rage in their hearts. "Remember, don't split up. Cousin, don't be rash." Lin Fan held the blade tightly. The highest internal and external cultivation strength exploded out. He couldn't hide it and had to use all his strength. "Understood, cousin," Zhou Zhongmao replied. Thick internal qi wrapped around his body. He wanted to step on all these Yin demons to death. Those who disturbed his cousin's sleep all deserved to die. Attack. Lin Fan held his blade and hollered. Lightning blade 4 strokes exploded out. In a short moment, it formed a blade glow net, covering a bunch of small Yin demons and slicing them into pieces. Amazing. Feng Poliu was shocked. He didn't expect young Master Lin's cultivation to be so strong. Lin Fan didn't hold back at all. Each blade was filled with his full strength. To other people, such a blade would consume internal strength quickly. But to Lin Fan it was fine. His stamina and internal strength were filled and he felt like he didn't consume any energy at all. The three of them didn't split up. They were wary of the situation in the three directions. Feng Poliu was wary of whether or not the Yin Demon King would mix in with the Yin Demons. If she appeared, he would fight her one-on-one. After all, he was the only one who could restrict her. Time passed really quickly. The attacks of the Yin Demons were really dense and didn't give them any space to slow down. You fellows are just too annoying. Lin Fan hollered, internal chi rumbled out. The blade glow in his hand became thicker and thicker. He slashed out, a crescent blade light slid on the ground, tearing a hole in the ground. Long. The blade light sliced open the Yin Demons. The special element caused huge damage to them. Big Dipper silence palm. Zhou Zhongmao's body gave off a black mist. This was the aura that exploded out when he activated Demon Enforcing Heart Scripture to the highest level. The battle was exceptionally intense. Yin Demon corpses piled up on the ground, increasing in number. However, their attacks didn't slow down. Even if many small Yin Demons were killed, they weren't afraid at all. Instead, they became fiercer and fiercer. Young Master Lin, don't use so much strength. The Yin Demons are using them to waste our stamina. Feng Poliu noticed the problem. His eyes locked onto the Yin Demon King. Her purple eyes were just too eye-catching. She looked at the small Yin Demons die one after another. She didn't react at all. It was obvious that she expected such a situation. Her goal was obvious. She wanted to use the small Yin Demons to drag them to death. Zhou Zhongmao panted, his forehead was covered in sweat. Even if his internal strength was thick and his combat strength was unparalleled, he was still human. As long as he was human, there would be a time when he would run out of energy. The Yin Demons didn't give them a chance to catch their breaths. Wave after wave. The moment they slapped out, another wave of Yin Demons would head up. This was why even a martial path grade 12 expert would have a 90% chance of dying if he entered the Yin Demon territory at night. The chances of him surviving were just too slim. Lin Fan noticed that Cousin's body was injured by the Yin Demon's claws. Fresh blood flowed from his wounds and his skin was a little black. Were the Yin Demon's claws poisonous? Cousin, stand behind me, I will protect you. Lin Fan felt heart-pained. These damn fellows, as long as they survived tonight, they would trample the Yin Demon base. He didn't want to use cheats to bully them, but they were too much. Did they really think that he was easy to offend? He wanted to let everyone know that as long as one was named Lin Fan, no one was easy to offend. It is okay, cousin, I am okay, Zhou Zhongmao said. At that moment, the Yin Demon strategy changed. The small Yin Demons retreated. Human, there is only one outcome for blocking us Yin Demons, which is death. The big Yin Demons appeared. His 3-meter-tall body gave off a strong sense of oppression. The 3-meter-tall big Yin Demon wasn't their limit. There were even stronger Yin Demons following closely behind. This was the top combat strength of the Yin Demons. Using the small Yin Demons to waste the stamina of the three of them. Then what followed next would be the true terror. Chapter 182. You all are a little dirty and despicable. Lin Fan always thought that Yin Demons were dumb, but now it seemed like it wasn't the case. Yin Demons were really smart. They knew that the three of them were strong enough to use the small Yin Demons to waste their stamina. What a waste. Since the start of the battle, each blade was filled with strength and he wasn't tired at all. However, Cousin and Feng Poliu were affected. Cousin was the one who was affected the most. Facing the flood-like Yin Demons, his stamina and internal strength were consumed quickly. Without any time to recover, the continuous consumption was something that no one could handle. Human, shut your mouth. Later I will stuff my fist in your mouth, pull out your tongue, smash your teeth, crush your eyeballs and torture you. The big Yin Demon hollered in rage. Amazing, I didn't expect you all to be so playful. Later I will capture your Yin Demon King, rip her clothes and use a whip to whip her. If you want to see, you can register with me. Lin Fan replied. Since things had reached such a stage, naturally there was no way back. He could only fight the Yin Demons head-on. Feng Poliu sighed. Could you not say such shameful words? Why did he have to anger the Yin Demons? That wasn't good for anyone at all. Lin Fan's words naturally tempted many Yin Demons. But very quickly they came to their senses. This human was insulting their king. Zhou Zhongmao used this time to recover the internal strength that he consumed. Young Master Lin, I will fight the Yin Demon King, I will leave this place to you. Feng Poliu said softly. He was afraid that if this continued, the Yin demons would drag them to death. If they killed the Yin Demon King, maybe they would have a chance to live. And Lin Fan nodded his head. He also wanted to kill the Yin Demon King, but looking at the situation, she wasn't someone he could handle, so he could only leave it to Feng Poliu. However, the pressure that he had to face would slowly increase. Suddenly, a big Yin demon appeared in front of Lin Fan. His expression was vicious as he waved his arms and slashed towards Lin Fan. I will split you into two and let your flesh and blood scatter on the ground. The big Yin demons were really strong. They were all above martial path grade 7. Puchi. A blade light flashed. It was so fast that the naked eye couldn't catch it. The big Yin demon stood on the spot, maintaining the posture of raising his arms. With a Puchi sound, the corpse split apart. You're still too weak. You're just seeking your own death by yourself. Lin Fan retracted his blade. He didn't feel excited because he killed a big Yin demon. This was just one of the Yin demons, there were many more who stared at him aggressively. The evil demon men roared angrily. Boom. Large amounts of big Yin demons attacked and pounced towards Lin Fan. The boiling black mist had already condensed into a physical form, like many tentacles. One had to pay attention to it. Be careful, I'll go kill the Yin Demon King. Feng Poliu's body instantly turned into many bugs, passing the Yin demons and heading towards the Yin Demon King. The female Yin demon used her purple eyes to observe the situation. So, you are from Insect Valley. The female Yin demon smiled and looked at the person who appeared in front of her. Those bugs were so annoying and she didn't like them. Even if Insect Valley was strong, she didn't fear them. Feng Poliu appeared and looked around warily. Since you know where I came from, then why don't we just forget it? When he said those words, the surrounding temperature dropped. The ground was covered in a layer of frost. Forget it? Why don't you move aside and open the gates for us Yin demons to enter? How about that? The female Yin demon laughed coldly. Then there is nothing to talk about. Feng Poliu said. He knew that Yin demons couldn't be offended, but it seemed like it wasn't. Yin demons wouldn't give him face. Without waiting for the Yin Demon King to attack, Feng Poliu raged and struck towards her. One needed special attributes to deal with Yin demons. But to Feng Poliu, all of that wasn't a problem. He couldn't take care of Lin Fan's situation, he could only tell them to take care and not die. Lin Fan noticed that these big Yin demons had a huge problem with him. They stared at him. That was good, it would reduce some pressure on Cousin. However, Cousin didn't need it at all. He pounced forwards to fight the big Yin demon to the death. Long. A big Yin demon's fist was wrapped in black mist and smashed into the ground, forming a giant hole. Lin Fan turned to the side and wanted to slice it into half. However, the moment he moved, another Yin demon attacked from the side, not giving him a chance at all. You are a bully. Refresh. Lightning blade 4 strokes, adding them all to Big Dipper Silent's palm. He stabbed the blade into the ground. His palms pressed down and he hollered. His palms shook like an illusion, lightning wrapped around them. Internal strength surged crazily from within his body. He felt that his internal strength didn't decrease at all, it was always so full. To Cousin this was a really normal palm technique. Lin Fan even dissed that Cousin knew how to act cool. But now when he displayed it, it was even stronger than his cousin's. Thick lightning wrapped around his body. This consumed internal strength. If normal people didn't have thick internal strength, they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. He waved his palms, lightning was like a dragon, piercing forwards. Many Yin demons didn't even cry out before they turned to dust. A long while later, Lin Fan saw Cousin panting heavily. There were many injuries on his body, all from the attacks of the Yin demons. Scram. He saw a big Yin demon appear behind Cousin and was shocked. He instantly moved and appeared beside Cousin, smacking his body with a palm. Lightning surged in and exploded his body. Cousin, don't force yourself. Go to the city gate, leave the rest to me. Lin Fan said. Zhou Zhongmao shook his head. Even if there were piles of Yin demon corpses around him, even 30 of them, he didn't fall. I can still do it. Lin Fan opened his fingers and used internal strength to pull. The blade that was stabbed into the ground flew over with a buzz. He then retreated and placed Cousin within the city gates. Be good, don't move, leave the rest to me. He couldn't let Cousin fight the Yin demons. Cousin was already at his limit, his internal strength and stamina were about to dry up. In this battle, Cousin had already exploded out with shocking strength. Out of the big Yin demons that Cousin killed, there were a few martial path grade 10 cultivators. Facing so many of them, it wasn't easy for him to last until now. You really can't kill them all. Lin Fan really respected the Yin demons, they were just endless. He knew that with the small support system, stamina and internal strength were endless and couldn't be used up at all. Looking at the Yin demon army that didn't seem to be decreasing, Lin Fan held his blade, the blade tip landed on the ground and he slowly walked forwards. The goal of life isn't to exist, but to burn. To me it is to enjoy. My cousin is really honest to him, the existence of life is to protect me. Now, I swear that in my life I will wipe out all Yin demons, not leaving a single one alive. The moment he said that, a shocking blade intent exploded out. The blade in Lin Fan's hand gave off an eye-catching glow. He was accumulating internal strength to use his strongest blade. Suddenly, Yin demons attacked. At this moment, to slash out or to take it head-on and accumulate was all in Lin Fan's hands. He didn't think about it. He had already thought about it, which was to take it head-on. Maybe it would be painful, but he definitely couldn't cry out, otherwise it would be too embarrassing. Damn human, I will smash you into meat paste. The big Yin demon's fist was covered in a thick black mist, there was a sonic boom. If one was hit by this fist, a few bones would break. Pucci. Just at that moment. When Lin Fan thought that he was about to be hit, he noticed that the big Yin demon's arm broke, like something flashed across. Slash. The blade in his hand was accumulated to the extreme as he slashed forwards. The crescent-shaped blade energy boiled, along with the lightning element. It sizzled like the air was numb. Instantly, the blade energy covered the Yin demons. A moat was left on the ground. Amongst the Yin demons there was a gap. Many Yin demons were shocked, they didn't expect such a situation to occur. However, it disappeared in a blink of an eye. The number of Yin demons was too shocking, and very quickly they made up for the missing Yin demons. It is you. Lin Fan looked at the person not far away. Su Ying stood on the city wall, her extremely beautiful face was really calm, there was no expression at all. However, Su Ying's sleeves were torn like there was an intense battle before this. You really have balls, you even dare to block the Yin demon army? Su Ying opened her mouth, her voice was really nice, just that it was a little cold. Kiki. Lin Fan smiled, you really have balls, you know that there are Yin demons and you still dare to come. Just as the two of them spoke, a person flew over from afar and smashed onto the city wall. The city wall cracked and a small hole appeared. Can the two of you stop talking? There are too many Yin demons, I can't hold on. Feng Poliu's mouth bled as he grumbled towards Lin Fan and Su Ying. The Yin demons were too cunning. He fought with the Yin demon king, but the other big Yin demons would sneak attack. He really couldn't take it and nearly died within. Luckily, the Yin demon king was annoyed with him and smacked him out. Young Master Lin, I can't take it anymore. Feng Poliu said. That was the truth, he really couldn't take it anymore. It was already a miracle that he was able to fight with the Yin demons until now. As for relying on the few of them to chase the Yin demons away, even if they were dreaming they wouldn't dare to do it. Even if we can't, we have to. If we don't last till the end, who knows whether or not we can. Lin Fan said. Zhou Zhongmao coughed, the wounds on his body still had Yin demon poison left, but it wasn't much of a problem. Cousin, leave this to me. Cousin, don't force yourself, I can see whether or not you can. Just rest there. Lin Fan said. The situation now. It was a little complicated. Actually, he knew that he couldn't take it anymore. He was still too weak. A true expert would step out and his aura exploded, directly crushing all the Yin demons in front of him. That was a true expert. However, he felt that he was still a little far away. What happened now shouldn't be something that someone of his age should be able to take. Chapter 183. What should we do now? Feng Poliu asked. The Yin demons didn't attack as they knew that they were at the end of their rope, and there was no need to force them. Listen to the sounds in the city, do you hear anything? Lin Fan asked. The city was really noisy. The Yin demons caused too much commotion, and the commoners were woken up. However, no one dared to open the city gates, afraid that they would see the most terrifying scenes. And Feng Poliu nodded his head. There were heart-wrenching cries, terror, helplessness. When danger arrived, the commoners' hearts would collapse. So, since we are already here, if we want to retreat, then everything before would be for nothing. As long as we hold on until dawn, everything will be fine. Lin Fan said. His confident expression was, in fact, an act. He panicked deep down. Was he really going to die? He was still young and had many things he hadn't done. If he died here it would be a huge loss. Dawn, to Feng Poli this was such a long time. At the same time he didn't expect the Yin Demon King to be so strong. If not for the other big Yin demons sneak attacking, it would be hard to say who would win and who would lose. Little Miss Su, do you want to leave or do you want to stay here and hold on with us until dawn? Feng Poliu asked. If Su Ying stayed there might be a bit of hope. After all, one more expert meant one more hope. Su Ying's expression was calm. It was impossible for her to leave. She knew that 9-Bug Gang did all this. When she killed those people she found out from their mouths. Sick and evil. Those fellows were just too sick and evil. They didn't do that to deal with the Jianghu city commoners but to deal with her. Some things started because of her so she couldn't back out. Some things have already happened and there is no way out. Even if I leave now, I won't be able to. Su Ying said. Her words indirectly expressed her stance, which was to stay with them to fight against the Yin demons. Good Su family, little miss is a hero, I respect you. Feng Poliu praised. A true family disciple, naturally there would be geniuses. To him, Su Ying was the genius of Su family. Not only was she strong but she was also responsible. Cousin, uncle gave me a life-saving talisman before we left. Unknowingly, Zhou Zhongmao had appeared behind Lin Fan. Cousin, rest well. Leave everything to me. Lin Fan said. Then he was shocked. What did you just say? My father gave you a life-saving talisman. Hurry up and take it out. Zhou Zhongmao took in a deep breath and looked at the flood of Yin demons, shouting, Yin Demon King, I have something to say, please come out. His voice reverberated and spread amongst the Yin demons. The Yin demons exchanged glances with one another like they had received some sort of order and retreated to the sides. The female Yin Demon King stood there, her purple devilish eyes gave off a teasing expression. These humans were strong but in front of the Yin demons, there were too few of them. Now the other party had something to say. He could listen to what they had to say. This is my cousin Lin Fan. My uncle is Lin Wani. My uncle said that as long as you let him go, he will help you do one thing no matter what it is. Zhou Zhongmao hollered. He had no choice. At such a time, even if he would make his cousin lose face, he had to say it. If not, if something happened, then he would regret it. Lin Fan wanted to hear what cousin said about the life-saving talisman. But when he heard these words, he was stunned. Oh my God. Cousin, don't tell me that this was the life-saving talisman that you were talking about. The female Yin demon was stunned, her pupils constricted. Lin Wani, that was an unforgettable name, a terrifying human expert. If anyone could let such a terrifying expert do something for them, it would be a huge benefit. But, eat them. The female Yin demon hollered in rage, she didn't hesitate at all. The Yin demons roared and pounced towards Lin Fan and the others. Cousin, why do I feel like they are even angrier after you said that? You should head over and rest, leave this to us. Lin Fan said. The female Yin demon was furious. Lin Wani, that despicable human expert. Tearing the contract and personally heading to the Yin demon territory to suppress them. Even she was injured by that damn human. Zhou Zhongmao was shocked. What was going on? What was going on? Uncle told him that this was the best life-saving talisman. Who knew how many people in the world needed his promise? As long as someone knew that his cousin was his son, they would give him face. Zhou Zhongmao trusted his uncle's words. But now he couldn't help but suspect whether or not he said something wrong or if he missed out on some important information. Su Ying covered her lips and smiled. Lin Wani was really arrogant, actually so confident in himself. He was slapped in the face. She wanted to see Lin Wani lose face. She wanted to take revenge for her aunt. But now, the Yin demons surged over and they could only fight to the end. Long. Lin Fan, Su Ying and Feng Poliu's internal strength shook the surrounding air. Big Dipper's silence palm exploded out, giving off a bright glow. The blade in his hand broke long ago and couldn't take the internal strength that was injected in. Damn. Too weak. He was still too weak. Lin Fan felt that sometimes it wasn't that danger came to find him, but that he would find danger himself. Some things were just too magical, if they didn't happen he wouldn't dare to believe it. Like now, if he was just imagining things, would he step out when he faced such a situation? He definitely wouldn't unless he was sick in the head. But when it really happened he understood that he was sick in the head. After a long while. Lin Fan's body was covered in injuries, one could see the white bones in some places. Pain filled his brain such that he nearly exploded. It was really painful, so painful that he was about to shout out, "Cousin! Zhou Zhongmao's eyes were filled with rage. He gritted his teeth and gave out a beast-like roar. Ah! Instantly, a ferocious aura swept across the entire area, causing everyone to stop in their tracks. Cousin. Lin Fan turned his head and was actually a little worried. At this moment, Zhou Zhongmao's body was covered in thick black internal energy. His eyes seemed to be burning with flames. His clothes were torn and his body was covered in injuries. There were old and new injuries. Feng Poli's eyes opened wide and muttered, "What did this kid go through in the past? It was impossible to find a piece of good skin on his body. That damning demon." Zhou Zhongmao hollered. A power connected all the acupoints and meridians in his body. A ferocious black giant ape floated behind him. It roared out, roaring towards the sky. Long. At that moment, a strong aura spread out with Cousin at the center. Cousin's knees bent. With a pung, the ground cracked. He turned into a black light and jumped into the air. He landed quickly, raising his hands and smashing them onto the ground. The ground shook. Cousin landed in the center of the Yin demons. The strong impact caused many of them to fly away. "You trash, you deserve to die." Zhou Zhongmao hollered in rage. He opened his fingers and grabbed a big Yin demon, directly ripping it apart. Too fierce, just too fierce. Even the Yin demons were stunned by Zhou Zhongmao. That's not right. Although his meridians were opened up, he shouldn't be able to use such strength. Feng Polia looked at the scenes in front of him in shock. He couldn't understand it at all. How did Lin Wani develop him? Damn, what are you looking at? Help, my cousin can't take it anymore. How could Lin Fan let cousin take the risk? Didn't he see that his cousin's body was bleeding? Was that the repercussions of being too violent? Haze, despair. Feng Polia had a feeling like he was going to die here tonight. He was a little tired and felt like he couldn't take it anymore. Cousin was really violent now, smacking the Yin demons with one palm. However, there were just too many of them. More and more wounds appeared on his body. Fresh blood spurted out like a fountain and scattered all over the ground. A tough battle exploded. Su Ying and Feng Poliu were slowly injured. They were humans and not gods. Their bodies would get tired and their internal strength would dry up. Even when surrounded by so many Yin demons, it was tough for them to fight back. Lin Fan frowned. The situation was getting worse and worse. If this continued, they wouldn't be able to hold on. "Young Master Lin, why not you leave and leave this to me? I have no other skills, but I am not afraid of dying." Feng Polia saw that the situation wasn't good and decided to let Lin Fan leave. There was no need to fight to the death. Kiki, what a joke. Even if you aren't afraid of dying, do you think I am? Did you see me sweat? I didn't even use any strength. Moreover, it doesn't matter. If I die, the Yin demons will die along with me. Lin Fan said. He wouldn't run out of energy and his internal strength wouldn't dry up. Su Ying's expression didn't change. Even if several wounds appeared on her body, she didn't frown. "Little Miss Su, if such a beauty like you dies, it would be such a waste. This has nothing to do with you, why not flee for your life?" Lin Fan said. Su Ying glanced at Lin Fan. "Shut up. I'm not afraid. Then let's fight to the end." Lin Fan smiled and then looked at the Yin demons. "I will send you all to the heavens." The moment he said that, Lin Fan's palms smacked the ground. Numerous lightning crackled and surged out like snakes. Feng Polia looked on with a weird expression. What was going on with this kid? His internal strength was so thick, would it not dry up? However, he didn't think so much now. It was good that his internal strength hadn't dried up. He could continue to fight, but, damn. The Yin Demon King was going to attack, he was finished. Feng Polia wanted to encourage himself, but he saw the Yin Demon King disappear from the spot. In a blink of an eye, she was dozens of steps away from them. "Be careful, the Yin Demon King is attacking, don't be careless." Instantly, the female Yin Demon appeared in front of Lin Fan and grabbed. Zhou Zhongmao instantly appeared in front of Lin Fan and took the Yin Demon King's palm head-on. His chest caved in and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. "Stay away from my cousin." Zhou Zhongmao hollered in rage and punched him. Long. Fist and palm clashed, causing an intense shockwave. "If you want to hurt my cousin, then you have to step over my body." Zhou Zhongmao's swollen body stood in front of Lin Fan like a god protecting him. He would rather die than retreat. Chapter 184. Damn. Lin Fan saw cousin spit out blood, and rage exploded in his heart. Wrong. He was really wrong. Salted fish weren't like that. He felt that he was wrong from the start. Peaceful days were something that experts had the right to enjoy when they were tired. He didn't have the ability to do so now. When he faced danger, cousin helped him, but what if cousin couldn't handle it? Father will carry it? What if father couldn't handle it? At this furious moment he realized that he understood everything. Seeing cousin block the Demon King for him, he found it hard to calm down. Although he had changed recently and was slowly raising his cultivation, he was still too lazy and had no motivation at all. Cousin, are you okay? Lin Fan asked. His chest was smacked by the Demon King. It was a bloody mess. There was even a black mist wrapped around it. Zhou Zhongmao's body shook. It was obvious that he was heavily injured, but he bore with it. He slowly turned his head, and his vicious expression disappeared. He smiled. Cousin, I am fine. With me here, don't worry. After saying that, he turned his head and opened his mouth. He panted, and fresh blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He stared forwards with determination. He wouldn't let cousin see that he couldn't handle it. Today all of you will die here. The female Demon said coldly. These humans weren't worth mentioning in front of the Demon army. They didn't even have a chance to fight back. She wanted to see how long these humans could last for. Feng Polia said, Demon King, you are destroying your own future. His father is Lin Wani and she is the Su family Missy. Do you think that if you kill them, your demons can still exist? I think you should stop and we can act like this never happened. Aha, you are threatening me? Demon King laughed. Human, do you think that threats will work? We demons don't fear anyone. The moment she said that, Demon King waved her hands. Go. The demons couldn't wait any longer. They wanted to swallow all these humans. Not long later, Suing couldn't take it anymore. A few big demons took the chance to attack and were about to kill Suing. Lin Fan hollered, Big Dipper Silence palm exploded out. Lightning wrapped around it and directly killed the big demon. He grabbed Su Ying's shirt and tossed her to Feng Poliu. He grabbed his cousin who was on the verge of collapse and shouted, Retreat to the city gate. Now only he and Feng Poliu had the strength to fight the demons. City gate. Take care of them, I will handle the rest. Lin Fan said. You can? Feng Poliu panted. He was really tired. He never thought that one day he would fight the demon army head-on. How much courage did he have to have such thoughts? He felt that he was awesome enough. Normal people were into him. Lin Fan said, Who knows? Feng Poliu looked at Lin Fan and sighed. If you die here, it would be such a waste. He cherished talents and felt that Lin Fan was not ordinary. It is indeed a pity. After all, he is a talent. However, there are many talents who die before they grow up. But if you want me to die, it won't be that easy. At the very least, you will have to pay a painful price. With the current situation, there was no way to avoid it. If he made things too tense, the atmosphere would be stifling. He might as well look on the bright side. Lin Fan walked to the front and looked at the Demon King. You black and ugly old hag, remember this. If I, Lin Fan, don't die today, I will definitely trample the demon race in the future. Ah, what a joke. Do you think you can do that? Let's talk after tonight. Kill them. The Demon King said coldly. He didn't put Lin Fan in his eyes at all. Perhaps to the Demon King, killing these humans was a piece of cake. The Demon army struck. Lin Fan didn't retreat and just stared right at the Demon army. He hoped that the bug controlling technique would give him a shocking effect. Refresh your stats. Bug controlling technique returning to true. Circles of gray ripples spread out from Lin Fan's body. Feng Poliu was shocked. This internal strength was. He looked at Lin Fan in disbelief. As expected, this kid cultivated the bug controlling technique. Moreover, the internal strength fluctuation seemed to be even higher than his. Kid, how far have you cultivated the bug controlling technique? Feng Poliu asked. Lin Fan said calmly, the highest realm. Feng Poliu was speechless. What did he say? The highest realm? Are you kidding me? The ground shook, dirt rolled, and many bugs crawled out from the depths of the ground. Under the buff of the gray internal strength, these bugs underwent shocking changes. Internal strength boiled. To normal people, it was tough to control too many bugs with their current martial path. They were also unable to use special internal strength to cause the bugs to change. But to Lin Fan, he didn't feel any consumption of internal strength. At this moment, more and more bugs surged out, and the ground was covered in them. Bug wall. Lin Fan hollered. Internal strength invisible to the naked eye turned into threads and guided each bug. The bugs moved and stacked together, slowly forming a bug wall. The bug wall was pitch black, 10 meters tall. The bugs that stacked together had shocking destructive strength. It totally separated the Yin demons. Swallow. Lin Fan pressed down with his palms, and the bug wall collapsed, covering the Yin demons in front of him. Instantly there were roars. The bugs covered the Yin demons and bit at them. It is useless. Although the bug controlling technique is strong, it is useless against Yin demons. Feng Poliu reminded. One could only use special element techniques to deal with Yin demons, otherwise there was no other way. The female Yin demon laughed coldly and gave out an ear-piercing sound. The bugs exploded, unable to withstand the terrifying internal strength of the Yin demon king's voice. Insect Valley's bug controlling technique is strong, but it is useless against us Yin demons. Everything in the world counters one another, and even the strongest cultivation technique is useless, ha ha ha. The Yin demon king laughed out loud. As expected, it still couldn't work. Lin Fan didn't give up. Since that was the case, then he would take it head-on and see how long he could last. Goyulu. Just at that moment, there was the sound of a small cart pushing. Then, there was the sound of explosions, followed by the screams of the Yin demons. Kid, I am here. Zhang Tianshan held a bamboo tube in his hand, crushing it and tossing it into the Yin demons. The eye-piercing light that exploded forced the Yin demons back, and they didn't dare to get close at all. Gozi, Liang Yongqi and Yuan Tianchu pushed the cart and followed behind. The small cart was filled with bamboo tubes. Yuan Tianchu was helpless. It was safe on Martial Path Mountain and there was no danger, but he was forced to follow. He felt that things weren't right, like someone wanted to harm him. But he had no choice. He could only follow. Young master, we are here to save you. Gozi hollered. He was really anxious and afraid that something would happen to young master. When Zhang Tianshan took out his stock and was about to head down to save him, he followed without thinking. He knew that the Yin demons were terrifying and he was afraid, but there was a power supporting him such that he wasn't afraid of them. Very quickly, under Zhang Tianshan's lead, a path was opened up. Why did you all come? Lin Fan asked. To tell them not to come, wasn't that just asking to die? Kid, how could I not come? Your father entrusted you to me, and if I let anything happen to you, he would beat me to death. Quickly return to Martial Path Mountain, I will take care of this. Zhang Tianshan said. Lin Wani was one of his few friends, and he was a friend who treated him sincerely. In Zhang Tianshan's words, he was willing to sacrifice himself for his friend, even if he had to sacrifice his life. Now that his friend entrusted his son to him, if he couldn't even do such a small thing, then what was the point? Lin Fan said, what can you do? You can't. I can. Zhang Tianshan said. I said that you can't. I can. Lin Fan didn't argue with Zhang Tianshan. What was the point of them coming using these things to last till morning? Dream on. It wasn't enough at all. Yin demons, I advise you to open up this place, otherwise don't blame me for being impolite. Zhang Tianshan didn't fear the Yin demon king at all. He hollered and directly tossed the bamboo tube in his hand. An eye-catching light exploded out. The little Yin demon was injured and retreated. Even the big Yin demon felt really uncomfortable. Attack. The Yin demon king didn't say any nonsense and directly told the Yin demons to head up. Impolite? I want to see how much you can toss. Zhang Tianshan exploded, instructing Liang Yongqi to toss the bamboo tubes out. He then pulled Lin Fan, kid, listen to me, bring them back to Martial Path Mountain. The things here are enough to support you back. I will stay here, I have confidence in defending Jianghu City. Those words were just bragging. Zhang Tianshan just wanted to bluff Lin Fan back. Nonsense, if you had the ability, would Martial Path Mountain have gone bankrupt? I won't leave. Lin Fan said. Su Ying was recovering stamina and internal strength. Those damn fellows actually caused such a huge problem. Zhang Tianshan's head hurt. Why are you so stubborn? Can't you just let me do one thing in my life? This isn't the first time I have been stubborn. Stop talking nonsense, don't toss anything. Once the Yin demons get close, then toss. Lin Fan said. He then looked towards the Yin demons. Come, scum, if you want to break open this gate, let's see whether or not you have the ability. Lin Fan hollered. Instantly, the Yin demon king attacked right away, striking towards Lin Fan. She was really quick and wanted to kill him in one move. Just as the Yin demon king got close, Zhang Tianshan picked up the bamboo tube and tossed it over. The bamboo tube exploded and a bright light shot out, shocking the Yin demon king so much that she felt really uncomfortable. Lin Fan took the chance and instantly attacked. Lightning wrapped around his hand and surged towards the Yin demon king. The Yin Demon King was really strong, and even if she was disturbed, she would counterattack. Lin Fan retreated, his palm shook. His strongest move, which was a dual cultivator, was actually unable to shake the Yin Demon King. Her strength was a little terrifying. Charge. The Yin Demon King didn't take the risk and continued to let the Yin Demons surge forwards. Lin Fan didn't know how long he could last. Bring my cousin back to Martial Path Mountain. Lin Fan looked at Zhang Tianshan and said. Zhang Tianshan decisively rejected. Impossible. If we leave together. Forget it, let's fight head-on, at most we will die together. Lin Fan wouldn't leave. Suddenly, the Yin demons that were prepared to attack stopped and looked into the distance. Lin Fan was shocked and looked out curiously. He didn't see anything weird. However, the situation wasn't like that for the Yin demons. In the distance there was a blazing sun that covered half of the sky. The Yin Demon King was shocked, turning around and running into the distance. The other Yin demons were frightened and turned around to leave. Leave half, the rest scram back to City East Forest, otherwise you will all be wiped out. A voice spread out from the distance. His tone was irresistible and filled with majesty. Shortly after, a sword light that sliced apart half the sky swept over. The Yin demons that were covered didn't even cry out before turning to dust. They were unable to struggle at all. The Yin Demon King turned around and took a look. The sword light brushed past her arm and sliced it off. Lin Fan was stunned and said in disbelief, "Is this still Martial Path, grandfather?" Su Ying felt that the voice was really familiar and was shocked. Why was grandfather here? Very quickly, an old man walked out from the darkness with a smile on his face. No one knew how that sword light slashed out, but it was really strong. It wasn't Martial Path anymore. Grandson, not bad. I can see that you have a bit of elegance. Lin Fan was speechless. Even if he was an expert, he couldn't humiliate him like that, right? Chapter 185. That sword was too eye-catching, it blinded everyone's eyes. Old Ancestor Su. Feng Poliu was shocked. He didn't expect to see such a godlike person from Su family. He was much more reserved. When Old Ancestor Su walked over, he took a few steps back and opened up a path. This was respect towards Old Ancestor Su. Such an expert was famous for a long time, his strength was indiscernible. He had heard about him when he was in Insect Valley. He was from the same generation as his master. Even his master had once said that his master was slightly inferior to him. Granddaughter, why don't you speak when you see grandfather? Old Ancestor Su looked at Su Ying and asked. Su Ying lowered her head. Su Ying greets grandfather. This time because of her grandfather's appearance, she was out of danger. And you have suffered a lot. If you can't take it, then go home. Girls in the outside world will always suffer. Old Ancestor Su said. He had heard about what his granddaughter faced outside. Nine Bug Gang wasn't a good place. Although it was under Insect Valley had closed itself during these few years. Nine Bug Gang slowly broke free from Insect Valley's control and ruled over Fuzhou. Su Ying didn't reply. It was obvious that she didn't want to return. After Lin Fan knew that this was Old Ancestor Su, he wasn't interested. That seventh little miss was beaten up by his cousin, so it was better to be low profile. Thinking about his cousin, he immediately came to his cousin's side. He looked at his injuries and felt heart-pained. He quickly checked on the situation. Kid, I saved your lives and you don't even thank me? Old Ancestor Su asked. This kid didn't have any knowledge. However, his cultivation was not bad. Lin Wani actually said that his son was trash. What was he thinking? Did people have such high standards now? Even when they were young, they didn't have such ability. Thank you. Lin Fan replied. Old Ancestor Su shook his head. That reply was a little shallow. You are the same as your father. Old Ancestor Su said, forget it, all of you are skilled. I have never seen anyone with weak cultivation who dares to fight Yin demons at night. All of you are bold. Zhang Tianshan heaved a sigh of relief. Naturally, he knew who the person in front of him was, but they didn't know who he was. After all, Lin Wani was the most famous. On the other hand, he was just a bystander and did not have much of a presence. Now that the Yin demons left, everything was safe. The Yin demons suffered heavy losses. Half of them were slain by one sword. Anyone would feel heart pain for a long time. Maybe it would make the Yin demons feel fear. It's all right. Lin Fan helped his cousin up. Cousin, let's go, I will bring you back to heal up. Since he had accepted money from the people of Jianghu City, he had to do it for them. Although his actions this time were impulsive, he didn't regret it. He was a young man after all. If he wasn't impulsive, how could he be called a young man? Especially young people who were trustworthy. He would not frown even if he had to go through a mountain of knives or a sea of flames. Steady? This does not exist. In fact, Yuan Tianchu's heart was almost paralyzed with fear. Danger, it was really too dangerous. He thought that he was going to die here tonight, but he didn't expect that there would be a way out. The feeling of surviving a calamity was really great. His mind was in a mess. He believed that this must be a conspiracy. It was definitely a conspiracy. But he couldn't figure out what this Lin fellow was trying to do. It was too profound. Even with his powerful analytical ability, he still couldn't figure it out. It was truly terrifying. The people in the city heard that there was no movement outside. Their hearts trembled. It couldn't be that he was finished, right? They didn't dare to open the city gates. That was because opening the city gates would allow those terrifying things to enter. However, the current situation was equivalent to a form of torture for them. It was truly too painful. If this went on, they would be forced to go crazy. Some bold people climbed onto the walls, sneaking their heads out in terror. They prayed in their hearts as they looked outside. When he saw the scenes outside, joy appeared on his face. He quickly came down and shouted, "Safe, we are safe, the Yin demons have left." He ran and told the people about the situation outside. All of them cheered. That feeling of surviving a calamity was just too great. Huang Boren stayed in the manor, feeling uneasy. He quietly waited for the final outcome. The Yin demons attacked the city, and with his Huang family's ability, they couldn't block them at all. They could only wait for death and not do anything at all. "Young master, we are safe." The Yin demons were chased away by Martial Path Mountain. A servant ran over to report the good news. Oh! Huang Boren heaved a sigh of relief. This feeling of surviving a calamity, if one didn't personally experience it, one wouldn't be able to imagine it. As expected, Martial Path Mountain has potential. The investment was worth it. It seems like I need to invest more. Huang Boren thought about it and slowly had an idea. Martial Path Mountain. Cousin was healing up. His injuries were more serious and his body was covered in wounds. The Yin demon's poison was stuck to his flesh and couldn't be cut off. Old ancestor Su gave them a few pills for them to consume. He said that it could quickly remove the Yin demon's poison. Then he had to thank him. Lin Fan was also injured, but it wasn't a big problem. They were all small injuries. His physique reached Martial Path Grade 11, which was a huge help to his recovery. After this matter, Lin Fan understood that he couldn't just do nothing. He had to become stronger. The feeling of helplessness when danger arrived. It made him feel really annoyed. Become stronger, he really had to take the initiative to become stronger. If Lin Wani knew what Lin Fan was thinking, he would be delighted. This kid really knew how tough it was to survive outside without strength. The sky was bright. Martial Path Mountain regained its calm. Just at that moment, the entrance of Martial Path Mountain was a little noisy. The Jianghu City commoners surged over. They didn't come to find trouble with Martial Path Mountain, but to give things to Martial Path Mountain. The commoners carried small baskets with fruits, vegetables, eggs, etc. Some of the rich businessmen were also scared out of their wits last night. They were nearly frightened to death at home. The Yin demons attacked, and if they weren't stopped, then the outcome would be catastrophic. Something huge would have happened. But Martial Path Mountain bravely stepped out to help Jianghu City defend against the Yin demons. So they came to give gifts. Plaques and whatnot, those were all secondary. Some of them even sent taels of silver to him. Zhang Tianshan received the commoners. The smile on his face was like a blooming flower, so bright and beautiful. Who knew that Martial Path Mountain would have such a day? This was something he didn't expect even in his dreams. Although it was dangerous, the rewards were huge. Very quickly. There were many things piled up on Martial Path Mountain, and the commoners left. To the commoners, they suddenly noticed that it was good to have Martial Path Mountain by their side and they felt safe. "Grandfather, why are you here?" Suing asked. His grandfather was the pillar of the Su family and also the strongest person in the Su family. If the Su family didn't have his grandfather to guard it, then the Su family's position in Zhou City would suffer a heavy blow. "I made a trip to Yu City and met this kid's old man, so I came over to take a look. I didn't expect that you would clash with the Yin demons at night. If I didn't arrive in time, you would have ended up badly." Old ancestor Su said. What he said was the truth. Grandfather, Lin Wani harmed Aunt so badly, so why did you meet him? Su Ying didn't have a good impression of Lin Wani. She heard Aunt say that this person was a brute, uncultured and rude. At that time she even asked why did Aunt like him. The answer she got was that he gave off a special aura. Su Ying was confused about that. Special aura? She couldn't imagine how such a person with no merits would have such a special aura. Old ancestor Su smiled. There are some things you don't understand, but don't get involved with this kid. Your aunt was harmed, so I don't want my granddaughter to be harmed too. Grandfather, how is that possible? Su Ying replied right away. That was definitely impossible. She didn't care about such a guy. She didn't even think about such a thing. It is best if it is impossible. Imperial dynasty will marry a princess to him, and in the future he will be the prince consort. Old ancestor Su said. Su Ying found it weird. The imperial court would betroth the princess to this person. How was that possible? At that moment, old ancestor Su looked at Zhou Zhongmao with a weird expression. He remembered that this kid was badly injured last night. Even if he consumed his pills, he definitely couldn't have recovered so quickly. Moreover, it seemed like he was perfectly fine. How did Lin Wani develop him? Or did he leave something up his sleeve for his son? Grandfather, what is wrong with him? Su Ying asked. Old ancestor Su smiled. It is hard to say. Okay, let's go meet that kid. Actually, I came this time to recognize him as my grandson. In the future, Lin Wani will be my son. Ha. Su Ying was helpless. Grandfather still loved to play. Alright, this kid is the one who hit your seventh sister. She isn't smart enough and doesn't even know who hit her. Haze. Old ancestor Su sighed regretfully. Some of the juniors in the family were really smart, but some were really dumb. It wasn't scary to be beaten up. What was scary was to be beaten up and not know who did it. That was the truly scary thing. Su Ying was slightly furious. She didn't expect that he was the one who hit seventh sister. As expected, if they weren't from the same family, they wouldn't join the same family. She had already remembered Lin Fan. Back courtyard. Lin Fan was in deep thought about something. His days of being a salted fish would never return. It was time to work hard. V was an expert. Based on the situation last night, even if he didn't kill half of them with one sword, he would at least stomp a bunch of them to death. That was true strength. His current strength was far from it and he didn't have enough. Z saw that young master's expression was solemn, like he was thinking about something. He stood at the side and didn't dare to disturb him. He had a feeling. Young master was definitely going to work hard. Grandson, what are you thinking about? Old ancestor Su smiled as he walked over and teased. Lin Fan took a look. You have problems. Rage points plus 66. Damn. This kid dared to scold him. He had balls. Chapter 186. He didn't even know what this fellow was here for. He just called him a grandson. If he wasn't old, he would have fought him to the death. After this matter, do you feel that you are really weak? Do you have any thoughts of becoming strong? Old ancestor Su smiled and asked. He had seen through the young man in front of him. That look of contemplation was exactly the same as when he felt that he was very weak in the past. Of course, what do you want to do? Lin Fan was a little wary of this old man. Although he didn't have any bad intentions. But there was definitely more to his words. If he wasn't careful, he would be dragged in. Old ancestor Su smiled. It is good that you do. I know your father. I saw that he was a decent person and wanted to be his father. Unfortunately, we weren't fated. Now that I see you, I am really happy. Why don't you recognize me as your grandfather? I will nurture you. Direct, he was really direct. This old man was here to recognize someone as his grandson. Normally, people with no pride would kneel down and call him grandfather. But who was Lin Fan? Would he casually recognize someone as his grandfather? Moreover, this didn't just concern him, it concerned his father. If he really did, then wouldn't his father be his son? So, he said that this old man had bad intentions. There is no need to trouble you, I will solve it myself. Lin Fan said. He just wanted to become strong. How tough could it be? In the past, he was just enjoying himself and didn't work hard. The small support system might not be strong, but it was enough for him. But as long as he had a few months, he was confident that he would be ahead of everyone. Kid, don't be stubborn. Sometimes, stubbornness doesn't have any benefits. Instead, you will waste a chance. Just like your father, he was stubborn when he was young and took a few more years on the wrong path. Old ancestor Su said. Lin Fan looked at him. Hearing your tone, you seem really familiar with my father. Haha, not very familiar but really familiar. I hope that you won't be like your father. Once you miss something you won't get it again. To have it again, apart from luck, you also need talent. But such luck and talent are one in a million. Old ancestor Su seemed like he was telling Lin Fan some sort of logic. Lin Fan asked, "Then between you and my father, who is stronger?" Old ancestor Su had a short moment of hesitation towards this question. He didn't want to lie, but since he had been asked, he had to say that he was the best. If it was in the past, he wouldn't hesitate to tell this kid that his father was defeated by him. But now he might not be Lin Wani's opponent. Lin Wani's fortuitous encounters were simply too thick and ordinary people simply couldn't compare to him. "Alright, there's no need to answer. I already understand," Lin Fan said. How could the other party's hesitant look escape his eyes? He was definitely not a match for his father. An inexplicable sense of pride. Old ancestor Su felt that something was wrong. Did the kid in front of him think wrongly about something? "I want to ask, what is above grade 12? Lin Fan asked. His brother didn't tell him about this. When he read martial path theories in U City, he only saw martial path grade 12. Old ancestor Su looked at Lin Fan with a weird expression. He didn't expect that he didn't know about the realm above grade 12. It seemed like Lin Wani really knew how to educate people. This was what they meant by telling you too much and you would think too much, so it was best not to tell you. "Kid, you know too little. Above grade 12 is Master Realm. This realm has started to break away from the range of normal martial path. Using internal strength to open up the governor and conception meridians means that one has entered Master Realm. The realm above Master Realm is when the internal strength is connected to the limbs. This is also known as the 100 meridians being opened up. That is when one steps into Grandmaster Realm. Your cousin already has the ability of a Grandmaster," Lin Fan said with a weird expression. "My cousin is only grade 9, how can he be a Grandmaster?" "Ah, you don't understand. Your cousin's acupoints were opened up and his 100 meridians were opened up. He has the initial strength of a Grandmaster. As long as he cultivates, he will become a Grandmaster in a short time. Your father is really willing to let someone protect you. He actually sacrificed himself to help your cousin open up his acupoints and meridians. Amazing, really amazing," Old ancestor Su exclaimed. Lin Wani was a bold person and normal people wouldn't dare to do that. To anyone this was a huge opportunity. Of course, as the 100 meridians weren't cleared by one's own internal strength, it had a huge impact on the person involved. Lin Fan was in deep thought. He didn't expect his father to actually open up all the meridians in his cousin's body. So that was the case. He knew it. Cousin was only at the 9th stage of the martial path, so how could the power that erupted from him be so strong? "What about above Grandmaster?" Lin Fan asked. He wanted to understand the cultivation realms of this magical world right away. But looking at old ancestor Su's expression, it was obvious that he didn't want to say much. "Kid, enough, you are asking too much. With your talent, you will need at least 10 years to break through to Grandmaster. Your father only became a Grandmaster when he was 30. Once you become a Grandmaster, you will naturally know." Old ancestor Su was helpless. Young people nowadays were biting off more than they could chew. Lin Fan asked, "My father only became a Grandmaster when he was 30? Then you said that my cousin could become a Grandmaster in a short time, so why do I need so long?" "Kiki, that question isn't good. Let me give you an example. How long do you need to earn 100,000? But if I have 1,000,000 and give you 100,000, wouldn't you earn it in a short time?" Old ancestor Su said. Lin Fan thought about it for a moment and nodded his head, and that makes sense. But why does it sound like there aren't many benefits for either side? Haha, you have a brain. Not bad, it does affect both sides. However, it isn't much for your father, but for your cousin, it is. He didn't cultivate himself, so he is much more unfamiliar with it. He also doesn't have the ability, so he needs to be nurtured slowly. Your cousin is a smart person and knows the theory. He didn't try to break through right away but slowly stabilized it. Old ancestor Su's words helped Lin Fan a lot, allowing him to understand many things that he didn't know in the past. Just like that, you asked and I answered, slowly communicating. Su Ying stood at the side, not anxious at all. She was thinking about 9 Bug Gang. She couldn't go back. Those people who followed her were all killed by her. If she went back, she would be walking into a trap. But she didn't expect those people to be so crazy. Also, who was it that wanted to kill her? Gang leader? If one said that there was a misunderstanding, who knew whether or not Su Ying would believe it? Those people saw Su Ying enter Martial Path Mountain and didn't have any conflicts with them before leaving. They felt that since Su Ying had already betrayed Nine Bug Gang, she might not be her match in a head-on fight, so why not borrow someone else's knife to kill her? It was enough that she had a city of people to accompany her. Old Ancestor Su said, "Kid, call me grandfather. I will give you some benefits and let you soar into the sky." Lin Fan looked at Old Ancestor Su. This fellow had a problem. "No need, I am not interested in all this," Lin Fan said. He had no interest in benefits at all. In the next period of time, he had to start to get busy and raise his cultivation. He had to raise it to grade 12 and then become a master and then a grandmaster expert. Old Ancestor Su said that he would need many years, but he didn't believe it. He had the small support system, and if he couldn't reach grandmaster in a month, then he wouldn't be able to survive. When he decided to do something, it would be really terrifying. Old Ancestor Su shook his head and sighed like he was filled with regret. Su family didn't owe Lin family, but Lin family owed Su family. He wanted Lin Fan to call him grandfather to give him good things. That was to take advantage of Lin Wani. Of course. If this kid didn't shout, then he wouldn't have anything good. Helping them get through the Yin Demon crisis was already a huge help to them. "You really don't need it?" Old Ancestor Su asked. He then tempted him, "As long as you shout, your life will be amazing." "No need." Lin Fan replied really cleanly. No matter what it was, he really didn't need it as there was no need. Rage points plus 88. Old Ancestor Su was furious. This kid didn't know how to grab a chance. He was as dumb as a pig. Forget it. Let him be stubborn. Old Ancestor Su seemed to have something to do. He didn't stay on Martial Path Mountain and left right away. The Yin Demon matter came to an end. He scared them away with one sword and they should have scurried back to U City East Forest. What Lin Fan was thinking was that since he could kill half with one sword, then why didn't he slash once more to wipe out all the Yin Demons? That wasn't good at acting cool. Su Ying said, "You really are confident. What my grandfather gave you is enough to save you a lot of trouble. In the future, even if you regret it, it is useless." She had never seen such a person. If it was someone else, they would have knelt down and hugged his legs, willing to be his grandson. Lin Fan smiled, "Don't you know that my father is Lin Wani? What your grandfather has, how can my father not have?" Su Ying was speechless. His words made sense. "Let's not talk about this. I heard you say that what happened last night had something to do with Nine Bug Gang, or did they do it?" Lin Fan asked. He didn't have any enemies now, so it wasn't his style to disturb people for no reason. But Nine Bug Gang was different. He had a grudge with them long ago. Moreover, Nine Bug Gang purposely found trouble with him. If he could bear with it, then that really wasn't his style. Su Ying said, "Right, someone followed me. Maybe they thought that I had something to do with Martial Path Mountain and betrayed Nine Bug Gang, which was why they lured the Yin Demons over. I don't want to know about all this, I just want to know where Nine Bug Gang is?" Lin Fan asked. "Fuzhou, what do you want to do?" Su Ying looked at Lin Fan. Did he have any other thoughts? Lin Fan said, "What else can I do? I will definitely wipe out Nine Bug Gang." Of course. He knew that he didn't have the ability to wipe them out in one go. But what he didn't lack was time. Take it slow. He would infuriate them to death. "But can you consider how I feel?" Feng Polia looked at the two of them and said, "No matter what, Nine Bug Gang was a subsidiary power of Insect Valley. Although he had left Insect Valley, he had to be more tactful. Chapter 187. You aren't from Nine Bug Gang, so what are you thinking about? Lin Fan looked at Feng Polio. They had been through thick and thin together, and all of a sudden their relationship soared. Feng Polio was helpless. Although he said that, as the big disciple of Insect Valley, his heart was still on Insect Valley. If he wiped out Nine Bug Gang, wouldn't Insect Valley suffer a loss? Thinking about it made him sad. "You?" Su Ying wanted to laugh. He actually said that he wanted to wipe out Nine Bug Gang. That wasn't a joke. "Do you know Nine Bug Gang's strength?" Her tone showed that she didn't have high hopes for Lin Fan and didn't think that he had the ability to wipe them out. It was just a bunch of nonsense. She didn't even say that he knew the power behind Nine Bug Gang. Insect Valley? No, that was a long time ago. The power behind them wasn't something he could offend. You don't need to know how strong Nine Bug Gang is. It isn't important to me because I have decided to wipe them out. Are you interested? I can bring you along. After all, you were abandoned. Lin Fan smiled and said. He was serious this time. His peaceful life had come to an end. His heart to become strong was swelling. When it reached a certain level, no one would be able to stop him. I won't go crazy with you. Su Ying rejected him. Lin Fan wanted to wipe out 9 Bug Gang. To her, it sounded like a fool bragging. He wanted to bring her along. That was the same as asking to die. That is such a waste. 9 Bug Gang nearly killed you and you could bear with it. Your grandfather even came and you didn't tell him the truth. I thought you wanted to take revenge personally, but who knew that you were just cowardly? Lin Fan was regretful. He thought that this girl was a hero, but it seemed like he was thinking too much. So she was a weakling. Maybe she was a weakling who didn't dare to take revenge. No matter what, he wanted to take revenge. 9 Bug Gang sent people to mess with him time and time again. They even provoked him. Who could take that? If it wasn't for him being a little far away, he was prepared to fight them today. Rage points plus 111. Su Ying was a little furious. What did this fellow mean? He was purposely provoking her in order to bring her to her death. Only someone with a screw loose would fall for it. Otherwise, who would go? Feng Poliu, do you have any thoughts? Lin Fan turned his head and asked. Naturally, he wouldn't head to Fuzhou alone. Cousin would definitely follow. Feng Poliu went too, then he could bring him. There was strength in numbers and it would be convenient to do things. Feng Poliu was stunned as he looked at Lin Fan, saying exaggeratedly, "You are serious?" He had always thought that Lin Fan was joking. Even if 9 Bug Gang was just a subsidiary power of Insect Valley, their strength couldn't be underestimated. Do I look like I'm joking? Lin Fan asked. He was serious. With the current situation, 9 Bug Gang was the best choice to raise his strength. Jianghu City and Yu City were 1,000 miles apart. It wasn't far, so they were at the border. Fuzhou was a large city. Even though it was far from the central dynasty, it was a truly large city. It was a shipping fortress and had abundant resources. It was a truly large city. I need to consider, Feng Poliu said. He didn't think about communicating with people related to Insect Valley. This was what he thought about after leaving Insect Valley, so he needed to consider it. Su Ying didn't want to hang out with this idiot. She knew that she couldn't return to 9 Bug Gang. If she did, the outcome wouldn't be good. Although her life wouldn't be in danger, it would still be problematic. So she left. Lin Fan looked at her back view and shook his head. This girl was not bad, her body was good, her face was beautiful, but she was a little timid. People who were timid just didn't make one feel like they were good. Young Master Lin, you like this girl? In my opinion, she is not bad. Family background, status, looks, etc. She is top class. Feng Poliu said. I am so bored, why would I like her? Lin Fan looked at Feng Poliu. What was he thinking? He actually had such thoughts, it was tough for him to accept it. Feng Poliu shook his head. What were people thinking now? Su Ying was not bad, others probably couldn't even lick her. To Lin Fan, okay, if she was timid, then so be it. He would do it himself. Especially Su Ying's tone of disbelief made him unhappy. Did she know 9 Bug Gang's strength? She made it sound like he was the weak one and that others were strong. Go back and think about it, we will head out tomorrow. Lin Fan was an impatient person and couldn't tolerate hatred for too long. He was afraid that if he had too much hatred in the future, he wouldn't be able to remember who survived. His cultivation was already at martial path grade 11. He was strong in both internal and external cultivation, but since he met the Su family old ancestor, he knew that he was still weak. The gap between the two was huge. There was a wide chasm. My cultivation is stuck here not because I lack rage points but because I lack some special cultivation techniques. During the battle with the Yin demons, he gained many rage points, enough for him to spend for a period of time. If he was in Yu City, he wouldn't need to worry about cultivation techniques. He would head to cousin's place to take a look. Zhang Tianshan brought Liang Yongqi and Yuan Tianchu to be busy outside Jianghu City. He noticed that it wasn't safe to hide it. It was easy for people to dig it out. Of course, it wasn't that they knew where the red flame stone was placed, but that it would glow at night. As long as one wasn't blind, they would dig it out. So he needed to think of a way to hide the glow such that others couldn't find it. If such a thing happened again, they would be finished. Yuan Tianchu pushed the small cart and asked, Deputy Sect Leader Zhang, was the old man that appeared the Su family old ancestor? Enzwa City Su family old ancestor, you haven't seen him, right? He is an important person. Even if he went to the imperial city to meet the emperor, he didn't need to kneel. The emperor even had to call him country protector. Zhang Tianshan said. So amazing. Yuan Tianchu was shocked. He had never seen the Su family old ancestor, but that Su family seventh little miss left a deep impression. Brother Liang, you were beaten up by that Su family seventh little miss, right? His question had no standard at all, it brought up that sad matter of Liang Yongqi's. That matter? Liang Yongqi didn't want to recall it, it was just too embarrassing. He was beaten up so badly that he didn't even know what was going on. From then on, his father didn't love him anymore, demoting his position. Big brother took over. Who knew what his father and big brother were doing now? Maybe big brother made his father happy. Zhang Tianshan said, let's not talk about the past. You're a little scheming. Little Liang is not bad, didn't you notice that his cultivation has reached martial path grade 4, but you are still at the same spot? Those words were a huge blow to Yuan Tianchu. Oh my god. What did those words mean? How could Yuan Tianchu's cultivation not be at the same spot? During this period of time he didn't cultivate at all, and his mind was filled with schemes and plots. Wait. Scheme as expected, it was a scheme. He actually attacked from his cultivation. Now he understood why Zhang Tianshan gave Liang Yongqi secret techniques. He wanted Liang Yongqi's cultivation to improve so that he could humiliate him? But that wasn't right. Liang Yongqi was on your side and I was neutral. Why did you think that I was on his side? That was possible, that was really possible. Since that was the case, then he could only remain calm. If he got angry, then he might really fall for it. Yes, I have no choice. Brother Liang is talented and I am average, so how can I compare? Yuan Tianchu said. Liang Yongqi looked at Yuan Tianchu in shock. Damn it. He didn't expect that Yuan Tianchu would actually say such words. He would actually admit that he was weaker than him? In the past, this would have been impossible. He changed. Yuan Tianchu really changed. No, how can I compare to Brother Yuan's talent? I just had nothing to do recently, so I worked hard. Liang Yongqi said anxiously. Since Brother Yuan was so humble, then naturally he couldn't be too high profile. Okay, the two of you help out, finish it quickly and head back. When Zhang Tianshan saw the two of them being so humble, he was really not used to it. However, on a deeper level, his evaluation of the two of them was much better. Last night, they dared to leave Martial Path Mountain and follow him to Jianghu City, which meant that they were on the same side. This matter had elevated the relationship between everyone to a higher level. Yuan Tianchu kept silent. He felt like he was in a really dangerous situation. Liang Yongqi's sudden humility was like someone hiding a sharp knife in his sleeves that could stab someone to death at any moment. That night, Martial Path Mountain. Lin Fan got a few cultivation techniques from Cousin. Cousin's Demon Ape Fist was not bad. When one cultivated it to a high level, the Demon Ape illusions would appear. If one said that it was a fist technique, then it was definitely a fist technique. But if one said that it was a body training technique, then it was a body training technique. Using the fist to train the body was really overbearing. Unmovable King Body was cultivated to a high level by him, and he couldn't raise it anymore. To raise physique he needed more body training techniques. There was also a demon enforcing heart scripture that was not bad. It was on the same level as the Purple Sun 4 Saint scripture, but it had a dual cultivation effect. Take a look at the small support system. Physique, 330, Martial Path Grade 11, Internal Strength, 330, Martial Path Grade 11, Heart Cultivation, Purple Sun 4 Saint Scripture, Grade 25, Demon Enforcing Heart Scripture, Unlearned, Cultivation Technique, Vengeful Tiger Blade Technique, Returning to True, Bug Controlling Technique, Unlearned, Unmovable King Body, Returning to True, Lightning Blade 4 Strokes, Returning to True, Mixed Energy Broken Jade Hand, Unlearned, Demon Ape Fist, Unlearned, Rage Points, 102231. The rage points that the Een demons provided were enough to raise him to Master Realm. Raise Heart Cultivation. Consumed 2000 rage points. Purple Sun 4 Saint Scripture, Grade 26. Purple Sun 4 Saint Scripture, Grade 33, he instantly reached the Great Perfection Realm. Instantly Lin Fan felt a shocking change in his body. He activated the Purple Sun 4 Saint Scripture. Suddenly, a purple halo appeared behind Xiao Chen's head, and a purple mist revolved around his body. A shocking phenomenon occurred. Did I improve too quickly? Lin Fan was shocked by those scenes. He couldn't accept it. Chapter 188. Although the Purple Sun 4 Saint Scripture was left behind by the assassin in black, he already knew that such a profound mental cultivation technique couldn't have been left behind by the assassin. It was definitely left by his father. Using this, he suddenly wanted to sing a song. 1, 2, 3. Sing. My father. The person I love the most. Now that he raised the purple sun for Saint Scripture to grade 33, the purple internal strength surged like an ocean. The quality of the internal strength had a shocking change, and it was much stronger and more intense than before. When I am serious, all of you have nothing to do with me. Lin Fan was confident. He had to become strong, he had to become even stronger. After going through things, he would slowly grow. Cousin wasn't invincible, even if he was, he had to protect himself. Looking at how Cousin didn't care about his injuries to protect him, he felt that if he continued like this, he might lose someone important. He wouldn't let that happen. So, only by killing and crippling those people who threatened the safety of the people around him could he have the right to enjoy his life. Improve. He consumed 1,000 rage points. Demon Ape Fist, Basics. Demon Ape Fist, returning to true, he consumed 16,500 rage points to raise the Demon Ape Fist to the highest realm. The carefree feeling of cultivating a cultivation method to the extreme was simply too refreshing. With the current situation, it was no problem to raise his cultivation. At points, physique slowly increased. Now 1 point required 600 rage points. Physique, 360 martial path grade 12. When he raised it to martial path grade 12, he noticed that his body felt swollen. That feeling was power. He continued to add points. What he wanted was to cultivate both internal and external cultivation, to be able to use his strongest combat strength in battle. Internal strength, 360 martial path grade 12. Lin Fan felt that his strength had greatly increased. He clenched his fists. This was the feeling of power. What a waste, I don't have enough rage points to reach Master Realm. However, with the current situation I will reach it soon. Lin Fan looked at the small support system. He was only left with 33,731 rage points. It wasn't a lot, but it wasn't little either. Since that was the case, then he would use the remaining rage points to raise the demon heart enforcing scripture. This heart cultivation technique was not bad. When Cousin used it, it was really strong and had a strong aura. If you don't act a little fiercer when you go out, others won't be afraid at all. The devil heart suppressing scripture has a total of 12 levels. The first level requires 2,000 and upgrading to the third level requires 3,000. Lin Fan's strength continued to grow. Demon heart subduing scripture, 10th layer, rage points, 1731. Although I am still a distance away from Master, as long as I have a chance, I will definitely become a Grandmaster. Lin Fan thought that he would be able to step into Master Realm right away, but now it seemed like he was thinking too much. Su family old ancestor said that if he wanted to step into Grandmaster Realm, he would need a very, very long time. Didn't these words mean that he, Lin Fan, couldn't make it? This face had to be slapped back and it had to be done in the shortest time possible. He didn't sleep and just packed his things. He would leave Martial Path Mountain tomorrow and he had to be quick. Only by using every second would he be able to raise his strength in the shortest time. 9 Bug Gang, you bunch of scum, just wait for me to kill you. The next day. Feng Poliu, have you considered it? If you have, then let's head out now. If not, then I won't wait for you. Lin Fan stood in front of Feng Poliu's house and shouted. It was just too slow, he still needed to consider such a small matter. In his words, what was there to consider? There was no need at all. Feng Poliu pushed open the door and looked at Lin Fan with a stunned expression. Oh my god. This speed was just too quick. He said he would consider it yesterday, and now he wanted to leave today. The time he had to consider was just too short. At least he had to give him a few more days. Are you leaving or not? Lin Fan asked. Apart from the Yin demons who hated him now, it was 9 Bug Gang. As for the Yin demons, although they were arrogant, they were destroyed by him several times. He could put aside this hatred for now. 9 Bug Gang couldn't do it, they were the ones who came to Jianghu City to find trouble with him. If he didn't attack, they would think that he was afraid. He had to teach them a lesson so that they would know how terrifying things were. Let me ask you again, are you sure you want to head to 9 Bug Gang? You have to think about it. Although 9 Bug Gang is just a subsidiary power of Insect Valley, they are really strong. Feng Poliu said. He had to make it clear that the young people were just too rash. If they had some thoughts, then they would have to take action. When they faced problems, they wouldn't even have a place to cry. Nonsense, if I didn't think about it, would I pack my things? What's your situation, are you going or not? Lin Fan asked. This fellow was just so annoying. Just one sentence, why did he have to hesitate for so long? Feng Poliu thought about it and nodded. Since that was the case, then let's go. He hadn't visited Nine Bug Gang in a long time. He also heard that Nine Bug Gang didn't have any sense of belonging to Insect Valley. They formed their own sect and relied on other powers. He followed Lin Fan to Nine Bug Gang not to help him wipe them out, but to verify something. Lin Fan was satisfied. This was a good offer from Martial Path Mountain. 100 silver was worth it. As long as he performed well, there was a chance of the price rising. Young master, what about me? Let me go, I can take care of young master. Go Z wanted to follow. He didn't want to be separated from young master. Lin Fan said, you can stay on Martial Path Mountain. I am going out to take revenge, not to travel. If you follow, you will be in danger. Gozi was too weak. No. One could say that Gozi had no strength. At most, he could use a blade to slash normal people. If he faced an expert, he was basically dead. Gozi wanted to draw circles on the spot. He felt that he was too weak and would only be a burden if he followed young master. How sad. He wanted to become strong, but his body didn't allow him to do so. He was helpless. Zhang Tianshan, when I am not here, you will be in charge of Martial Path Mountain. Lin Fan said. Zhang Tianshan looked at Lin Fan and said, sect leader, why not forget it? Going out is asking for trouble. Staying on Martial Path Mountain is so good, we have food and drink, it is so comfortable. He didn't want the kid to leave Martial Path Mountain and head into the turbulent pugilistic world. Especially when he faced the terrifying Nine Bug Gang, he felt that it wasn't realistic. There was a high chance that they would turn the tables on him. If he didn't do it well, things would really happen. Yuan Tianchu looked at Zhang Tianshan and smiled in disdain. Hypocrite. He was really happy. The chance was finally here. As long as Lin Fan wasn't here, he would be the Martial Path Mountain sect leader. However, he felt that this was Lin Fan's plot. Although he didn't know how strong Nine Bug Gang was, as long as one was sane, he wouldn't say that he brought a few people to wipe out such a huge gang. How strong was he? Or how strong was he? He guessed that this was Lin Fan's excuse to observe Martial Path Mountain. If he noticed that the situation wasn't right, he would instantly appear in front of everyone. When that happened, he couldn't think about it, he really couldn't think about it. Am I the sect leader or are you the sect leader? Don't worry about where I go, just take care of Martial Path Mountain. This is 1,000 silver, enough for this period of time. Lin Fan took out a bill and passed it to Zhang Tianshan. Zhang Tianshan stared at the bill and his eyes opened wide. So generous? Where did he get so much money from? He didn't understand the kid. He was totally confused about how much money Martial Path Mountain had. Anyway, he always felt that Martial Path Mountain was poor. Who knew that the kid would take out 1,000 silver right away? Oh my god. Shocking. It was just too shocking. So rich. Yuan Tianchu looked at Lin Fan. It was obvious that he was shocked by this huge sum. If he was still in Yu City, he would still be the Yuan family's second young master. Naturally, he wouldn't care about such a small amount of silver. But it was different now. After leaving Yu City and coming to Martial Path Mountain, he was a poor person, so poor that he didn't even buy new clothes. He looked at Lin Fan with a profound expression. He hid his emotions really well. There were many secrets that they didn't know about. If Lin Fan knew about Yuan Tianchu's rich inner world, he would definitely roar out. Could he stop thinking about it? His actions were just too cool. If he went to the toilet, would he think that he hid poison in the toilet? Of course that was true. If Lin Fan had put on a weird expression before entering the toilet, Yuan Tianchu would have thought that he was hiding poison in the toilet. To Lin Fan, he really treated Zhang Tianshan and the others as his own people. The fact that they were able to fight the Yin demons that night showed this problem. This was why Lin Fan wouldn't be stingy towards them. As for the silver, he would definitely be the one keeping it. Talking about money would hurt relationships. Just let him raise them from behind. If you need to buy anything, I will buy it for you. Zhou Zhongmao pulled 3 horses over. These were all contributed by the bandits from Wolf Brigade. Cousin, everything is prepared. Lin Fan looked at them. I will leave Martial Path Mountain to all of you. The moment he said that, just as he was about to lift his leg, he noticed that the 9-headed bug hugged his leg. Its 9 heads raised and looked at Lin Fan with a cute expression. To Lin Fan this was a cute gaze. But to others the 9-headed bug was really vicious and terrifying. You want to go too? Lin Fan said. 9 demons 9 heads nodded crazily. It wanted to go too, it didn't want to separate from Lin Fan. Lin Fan thought about it. Bringing the 9-headed bug might be a good choice. Anyway, he was going to 9 Bug Gang. In front of them, he would let them see that the thing they needed was with him, but he didn't give it to them. Would they feel angry? When that happened, everyone would be furious and would want to kill him. Then the rage points would be stable. Jump on my shoulder, let's go. Lin Fan patted his shoulder and made space for the nine-headed bug. The nine-headed bug jumped up and landed on his shoulder. It raised its 9 terrifying heads and looked into the distance. He noticed that the world had become bigger. As expected, only by standing on a giant's body could one see further. Ride. The 3 of them got on the horse and charged down the mountain without turning their heads. They charged down and the horse flipped. Chapter 189. King Wutong Camp. Oh my god, look, Zhu Xiang actually brought the bandits back. What are those boxes of things? Zhu Xiang worked hard in the camp. To climb to a higher position he gave everything he had. He volunteered to wipe out the bandits. He didn't wipe them out, but he recruited them into the army. He also brought back the resources that the bandits stole. Even the soldiers in Zhu Xiang's hands were stunned. Till now they didn't know how Uncle did it. He entered the bandits' home alone. On the second morning the bandits brought the things out with Zhu Xiang. What a surprise. If they hadn't personally witnessed it, they wouldn't have believed such a thing. What did he say to the bandits? Why did they willingly submit to him? Place the resources there. Zhu Xiang instructed the soldiers and then walked towards the general. He wanted to tell him about the situation. To Zhu Xiang, these were things that needed to happen on the way forward. As long as he persevered, there would be no problems. It is him. Lu Xian came to the camp and noticed that familiar person. He frowned in confusion. Wasn't he mining stones? Why would he appear here? As the strategist by King Wutong's side, he was under huge pressure. That was because not only him, but there were other strategists who would compete with one another. Brother Lu, do you recognize him? A middle-aged man with a long beard followed Lu Xian's gaze. That was just an unassuming earl. Lu Xian smiled. I don't know him. The person who spoke to him was also one of King Wutong's strategists. If one were to talk about opponents, he was just one of them. Is that so? I heard that he volunteered to wipe out the bandits. Looking at the situation, they are really successful. It seems like he is a strong general. I can recommend him to King Wutong. The middle-aged man smiled. Lu Xian's expression was really ugly. What did he mean? If he recommended him to King Wutong, wouldn't he be making enemies for himself? Lu Xian didn't think that Zhu Xiang would be grateful to him when he climbed to a certain position. He tossed Zhu Xiang to the stone quarry to die on his own. Who knew that this fellow actually became an earl? If he knew that this would happen, he would have killed him. 3 horses galloped in the forest. The Yin demons had already moved away, and the trees returned to their original state. When the Yin demons were here, the forest was really dark and not a single ray of light could shine in. Now that the Yin demon aura wasn't infecting it, everything returned to normal. What a pity. The conflict between Lin Fan and the Yin demon couldn't be resolved. Who knew that the Yin demon would be terrified by that sword and leave right away? Can't you just be a little more stubborn? He was very disappointed with this behavior. Young Master Lin, the journey is long, let's hurry and try to find a place to rest at night. Feng Poliu said. We'll see. Lin Fan didn't want to find a relay station to rest. He just wanted to hurry on with his journey. If he was too tired, he could just find a place to rest. Of course, it was impossible for him to be tired. He had never felt tired before. To Feng Poliu, he just wanted to understand how young Master Lin cultivated the bug controlling technique. He remembered that time when he took the wrong secret manual, he got it back in a very short time. According to the time. That was impossible. How could he cultivate the bug controlling technique to the peak in such a short time? Even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't believe it. But the truth was placed in front of him. Even if he didn't believe it, he had to. When the sky was about to turn dark, Lin Fan's speed slowed down. The horses couldn't run anymore. From morning till now they didn't stop. Horses weren't made of iron, so it was normal that they couldn't take it anymore. Young Master Lin, there seems to be a residence ahead. Let's head there for the night. Feng Poliu said. Since there was a place to stay, then naturally he had to stay. He didn't want to stay in the wilderness. Okay. Lin Fan was casual. He just wanted to reach Fuzhou quickly. The residence ahead didn't look like it was for civilians. It was made of wood and looked really nice. It gave off a leisurely aura. When he brought the horse close, there was a stone plaque at the entrance. Wandering Dragon Sect. Lin Fan felt that the name was familiar, like he had heard it before. Are you all spending the night here? Just at that moment, a strong kid wearing clothes that had been mended many times looked curiously at the three of them. And spending the night? Lin Fan said. Spending the night, 5 coins per person, 15 coins for the 3 of us. The kid said. Lin Fan only had silver on him and no copper. Kid, where are your adults? Oh. A rough voice spread out from within and a guy walked out. When he saw Lin Fan he was stunned. Aren't you Martial Path Mountain Sect Leader Lin? Why did you come to Wandering Dragon Sect? Did Deputy Sect Leader Jiang follow? Wang Yushu was surprised. Of course. He didn't have a good impression of Sect Leader Lin, but he had a good impression of Deputy Sect Leader Jiang. Lin Fan recalled who this person was. Wasn't he one of the 3 people who came to Martial Path Mountain to ask for an explanation? How can you stand at the entrance? Come, please enter. Wang Yushu welcomed him and then touched the kid's head. Go call your 2nd master and 3rd master. The kid tossed him aside. The sky wasn't dark yet. Lin Fan looked around. Isn't this a sect? Why does it look like an inn? He thought that Martial Path Mountain was old and broken. Who knew that there would be something worse than Martial Path Mountain? Wang Yushu smiled awkwardly. The sect's expenses are huge, so I earn some money to live. Zhou Zhongmao looked around warily. Even if there wasn't any danger now, he had to be careful when he went out. No one knew when danger would arrive. Lin Fan noticed that there were a lot of kids in Wandering Dragon Sect. That kid who was wearing pants and playing in the mud, what were you doing? Grabbing a bird and spraying water into the mud. You were playing in the mud, how amazing. Sect Leader Lin. Not long later, Wang Linfeng and Wang Xiaosa ran over. They didn't expect Martial Path Mountain Sect Leader to actually come to Wandering Dragon Sect. This was too sudden. They didn't even have time to prepare. When they learned that Lin Fan came, the 2 of them were washing clothes at the back well. If they found out that Wandering Dragon Sect's Deputy Sect Leader and Elder were washing clothes there, wouldn't they lose all their face? Lin Fan nodded towards the 2 of them as a greeting. He didn't know what to say to the 3 of them. Also, wasn't this a sect? Why were there only the 3 of them and the rest were kids? Quickly prepare rooms for Sect Leader Lin and the others. Xiaosa, go cook and welcome Sect Leader Lin. Wang Yushu instructed. Only the 3 of them could do that. Lin Fan smiled. Sect Leader Wang, there is no need to be so polite. We are just borrowing for a night, we will leave tomorrow morning. Of course. Wang Yushu said. Now that the Martial Path Mountain Sect Leader personally came to Wandering Dragon Sect, they had to welcome him. If not, if this spread out, would their Wandering Dragon Sect still have a footing among sects? Wang Linfeng went to clean up the room. Behind him was a little girl with 2 braids. Her face was red. 2nd master, is this the interaction between sects? That's for sure. Your big master, that's our sect master, is currently interacting with another sect master. As the big senior sister, go and tell Gooden and the rest not to be mischievous and throw our sect's face. Be careful of getting beaten up, Wang Linfeng said. The little girl held her head high and stuck out her chest. Her face was full of pride as she said, Yes, 2nd master, don't worry. I will definitely teach my younger martial brothers to be honest. In the future, I also want to be as awe-inspiring as eldest master and communicate with other sect leaders. To the little fellows of Wandering Dragon Sect, they had never seen other sections. Anyway, they felt like they were all in the same line and their Wandering Dragon Sect was the strongest. Wang Xiaosa came to the kitchen and scratched his head in annoyance. There was nothing to welcome them. Goo. The hen crowed. Their Wandering Dragon Sect's most valuable thing was this hen. They relied on it to lay eggs for the little things to improve their meals. But they had no choice as there was nothing to welcome them with. 4 Wandering Dragon Sect's face, they had to kill it. Dinner. 9 Demons' appearance attracted the bunch of kids. Senior sister, what monster is that? It looks so ugly. Shush, softer. 2nd master said that it is their sect's god beast. Then where is our sect's god beast? It is in the pot. As Lin Fan listened to the conversation of these little fellas, he was exasperated. Just what sort of sect was this? Could it even be called a sect? Sect Leader Lin, sorry for not being a good host. Wang Yushu smiled and then took some wine. This is the wine we brewed, it is not bad. The dish is here. Wang Xiaosa holds a big bowl. An old hen that has been stripped, unyieldingly raises its head in the bowl of floating oil and water. Please. Wang Yushu smiled. But deep down he was really sad. Wandering Dragon Sect's only hen died to the blade today. But as the sect leader, he had to treat the guests well and not lose the sect's face. The hen soup was here. The kids' gazes locked onto the table. They didn't come over, they just licked their lips and showed a yearning gaze. Lin Fan was prepared to move his chopsticks when he noticed that their gazes moved along with his chopsticks. They retracted and shifted their gazes away. When they reached over, their gazes locked onto him. Sect Leader Wang let the kids eat together. Lin Fan said. Sect Leader Lin, you don't have to be so polite. Just eat. Wang Yushu said. Lin Fan placed down his chopsticks. Let's eat together. Under his repeated requests, Wang Yushu called the kids over. A bunch of them surrounded the table. Let me show all of you something amazing. Lin Fan laughed. Then he tapped the table lightly with his fingers. The hen in the bowl flew up into the air. With chopsticks in hand, with a schwa sound, there was no shadow, but the hen instantly disintegrated in the air. Then the meat fell into everyone's bowl in an orderly manner. Wow! The children were all dumbfounded. That was amazing. Ah, amazing, right? Lin Fan asked. The kids said in unison, amazing. The kids wolfed it down like they hadn't eaten meat in a long time. Thinking about Marshall Path Mountain, it felt good. Each day they ate either bird's nest or shark fin. How luxurious. The next day, Lin Fan woke up early and placed a 10,000 silver bill on the table. He thought about it and placed another one on the table. Wandering Dragon Sect entrance. Lin Fan and the others got on their horses and saw Wang Yushu run over. He cupped his fists. Sect Leader Wang, thank you for your hospitality. If you have a chance, you can bring the kids to Marshall Path Mountain to play. Goodbye. Right. This time it was flat ground and there was no flipping of the horses. Wang Xiaosha was prepared to call Sect Leader Lin to eat breakfast. He noticed that there was no one in the room, but there were 2 silver bills on the table. When he heard the noise outside, he chased right away. Big brother, second brother, look, Sect Leader Lin left this. Wang Xiaosha was shocked. Wang Linfeng looked at the bills and instantly fainted. Ah, I am fainting. Wang Yushu looked at the bills and then at Sect Leader Lin, whose back view couldn't be seen. His eyes turned red. Thank you. Chapter 190. The 3 of them rushed on horseback and rarely stopped. However, the horses weren't strong enough and couldn't run anymore, giving them a huge headache. Young Master Lin, what is the situation with Wandering Dragon Sect? Feng Poliu asked. He had never seen such a tragic sect. If they could even be considered a sect, then their expectations of a sect were just too low. Nothing much, don't you think that it is a decent sect? Lin Fan smiled. He noticed that sometimes one couldn't just look at the surface. When those 3 from Wandering Dragon Sect came to Marshall Path Mountain, he thought that they were fools. Now he realized that he was too shallow. Feng Poliu smiled. It is indeed a decent sect, the only sect in the world, no one can replace it. The sky is about to turn dark, let's find a place to rest. The forest ahead is better. Since leaving Wandering Dragon Sect, he didn't stop. Nothing happened along the way and everything was peaceful. These 2 consecutive days of riding caused his butt to hurt. If it was in the past, he wouldn't have asked for such pain. But it was different now. If he wanted to become strong, he had to suffer. Let's rest here. Lin Fan got off the horse and rubbed his butt. It really hurt. The surrounding environment was not bad, and just one look and one knew that there were no Een demons. A place where Een demons stayed wasn't for humans. Trees covered the sky and there was no light at all. Young Master Lin, we seem to have forgotten something important. We actually didn't bring any dry rations. Feng Poliu reacted now. That was a headache. Unfortunately, even if he thought about it now, it was too late. It is okay, we have a way. Lin Fan didn't care much about this matter. What could it be? It was just a small matter. The horse was so tired that it panicked. It knelt down to rest. Running from morning till now, it was really tiring. Lin Fan came in front of a giant tree, touching the bark and taking out the newly bought blade. Shwa. A crack appeared on the tree and it was sliced in half. Lin Fan grabbed the tree and tossed it into the air. His understanding of blade techniques had reached a really high level. The blade light shone, and the tree that was floating in the air instantly disintegrated. The tree branches fell down and were pieced together in a square manner, forming a bed. That works. Feng Poliu's mouth was agape, but he was more shocked by Lin Fan's technique. He had already cultivated his saber technique to such a level? He was too strong. Cousin, bring the remaining wood over to start a fire. Lin Fan said. Then he picked up the remaining piece of wood and used a knife to cut it into skewers. Feng Polia didn't understand what Lin Fan was doing. In any case, he just stared blankly. Zhou Zhongmao's speed was very fast and he had already started the fire. Not long after, Lin Fan placed the wooden stick back. Next was the most important thing. Even if they didn't bring any dry rations, they wouldn't starve to death. Refresh your stats. Bug controlling technique max completion. Instantly, circles of ripple-like gray internal strength spread out from Lin Fan's body. Lin Fan sensed his surroundings and searched for living creatures. Feng Poliu was familiar with this internal strength and knew that it was the bug controlling technique's internal strength. He suggested for Lin Fan not to use the bug controlling technique's internal strength. If Insect Valley found out, it wouldn't be so easy to deal with him. Suddenly, soft voices could be heard from the surroundings. Swoosh. Something seemed to be moving. This. Feng Poliu's eyes opened wide. He didn't expect a few snakes to crawl over. Puchi. At that moment, the blade light flashed and the few snakes' heads were sliced off. Let's eat barbecued snake meat tonight. Lin Fan grabbed the snake, slicing it open and releasing the blood within. He then cut it into pieces and skewered them with wooden sticks. We are eating this? Feng Poliu looked at Lin Fan. Oh my god, was the bug controlling technique supposed to be used like this? Was that really good? Now let's eat snake meat. You don't know, not only is snake meat delicious, but it is also nutritious. It also has health benefits. Although we don't have any supplementary ingredients, it doesn't matter. Will taste good too. Lin Fan busied himself. He noticed the true effect of the bug controlling technique. In any desperate situation, as long as one knew the bug controlling technique, one would have a chance to live. He placed the skewered snake meat on the rack. It couldn't be too close, but it couldn't be too far either. Not long later, a meat fragrance spread out. Feng Poliu didn't expect the snake meat to be so fragrant when it was barbecued. Lin Fan said regretfully, I was in a rush. If I knew, I would have brought some supplementary ingredients. Drip some sesame oil, some chili powder, along with a flask of wine that tastes tsk. It is hard to imagine. The smell of the snake meat spread out. The meat was a little golden and the skin was crispy. Although the taste would be much worse with the current conditions, it was already not bad to have such a delicacy. Come eat some. Lin Fan spread the wooden sticks and then took a bite. And not bad, really not bad. It was unexpectedly delicious. The snakes here were different from those on Earth. They didn't have the earthy smell and the meat was more delicious. Perhaps this was the most special place in the world of cultivation. Not bad. Feng Poliu praised. Of course, eat quickly and then sleep. Lin Fan sliced the remaining snakes and placed them there to barbecue. The only thought he had about heading out was that he was tired. But he had no choice. To become amazing, one had to be able to bear with loneliness and take hardships. After Lin Fan finished, he laid on the wooden bed to rest. The surroundings were really quiet, and occasionally there would be the roars of wild beasts. Feng Poliu sighed at how a rich young master really knew how to enjoy life, to be able to eat a meal of snake meat outside. He envied the bed he could sleep on. However, they were going to head out in the morning, so he was lazy. He just rested against a tree and closed his eyes to rest. Zhou Zhongmao didn't rest, he just sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to cultivate. As long as there was any movement around, he would wake up right away and then kill the person who threatened cousin. The sky was bright. The air in the forest is really fresh. Lin Fan stretched. It was a safe night, so how would there be so many dangers? Let's head out and continue to rush. He had no choice but to not wash his face and brush his teeth. Without water and tools, what else could he do? If he met a beauty and she told him that she had spent several days in the forest, he would kick her away and tell her not to get close. Who could take not washing their face and brushing their teeth? A few days passed. Lin Fan didn't stop, finding a place to wash up when he passed a city. He also bought some ingredients so that when he cooked in the wilderness he could add some flavor. As they got closer and closer to Fuzhou, Feng Poliu didn't dare to show his face. He bought a mask in the nearby city to wear in case people recognized him. Is there a need to be so careful? Lin Fan asked. This life was so tiring. Feng Poliu said, I have no choice, it is better to be careful. If people recognize me, it doesn't matter if I am fine or not, but all of you will be dragged down. Also, try not to use the bug controlling technique. If you are noticed, it will be a huge problem. I know how problematic. I am really curious what Insect Valley is like, for you to actually make it sound so terrifying. Lin Fan was really frightened by Feng Poliu's words. He talked about Insect Valley every day, what would happen if he was noticed. He was really curious about what Insect Valley was like, to actually give one a terrifying feeling. When you see it one day you will know how terrifying Insect Valley is. Feng Poliu said. Very few people dared to stay in Insect Valley as they didn't know whether or not the bed they slept on had numerous bugs in it. I'm looking forward to it. Lin Fan wanted to see how amazing Insect Valley was, but now wasn't the time. He was a little weak and even if he met them he would be chased by them. We are at most 2 days away from Fuzhou. Once we get there, don't let anyone target us. Feng Poliu warned. He didn't understand what this kid wanted to do. To wipe out 9-bug gang with his current strength was just a dream. Even if he had a dream, he shouldn't dream about such unrealistic things. Being prepared, the three of them continued on their way. Lin Fan had thought about it. He had to let 9-bug gang know how strong he was. They sent people to find trouble with him and that was already too much. He didn't want to stoop to their level, so naturally he knew what he was doing. However, the outcome was regretful. 9-bug gang didn't know what they were doing. On the official path, 3 horses galloped towards Fuzhou. Not far away there was a small group of people who rode in the opposite direction from Lin Fan. They were about to bump into each other. These people were dressed in the same uniform and had a cape on their bodies. The patterns on the cape were exclusive to 9-bug gang. Those who recognized the patterns moved aside. How would they dare to block people from 9-bug gang? Even hundreds of miles away, they knew about 9-bug gang's name. That was a really terrifying power. If he was too handsome and 9-bug gang targeted him, that would be a tragedy. They heard of a story. Although they didn't know if it was true or false since it spread out, then there was a reason. There was a handsome guy who walked on the streets normally. However, when 9-bug gang saw him, they thought, why was he so handsome? They were annoyed. They didn't do anything and just waved their hands. That handsome guy's face was covered in blood and many bugs crawled out from his face. The scene was gory and terrifying such that everyone exclaimed. That handsome guy couldn't take the fact that he had become so ugly, so he hanged himself. So to people who knew about 9-bug gang, they didn't want to offend such a person. Instantly, 2 waves of people brushed past one another. Lin Fan turned his head and so did the other. The 2 of them stared at one another even if it was just for a blink of an eye. Both of them saw different things in one another's eyes. Walulu. Lin Fan stopped. 9-bug gang people stopped too. The 9-bug gang leader opened his mouth. Kid, although I don't know you, I have a feeling that you are the person I am looking for. Lin Fan said, right, I have that feeling too. He felt that this thing was really magical. Chapter 191. Feng Poliu recognized right away that they were from 9-bug gang. Don't ask why he was so sure. That was because their clothes were already exposed. 9-bug gang's clothes were all the same. Looking at them, they seemed to be members of the 9-bug gang assassination team. Don't misunderstand, we are just passing by. How can we be your target? Feng Poliu was stunned. What was going on? They could even stop when they passed each other on horseback. Also, their conversation sounded weird. It felt like they were the person they were looking for. Why did they have so many feelings? Just go home and sleep. Do you think we are blind? What is that on his shoulder? The male's voice was really cold. Did this masked fellow really think they were blind? Feng Poliu was stunned. He looked at 9 Demon who was standing on Lin Fan's shoulder, its 9 heads spinning. Those 18 eyes were lost like they were saying, what? He nearly smacked his head in rage. What was going on? He actually forgot about such an important person. If he had known this would happen, he would have just placed 9 Demon into the cloth bag and there wouldn't have been so much trouble. Lin Fan smiled, so you aren't just a feeling. I really have a feeling towards you. That feeling let me know that you are the people I am looking for. Could he stop bragging? Feng Poliu just wanted to ask that. They were wearing the 9-bug gang uniform, so what did he feel? Didn't he see it with his eyes? Let's change places and play with you? Lin Fan pointed at the small forest in the distance. Some things were only interesting in the small forest. He didn't wait for them to agree, leading the horse and walking into the forest. 9-bug gang assassination team's goal was to investigate the Jianghu city matter and then find the 9-bug gang treasure. Now that the treasure was right in front of them, naturally they wouldn't let it go. Lin Fan's arrogance made the 9-bug gang assassination team members furious. Rage points plus 333. Rage points plus 444. The 6 experts exchanged glances with one another. Let's go. They thought that they had to rush, but who knew that they would bump into them halfway? They were really lucky. However, they didn't dare to be careless. Feng Polio was helpless. We were exposed too quickly. We haven't even reached Fuzhou, and 9 bug gang assassination team noticed. Luckily there aren't many people, but who knows if there aren't 9 bug gang people hiding among the commoners. Perhaps they weren't here for Lin Fan. Most of them hid among the commoners and used their identities to gather more information. He really didn't expect that 9 demon would be discovered. Just by standing on his shoulder, only a blind man would be able to see him. The grove was quiet. The 6 members of the assassination group followed behind, their eyes filled with malicious intent. The way he looked at Lin Fan and the other 2 was as though he was looking at 3 naked girls. It seemed to be saying, let's go to the grove and have some fun. Lin Fan turned around and said, hey, hurry up, don't dawdle. The 6 members of the assassination group were furious. How could they be so arrogant? When Lin Fan and the others just entered the small forest, the 6 people of the assassination group couldn't wait to take action. Insect Shadow Hand. The leader growled and leaped up. He stretched out his arms and 2 black insect arms flew out from his sleeves. These insect arms were made of insects and formed into palms that grabbed towards Lin Fan. Wherever the black insect arms flew past, the vegetation would gradually wither. It was highly toxic. Are you so eager? Lin Fan exclaimed. He refreshed his stats, bug controlling technique at max completion. He stood there and didn't move. The gray internal strength turned into numerous threads that covered his body. Just as the black insect arms were about to sweep in front of him, he reached out and the black insect arms stopped in front of him. Insects aren't played like this. Let me tell you how to play with them. This is the true way to play with them. Lin Fan clenched his fingers and the gray internal strength injected into the black insect arms. Those insects seemed to have tasted a delicacy and started to swell up. They became even more vicious. The black insect arms that were originally as thick as a human's arm instantly swelled up. Ow! I can't control them. The leader was shocked. He hollered and wanted to control these insects, but they didn't react at all, like they had broken off their connection with him. Lin Fan smiled. Do you know why you can't control them? Because you are too weak. What? The leader was filled with disbelief. What the heck, this was really going to happen. Lin Fan raised his arm and then placed it down. Feel your own insects. The arm formed by the insects spun and changed direction, rushing towards the opponent at an extremely fast speed. No. The leader wanted to run, but he couldn't. His pupils constricted as the aura of death covered his body. In an instant the insect arms covered the man. It was a black patch and one couldn't see what was going on inside. Ah! Screams exploded out. That was a roar of despair. However, that sound was just too short. The insects fell from his body. When all of them fell to the ground, all that was left was a black corpse. Not a single bit of flesh and blood was on it. Young Master Lin, let's not use bug controlling technique, it isn't good. Feng Poliu said helplessly. Why didn't they listen to him? Bug controlling technique's internal strength suppressed 9 bug gangs' bug controlling technique. It was normal that he couldn't control the insects. The remaining 5 members looked at Lin Fan in terror. They didn't expect such a thing to happen. Too quick. It was just too quick and they weren't able to react at all. They retreated in fear and cold sweat dripped down. Who are you? Their methods were too familiar. It was similar to their 9 bug gangs' methods but more overbearing. The moment they made their move, they felt the insects that they had been carefully nurturing move, as if they were being led by the other party. Don't be afraid, I have no bad intentions towards you. It is just that your 9 bug gang keeps finding trouble with me, so I have no choice. I can only kill all of you to be safe. Lin Fan stepped forwards, his feet landed on the ground. The gray internal strength was like a python, sweeping along the ground. Leave, we don't know where these people came from, let's inform gang leader. They knew that they couldn't win. But it was all too late. The moment they turned around, the bugs hidden on their bodies revolted. Under the buff of the gray internal strength, they became stronger and more terrifying, instantly swallowing them. The 9-headed bug was excited. The 9 ferocious heads became even more irascible when they saw this. But very quickly, a palm landed on the 9-headed bug's head, slowly coiling around. Don't be impulsive, listen to me. Hayes, you should just chop them to death. Why did you have to use the bug controlling technique? I don't understand how you cultivated it. Without decades, one wouldn't be able to reach such a stage, or rather, one wouldn't be able to reach such a stage. Feng Polio really didn't understand how this fellow did it. It was shocking. Lin Fan smiled. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. They like to play with bugs, so I just played with them. As for how I cultivated, that is a complicated question. Do you believe in geniuses? Does it mean that I can instantly learn any cultivation method I get my hands on? Forget it, don't say it, just treat it like I didn't ask anything. Feng Polio waved his hands and didn't want to ask anything. How was there such a person? Even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't believe that there was such a person. What a waste. These few fellows could have gained some rage points, but he had no choice as he had to rush. He didn't have time to talk nonsense with them, so he could only send them to the heavens. Feng Polio said, Zhongmao, dig a hole to bury these corpses. If people notice, they will see the problem. It won't be good for us. These are just 9 bug gangs assassination group, they aren't much. If experts are drawn over, it won't be good for us at all. Zhou Zhongmao looked at cousin. He was waiting for cousin to agree. When people said things to him, he would treat it as a fart. Unless cousin said that he could smell it, then he would take the initiative to smell it. Bury them. Lin Fan nodded his head and then looked towards Feng Polio. What you said makes sense. With our current strength, we can't beat 9 bug gang. But I am not in a rush, let's take it slow. If I knew, I would have given you an activity. Didn't you want to know whether or not 9 bug gang left Insect Valley? Although Feng Polio didn't mention the situation in Insect Valley, he felt that Insect Valley wasn't in a good state. Even if they sealed the valley, they couldn't just leave them alone, right? There were only 2 possibilities. One was that 9 bug gang didn't leave. The other was that Insect Valley suffered a huge blow and didn't have time to bother about 9 bug gang. To him, the second possibility was more likely. Let's not worry about all this. We are close to Fuzhou, you have to hide 9 demon. If not, once we are within Fuzhou and haven't entered the city, 9 bug gang might surround us. Feng Polio said. He really didn't expect that he actually forgot about this fellow. What was 9 bug gang searching for? Wasn't it that thing? He actually placed it on his shoulder, they were just asking to die. Lin Fan nodded his head. He did need to be careful. Very quickly, Zhou Zhongmao buried the corpses. Lin Fan pretended to be calm as he rode his horse out of the small forest. He smiled at the commoners on the official road. Like he was saying, we didn't do anything. Don't think so much, nothing really happened. As for those few people, their stomachs hurt and they found a hidden place to shit. There was no need to wait for them, they wouldn't come out. Lin Fan and the others left. Outside the small forest, there were only 6 horses waiting there in a daze. Why isn't our master out? When he passed the river, there were fishermen fishing. He spent some money to buy a bamboo basket to store fish. He placed the 9-headed bug in and covered it. From the outside, one could only see that there was something inside, but one couldn't see what it was. Zhou Zhongmao carried the basket on his back. His wariness was at its peak. As he got close to Fuzhou, he felt really uneasy. Chapter 192. They were about to get close to Fuzhou. Lin Fan exclaimed. As expected from a huge city, even the nearby cities were really prosperous. Jianghu City and Yu City combined couldn't compare to them. Not to mention before they even reached Fuzhou, just the official roads outside of Fuzhou were like heaven and earth. Just one look and one knew that they weren't commoners. These are disciples from various sects and are usually active in the cities around Fuzhou. Let's be low profile and not attract attention. Feng Polio said. There were many sects in the world and many powers. To them, a city like Rivertown was like a countryside and they rarely went there. Do you think Fuzhou is managed by the imperial dynasty? Lin Fan asked. Feng Polio said, on the surface it is, but in truth it isn't. 9 Bug Gang is really strong in Fuzhou and has totally controlled it. Even if the officials from the imperial dynasty go there, they are just decorations. Fuzhou was different from Jianghu City. Jianghu City's officials were far away and were controlled by the local rich families. As for Fuzhou, 9 Bug Gang was too strong and the officials were controlled too. But maybe to give face to the imperial dynasty, 9 Bug Gang allowed officials to handle cases here. But as long as it concerned 9 Bug Gang, those officials had no power at all. Is the imperial dynasty so cowardly? Lin Fan exclaimed. A country actually allowed 9 Bug Gang to do what they wanted, what were they afraid of? Feng Polio said, it isn't that they are cowardly but they worry too much. Some things aren't as simple as they think. It is really complicated. How is it so easy to clear it out? Lin Fan didn't agree with what Feng Poliu said. In my eyes, it is due to the weak and strong. If they were really strong, they could just sweep over and wipe out 9 bug gang in one night. His words made sense, but to Feng Poliu it was like a joke. Young Master Lin, are you kidding me? Lin Fan saw Feng Poliu's expression and smiled calmly. In the end, no one understood him. There was nothing in the world that couldn't be solved. When there were people who didn't dare to move and felt that it would affect things, it wasn't that they were strong, but that they were too weak and thought too much. Scram, all of you, scram. At that moment, someone scolded from behind. Along with that was the sound of horse hooves. Lin Fan and the others stepped aside. The caravan sped away. One of the carriages was piled high with boxes and tied up with a rope net. What is 9 bug gang doing? Feng Poliu looked at the carriages in confusion. Who cares about what they are doing? Come, let's follow them and kill them on the way. Lin Fan followed them impatiently. They were still a distance away from Fuzhou. 2 days was more than enough. Hey, don't be rash. Feng Poliu chased. My dear young Master Lin, why are you so impulsive? Can't we just go peacefully? He followed Lin Fan to Fuzhou. He didn't really want Lin Fan to be rash and wipe out 9 bug gang. He wanted to bring him to see 9 bug gang's strength locally. If he knew that he couldn't beat them, he would leave calmly and not think about so many unrealistic things. However, judging from the current situation, that was clearly not the case. He really wanted to make a move. Was he really that powerful? At night, in the forest about 200 li away from Fuzhou, 9 bug gang's carriages were resting here and arranging for people to be on the lookout. Towards 9 bug gang's confidence, they didn't think that anyone would dare to attack here. However, they still had to do what they had to do. Pay attention and look around. Don't move alone. The person who spoke carried 2 blades on his back and stared coldly at everyone. Yes. Everyone replied. Suddenly, the sound of horse hooves spread out from the distance. Who? Zhou Chaos Hen placed his hands on his blade and looked around with a sharp gaze. The people around got up and locked onto the depths of the darkness. Using the moonlight, they noticed that someone was getting close. Zhou Chaos Hen hollered, 9 bug gang is doing things. If you don't want to die, then scram. Slowly, the sound of horse hooves got closer and closer. Zhou Chaoshen's face turned darker and darker. Did he not care about what he said? He pulled out the blades on his back and held them in his hands. He stared at the person getting close. If you dare to get close, you will die. Zhou Chaos Hen raged. The other 9 bug gang members all took out their weapons. They didn't believe that anyone dared to stop 9 bug gang's goods here unless they were sick of living. Release the signal. Zhou Chaos Hen said softly. Is there a need? The gang members asked. Zhou Chaos Hen said coldly, they know that we are from 9 bug gang and still dare to come. They are either fools or confident. I believe that they are confident, so naturally they aren't weak. Just in case, release the signal and let the surrounding divisions send people over. His words made sense. The gang members took out something that looked like a firecracker and pulled a string at the end. With a pung, fireworks rose into the sky. In the dark sky, it formed a multicolored bug. It didn't dissipate for a long time and lasted for a long time. Feng Poliu raised his head and said, this is 9 bug gang's signal, let's leave. If not, when they come, it will be problematic. We can make it, we have enough time. Lin Fan said. Very quickly. When Lin Fan and the others appeared in front of them, Zhou Chaos Hen noticed that there were only 3 of them and was shocked. He said with an unfriendly tone, who are you? Just 3 people dared to get close to them. There was a problem, there was definitely a problem. We aren't anyone, we just want to kill you and stop your goods. Lin Fan smiled. His calm expression made Zhou Chaos Hen and the others furious. Rage points plus 555. Rage points plus 444. We are from 9 bug gang, we are transporting 9 bug gang's goods. If you dare to stop us, you won't be able to leave Fuzhou. If you know your place and scram, we can act like we don't know you. But if you insist, then you will bear the consequences. Zhou Chaos Hen didn't attack, like he was delaying time and waiting for reinforcements to arrive. Stalling for time? Lin Fan laughed. Then his expression turned serious. Kill? He came to Fuzhou from so far away to slowly wipe out 9 bug gang. Moreover, from what he heard and saw recently, he noticed that 9 bug gang people weren't good people. They wouldn't show mercy when they killed. He didn't care so much, he just had to kill. Go. Zhou Chaos Hen hollered in rage. He held his blade and struck towards Lin Fan. The gang members behind him roared in rage. Black Dragon Blade Technique. He hollered, the blades in his hands were slowly dyed black. This was caused by special internal strength exploding out. A fierce aura burned on the blade. Lin Fan raised his hand, the blade in his hand blocking his attack. Who are you? Zhou Chaos Hen hollered. He definitely wasn't a nameless person. To be able to block his Black Dragon Blade technique so easily, he had seen many people, but he had never seen this guy in front of him. He hollered. The black internal strength formed into a vicious python that wanted to swallow Lin Fan. However, Lin Fan's body gave off strong fluctuations such that he was unable to get any closer. You talk a little too much. Lin Fan's lips curled into a grin as he jerked his arms slightly. Instantly, a massive amount of power burst forth and pushed the other party away. Your blade technique is too weak, try mine. Lin Fan hollered. He held the blade with both arms and opened his legs. He tilted his body and slashed. A crescent blade energy exploded. Zhou Chaoshan's expression changed. That blade was just too quick. He raised his hands and the blades merged together to block in front of him. Pucci. Everything happened too quickly. That blade broke his blades and also slashed his body. He didn't even react at all. As expected, I am really strong. Maybe only Master Realm can fight me. Lin Fan exclaimed. The feeling of becoming stronger felt really good. When he faced enemies, he basically didn't need to speak much. He also didn't need to tire himself out from fighting them. Why didn't he feel it in the past? Maybe this was why a greenhouse would make one so weak. Zhou Chaos Hen didn't understand even when he died. How could he be killed so easily? He didn't even know who the enemy was. The other 9 Bug Gang leaders were dealt with by Cousin and Feng Poliu. The gang members who died to Feng Poliu were blessed. Those who died to Zhou Zhongmao were really tragic. None of them had a complete corpse. In Cousin's words, he didn't know whether or not they were dead, so it was better to kill them. Even if they didn't die, they wouldn't be able to hold on. Young Master Lin, let's go. Feng Poliu rushed. Lin Fan walked in front of the carriage and opened the net. He smashed the lock and opened the box. He noticed that there were treasures inside. Even at night, there was a bright glow. Oh my God, how much silver is this? He didn't dare to imagine. He had never seen so much money in his life. From this, one could see how shocking 9 Bug Gang's wealth was. Cousin, pull the carriage and let's go. Lin Fan said. He wanted to wait here for 9 Bug Gang's reinforcements to arrive, but forget it. Who dared to guarantee that there wouldn't be experts among the reinforcements? He didn't want to be surrounded by experts before he even did anything. That would be a huge loss of face. Young Master Lin, we can't bring the silver away. Feng Poliu was helpless. He definitely couldn't bring the silver away. Unless he went back the way he came, there would be a chance. If not, there was no chance. Don't you like to gamble? There are so many treasures, just a little is enough for you to fight for months. Lin Fan wouldn't leave the treasures behind. Since he noticed it, even if he couldn't bring it back, he wouldn't let 9 Bug Gang find it. Feng Poliu retorted, I was comprehending life, how could I like to gamble? Lying through his teeth, even Lin Fan felt embarrassed for him. Before he left his name and also a handsome portrait for 9 Bug Gang. Feng Poliu was stunned by Lin Fan's actions. What was he doing? Wasn't it dangerous enough? To Lin Fan, if he didn't know who he was, would he have rage points? Chapter 193. After a long while. Ahead, it is just ahead. A huge group rushed over. They were members of the 9 Bug Gang division. When they saw the signal, they came right away. Naturally, they needed a lot of time to get here. What a thick stench of blood. The leader frowned. His hair was white, his eyebrows were white, and even his face was terrifyingly white. Even the white-browed Eagle King had to exclaim in front of him. He was even whiter than him. The man was the person in charge of the division. When he saw the signal from the headquarters, he personally brought people to support. But looking at the situation, it was too late. When the 9 Bug Gang people saw the situation, their eyes opened wide. This was just too tragic. Who did it? To actually be even more vicious than their 9 Bug Gang. There weren't many complete corpses. The rest were split up in pieces and it was tough to piece them all back together. White Demon walked in front of a corpse, his fingers pressed against his nose. He took in a deep breath and it was obvious that he couldn't accept it. This corpse was split into two. This corpse was definitely done by Lin Fan. From the blood on his face he recognized who it was. A deputy hall head from the headquarters. He was in charge of transporting the silver back to the headquarters. There were only some horses there. As for the carriage that transported the silver, it had disappeared. Something is going to happen. White Demon muttered, his face was dark and sunken. If something happened in the area he was in charge of, he wouldn't be able to answer. Which bastard did it? If he found out, he would torture him to death. Suddenly, White Demon noticed a portrait at the side. He picked it up and on it was a face. He was certain that he had never seen the person on it. Then he saw the name left on the tree. Lin Fan. White Demon was thinking about where did this person come from to dare to behave so arrogantly in Nine Bug Gang's territory. Moreover, he actually killed the deputy hall head in the territory he was in charge of and stole the silver. Obviously he was extremely daring. Sect leader, there are traces of the carriage wheels rolling over here. They went in that direction. One of the members surveyed the surroundings and shouted after discovering the clues. That's right. Chase, we have to get the silver back. White Demon said fiercely. Such a thing hadn't happened in a long time. Now that it suddenly happened, he didn't know what to do. White Demon and the others followed the path of the carriage and searched. After a long time, they found the carriage in front of them. Sect leader, the silver is all gone. The sect member stepped forward and opened the chest. It was empty, not even a single tael of silver. White Demon frowned. Who did it? How could he walk so fast with so much silver? He thought of the restless small forces around him. Something was not right. Those small forces were just trying to survive in the cracks. They didn't have the guts. A few days later, on the huge ship on the Fuzhou River. Oh, you're saying that my wealth was robbed by an unknown person in your territory, and even Zhou Chaoxing was chopped in half by a saber? Nine Bug Gang leader's expression was calm, his tone was calm, but it gave off a chilling cold intent. White Demon knelt on one knee and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Gang leader, when I brought people there, it was already over. The carriage with the silver was stolen. He knew that the rage in gang leader's heart was burning. No one dared to offend Nine Bug Gang. Now, not only did someone offend them, but he did it in their territory. That was like slapping Nine Bug Gang's face in front of them. Lin Fan. The Nine Bug Gang leader's fat body made it hard for him to move. He muttered this name, it was really foreign, he had never heard of such a person. He picked up the portrait. He is a handsome brother, it is good to feed the bugs. Although he was talking about someone else, his words terrified everyone in the room. If one said that the most terrifying person in Nine Bug Gang, it was naturally this gang leader. What a little slut who deserves to die 10,000 times for her crimes. Find her and bring her to me. Remember, if you can't find him in 3 days, I will feed you all to the bugs. Scram. Instantly. The higher-ups in the cabin all backed out. How would they dare to stay here? If the gang leader didn't think it through, he might have really crippled them. The fat gang leader was feeling really sad now. His Suing had left for a long time and hadn't returned. He really missed her. In the past, he was satisfied just looking at her, but now that he couldn't see her for such a long time, he panicked. Gang leader. A devilish girl leaned on his body. The fat was disgusting to others, but she was used to it. She could feel warmth, peace of mind, power, and wealth from the fat. Of course, none of these were important. She actually loved fat the most. The gang leader grabbed the woman's head with his fat and wide hand and pressed it down. Tell me, why doesn't Suing have such a weird feeling towards me? Tell me. No one spoke, there was only moaning. Don't you understand a girl's heart? Why aren't you speaking? Do you think that I am not a gentle man? Speak, tell me. If you don't speak, then it means that you agree. You really hurt my heart. Gang leader used too much strength, causing the girl's head to smash into his fat, causing it to explode. Fresh blood scattered all over the ground. Gang leader looked at his hand that was covered in blood and cried. His face was covered in tears. Even if you die, you aren't willing to tell me? Didn't you say that you loved my fat? As expected, women don't like fat people, they only like violent men. The guard hiding in the dark. His body trembled. Gang leader was too violent. Moreover, he was sickly violent. Suddenly, the guard in the dark felt like there was someone behind him, but when he looked at where gang leader was, there was no one at all. A drop of sweat fell from his forehead. What was he doing? A dark and terrifying voice spread into his ears. From your heart, I can feel your fear and disgust towards me. Are you disgusted by the fat on my body? Gang? Before he said anything, he noticed that gang leader opened his mouth. It was as big as a water tank. 2 rows of sharp teeth were terrifying. Pucci. Fresh blood spurted. From the shadows, one could see that the guard's body was swallowed. There was also water flowing like a fountain. Wow, that is majestic. Lin Fan and the others looked at the scenes in front of them and were shocked. They had never seen such a majestic scene. They had already arrived in Fuzhou, but they didn't enter the city. They stood on the shore and looked at the scenery. That night, Fuzhou was brightly lit, flowers bloomed. The huge Fuzhou looked really beautiful under the light. One couldn't tell that this place was as terrifying as what Feng Polia said. Especially that giant ship which stopped on the river surface. It was really majestic. Too huge, he didn't know what words to use to describe it. If he had to describe it, it was thousands of miles long. It wasn't many ships connected together, but just one giant ship. It was really majestic and majestic. Feng Poliu is right, 9 Bug Gang is really strong. To be able to have such strength, they definitely weren't weak. But regretfully, I have my eyes on you. Although I can't wipe you out in a short time, targets that I have my eyes on won't have a good ending. Young Master Lin, it is useless even if you bury the silver there. Feng Poliu couldn't understand Lin Fan's actions. Why did he want to leave his name and portrait? Lin Fan wouldn't tell him that while they were talking, he had received a few thousand rage points. Could he tell him that? Lin Fan smiled. Who says it is useless? Once 9 Bug Gang is wiped out, we can dig out the silver. The thought is good, but the reality is cruel. I think the silver will rest here. Feng Poliu said and then looked at Lin Fan. What do you want to do next? Leave the portrait, maybe there are people checking at the city gates. Moreover, I don't recommend you to enter. If you are noticed, then you won't be able to leave. I'm not joking, 9 Bug Gang is really strong. Even with me here, we might not be able to retreat safely. Feng Poliu was serious, he wasn't joking. Lin Fan thought about it. I am thinking, don't rush. Feng Poliu totally respected Lin Fan. Since he came to Fuzhou to wipe out 9 Bug Gang, then didn't he think about what to do? Or should he just take it one step at a time? Suddenly, Lin Fan looked towards the shore. There seems to be people fighting there. Feng Poliu looked over. He was used to such things and wasn't surprised. Let's go take a look. Lin Fan rode the horse and headed into the distance. Zhou Zhongmao followed behind. There were many corpses on the shore. It was obvious that both sides were in an intense battle. You dare to attack us? Jianghu was injured. His gaze was sharp as he stared at 9 Bug Gang in rage. 9 Bug Gang didn't reply to Jianghu's words and attacked instead. It was obvious that they wanted to kill them here. As a member of the Imperial Dynasty's secret department, Jianghu had been investigating King Wutong. He found Fuzhou but didn't expect 9 Bug Gang to notice and chase him all the way here. At this moment, a middle-aged man held a sword and covered the wound on his shoulder. He said solemnly, Jianghu, bring the people and leave, I will open a path for you. After that, the remaining people gathered around Jianghu. All of them had quite a number of injuries on their bodies. Some of them even had bugs crawling in their flesh and blood. One had to be careful when fighting 9 Bug Gang, otherwise, it was hard to say that nothing would happen. Sir, leave, we will cover for you. Jianghu looked around warily. His face was covered in sweat. The situation wasn't good, they couldn't leave at all. Can you all leave? In the darkness, a dark and sunken voice spread out. Instantly there were screams. Jianghu looked at his good friend who suddenly cried out. Who knew when his friend's body was covered in bugs? Instantly he fell to the ground and was no longer breathing. Only those bugs crawled around in his flesh and blood. Those damn, disgusting things that one couldn't defend against. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.